Lord have mercy. It's been a day and a night. I can't take much more. This sister got to rest.
Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble minds. Unscramble minds.
Peace and love. I don't know, it was all playing weird at first. But peace and love, everyone. I'm Dulcinea. We're waiting on Big Mama Horsefeather to come back, but we'll go ahead and go to Dots.
Not Big Mama Horsefeather. I cannot. Hey, y'all. This
Freedom
is
Bay.
Dot. Happy Friday, y'all. Happy Friday.
This is Gemini the Goddess. Happy Friday. Happy Friday.
I'm Sakina Rod. It's a beautiful Friday night. I'm telling you. I'm
Yes,
Nisha.
it is. And where are you, Nisha? Talking about it's beautiful. Why can't we see you?
Right. It's about to rain out in this mug.
I'm I'll be on in a few minutes.
Okay. All right. Sister Freedom said all she was getting was tea, and she said, go ahead and start. Now look at her. It's gone. But tonight, we're going to have a good night for you guys. We're going to be talking about this debate that is tomorrow. I put a link in the chat for everybody that hasn't gotten the debate yet. Make sure you click that link, purchase the debate, so it should be good. Who all saw the weigh-in yesterday?
We saw it. All of us saw it. We was on there, remember?
Right. I think they're streaming echo.
What y'all think of it?
I think we should wait for the
Topcatz said
streaming.
we didn't love him. We didn't have no love for him. Topcatz, such a liar. We love you. I love your swag. I may not like what you teach, but
I
I
knew you
definitely
were
love
going
you.
hard, and you were going hard for him in the chat. I was like, look at Gemini. This is the most
Yes, I
we had
love that gold
we
grill
didn't
he
like
got in his mouth.
um like Guerilla Hebrew don't got a chance. Topcat's gonna smoke him. I was like, okay, Gemini. Then
Exactly.
he gonna say we don't like him.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't know they liked me. The Paul are like, we see why the unscrambled mind ladies like you, Top Cat. You're kind of charming.
Googly eyes and shit.
Peace and soul. Train. Hey everybody. Hey everybody. I had to go get me some tea because I wasn't in the right frame of mind.
Oh Lord.
We were just talking about how Chief Topcat says we don't like him over here.
I can't believe he said that. I was like,
See,
are you really serious right now?
he's so serious. Couldn't believe him.
And
Now we're gonna beef.
he know we welcome him over here with open arms. He
See?
knows I'm gonna put on my Indian outfit for Halloween.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I said, Big Mama Horsefeather. It's your fault, Nisha. Nisha, you be going.
No,
Do it, Sakina. Ha!
y'all so horses don't make no sense. I be yelling and carrying on.
That's hilarious.
Y'all know he was talking about me.
I think it's super with my kids.
Yeah, because
Y'all know he
you
was
were
talking
beefing
about
last
me.
time too when about
Y'all
the
know he was
Boston
talking
Tea
about
Party.
me.
It was about you. But Nisha beef with them too.
Delaware in the house. Okay. Delaware in what
Who
part?
got
Up
the
the hill,
echo?
down
The
the hill.
echo is real.
Delaware in the building.
I don't know where the echo is coming from.
Is it coming from me?
Do you guys hear the echo now?
Uh-uh.
Who
No.
got the echo?
The echo was that Sakina was talking the same time I was.
Here we go with the foolishness.
Always from Wilmington.
Right. Okay. So what part of Wilmington? Up the house, down. I mean, up the hill or down the hill. I can tell you which one is worse. Hilltop or bottom?
North side.
North side. Okay. North side. That part. See?
It
From the
so
north
is a
side
lot of
too?
y'all online. God, dog.
Right.
Oh,
They must
Delaware
have
is
heard
so
me.
fat, honey.
They must have heard me last time when I was like, "Ain't nothing in Delaware." My bad.
Dallas.
My bad,
They
Ryan.
Yeah, they
jealous.
came to represent, boo.
They ain't never been here. They don't know that Delaware is the shizat.
Tell me what's the top
Dulcie,
to go
how you
in
felt?
and get in Delaware?
The
Don't tell me y'all going to
baddest
Philly.
men and the baddest girls. And we all could dance.
The baddest.
Hey,
Rozzy, where
Sakina.
are you?
I really want us to play some
You
music tonight. But I'm saying I don't want to slip you know, but I really want to do some songs tonight, y'all. I wish we
you
could.
want to show what's your manganese? Is that it?
What?
Mm-hmm.
You want to
I
show us your
want to see
manganese?
get down. Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord.
Nah, get down. You ain't crumping to no good. Get
Oh
down.
Lord. Yeah, I guess not.
Y'all ain't got nothing for me.
Dulcinea, how you felt
Okay.
about your conversation with Cedric being can't like having to be
That's right.
rescheduled?
Dover Downs is where you go gambling.
How you felt about that,
Oh,
Dulcie?
I was about to ask, what's Dover Downs anyway? Yeah, we're just supposed to have a conversation,
Casino.
so I don't know why.
That's where we can go when y'all got here.
He says he got a lot going on, so I believe him. He has a lot going on, but I mean, it is.
They plan, baby.
Yeah.
They don't know. They don't know what Delaware do for them. Because once you come here, you don't want to leave. I can tell you
Hey,
that.
Mr. Metro. Callie is in his house. That's what's up.
Okay. Everybody in
Me and him
where
already
you
we already
from?
talked. Me, Mr. Metro,
Everyone,
and
where you from in the chat?
Where you from
yeah,
in
it
the
was one
chat?
more.
Peace to the goddesses. Peace.
Let me get
Where
my
everybody
laptop
in the
out.
chat from?
Ugh.
Papa Soul, where you from? Oh, he from
He's
where
repping
you
DC.
DC? Papa
So
Soul from
he's repping the real Delaware.
right?
The Delaware we know about is Washington, D.C.
Somebody else said, Wilmington, North Carolina. I said, no, Wilmington, Delaware.
Jersey.
Okay, and I'm a Jersey girl. Atlantic City, New Jersey, born and raised.
What part of Jersey? LA.
Atlantic. Okay.
And what part of Jersey is he from? Then there's Canada. What's up? Like, what part of Canada?
Last Sonic said he was born in Africa.
Yeah,
Oh, he out there hanging with Sekou.
yeah, he's living in Canada. Charlotte,
North Carolina. Okay, Dimples. Peace. Okay, South Richmond, California.
Oh, Jason Callie is in his
Y'all
house.
go for the 76ers? Y'all a Philly fan?
Yeah, where? In Delaware, yeah.
Y'all not gonna skip over Callie like Callie not relevant.
We not. We said there's about 3 Cali
It's
people.
really not though, but it's really not. But we just,
It's bigger
Oh,
than
please.
Delaware.
Y'all be watching TV trying to beat us so bad.
I'm from the big states, okay? I'm from Texas, but like We bigger
Dirty.
than some Delaware.
They are funny talking.
Ain't nobody check. Look, ain't nobody checking for
Ain't
you,
nobody checking for
Dulcinea.
Delaware.
Every girl in
nobody-
Texas wear their skirts underneath their knee. All the
Oh.
girls in Chester
Please.
and from Texas.
Why y'all
They-
say that? Y'all wear y'all skirts that low?
I can't stand it. Oh my God.
All the Texas girls wear their dresses below the knee.
That's kind of cute though. If you wear long leather boots,
All the girls here are too thick for that. Even if it was supposed to be below their knee,
don't get it
that ass
twisted.
is
You
gonna
wear
bring
long
it
leather
nice,
boots. That's sexy. Don't get it
tight
twisted.
on the hips because too thick to have anything go below the knee.
Listen here. If you got on some long leather boots, that's sexy.
I just want y'all to know that all the Texas girls wear their skirts below the knee.
I can't stand you.
Well, I don't care because you can rock
You
that.
not from Texas? You not?
From Texas.
Listen
I'm
here,
born and raised in Texas.
I'm
Listen
talking
here.
about Sakina.
I'm just telling
about
Big
Sakina,
Chief.
she
I'm
need
just
to let
telling
it go.
Big Chief Little Feather that you can rock a skirt that goes below the knee with some long leather boots. You can rock
all the guys in Texas
all day because I do.
They wear their pants up to here. All of them.
Well, come on now. I know
and cowboy hats and cowboy hats.
Okay, but how they rock it in Delaware? That's how you rock it. That's
that part. Okay.
It looks like it's below the knees. Put your leg up.
Oh, this
Put your
honey.
leg up.
Delaware, and you can't even see the boots.
She turned around and she
y'all wear
showed
boots
nothing
and
but back.
dresses.
It's back all the way down.
Dresses. I mean, what y'all?
But we the bomb here, honey. Just to let you know.
I mean, I don't really hear about.
I ain't got no big booty, but I got good tootie.
See, so
But
Delaware
when you have
known for Delaware known for cooch.
Is it?
Why are you taking up for
Delaware
Texas?
home?
When you live,
because you bullying her.
Oh, yellow, yellow. You live
bullying
in
her. I'm just wondering, Delaware.
Sakina is the only black person in North
Take up for the little man, always. I gotta make it fair. Fuck that. You're not gonna jump on my sister being no damn bully.
The little man.
Sister Sakina live in North Dakota, y'all.
That's right.
But she's from Chicago.
Thank you. I'm just trying to say it, honey.
Right, I'm from, but I also grew up in Milwaukee, and I also grew up in Michigan.
But where my girl Dots from? Tell them, Dots.
Listen, I can't be yelling at everyone. I'm getting my head down. I'm from Harlem, the one and only
Harlem.
In the
You
building.
said Brooklyn so low. You were like, Brooklyn.
Right here,
I can't yell.
Oh yeah, I got you. But yeah, she from Brooklyn. What's up with Brooklyn? What makes
but it's so
Brooklyn
good.
better than
I am not from Brooklyn.
Do you
from Brooklyn.
I am not from Brooklyn.
She from Brooklyn.
Oh,
He is not. Dots.
Don't start.
They say you from Crooklyn.
Yeah, okay. I'm from Harlem.
Hey, that was my favorite movie. I watched that movie like 20 times in a row.
Talk about Michigan like that. Hold up. It depends on what part of Michigan you from, but you're not finna talk about Michigan like that.
Nobody ever heard of
Ain't
Michigan.
nobody checking for Michigan.
Listen, you don't gotta check for it. All you gotta do is know that
Nobody knows. No.
Ain't nobody checking for Michigan.
you got five on it. That's all you need to know.
I
is
do like
five
the
on it.
Dells. The Dells are fun to go to.
Yes, that's
Michigan,
right, and that's between Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Minnesota.
Michigan sound like either some cigarettes or toilet paper.
Well, it's close to sewage. And
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like either a toilet paper,
Delaware. It sounds like
paper or cigarettes.
Doodle Island. Doodle Island, Delaware. It's close to the gutter. Not gutter, but it's close to Doodle Island for sure. I know that.
That's a fact. I thought you had to take a boat to get to that hole.
You see what I'm saying? So if we're gonna be real, but
I'm
Michigan
just
is
saying.
close to the 5 lakes, the 5 Great Lakes being Lake Michigan being 1, Ontario being 2,
And we know that
being
North Dakota is
Right.
known for the mushroom smell.
Well,
But
North Dakota is really pretty
we
much
had to rate,
gateway to
if
Canada.
we had to rate
It's
where
in the Midwest where
everybody is
everybody
from
knows
and
where these
everything.
thick ass Indians, the Abos want to come
Delaware is the best.
from. It's
No,
really,
it'd be Texas #1.
No, Delaware.
Cali and New York are fighting it out.
come on.
Then the Carolinas. Well, no. If Carolina shy fighting it out, and Delaware would be at the absolute positive bottom. Like we still got to mention Philly. We still got to mention so many.
But
other
that's what it is. What y'all don't understand is that Delaware is right by Philly. Right, I mean, like 20 minutes.
But it's
So you can't claim Philly.
it's
Just
like
because
underwear. It's the garment that you damn if you do, damn if you don't.
right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
So
how you know. That's how you know your place
I'm
ain't
just
lit.
trying to tell y'all
You
Delaware
gotta
is
talk
fine.
about the surrounding
So
states.
that's what it is.
Oh, the state is right next door. No, your state should be lit.
No, what I'm trying to say is Delaware is the bomb. Y'all gonna say I come here, you ain't gonna leave. You ain't got.
That's
you don't
not
want
what
to
we
leave
heard.
because all the niggas is sharp here. Every last one of them.
That's what we
Pretty
heard.
great come out of Delaware, but
I was about to say something. I had to catch
I don't even
myself.
know. I've never heard nothing
But
great come out of Delaware.
based on the people
But,
that you called sharp when we went through the top 25, don't nobody care about what you think is sharp or not.
That wasn't me. You know
Yes, it was. You said so many people are sharp. You said so many men.
No, I didn't.
Many men. You were
I
like,
said
he's
Dr.
sharp,
Ali,
he's sharp.
#1. No.
He came from
I said
Delaware.
#1.
Paul
Dr.
Revere.
Ali is #1. Then I said 19 Keys.
Peace,
2.
my brother Vine Dog, and all the other members in the
Dan
chat.
Kofa.
Paul Revere.
Now,
The
I'm
head
just
of
keeping it 100.
No. You did more than that. Keep going.
Tina, I'm not even going to. I said Morpheus.
You said Brother Reggie is
I
sharp.
said, no.
Yes, you did. You said he's
I
sharp.
did. But
Yes,
he
you
is
said
sharp.
he is sharp.
In his
Okay.
own way.
You said he is sharp. You said Rob Bourne is sharp. You said
Is. Roborn is. Sinetta. I said Sinetta.
That ain't from Delaware.
for the love.
And all I'm gonna say
You
is
said
all of them that I named
only
are
one
from
that you
Delaware.
didn't call sharp.
Every
was
last one of them that I
Imam
named are
That's the
from
only one you
Delaware.
didn't call sharp.
Not that from Delaware.
Yeah.
Yourself. No, he ain't. No, he ain't. No, he ain't. Shame yourself. No, he
Barn
ain't.
Dog, I love you.
No, he ain't.
Yes, Sinetta and Barn Dog, both of them are from Delaware. All
No,
the
they
fine.
ain't. No, they ain't. Barn Dog is not from Delaware. No, he's not. Take that back. No, he's
Marcus
They're all
is from Delaware and he's afraid to show his face.
not. Marcus is from Baltimore. Stop that. Cut it out.
From Baltimore? Okay.
No. Just because. No, stop it right now. Just
Well, I
because.
didn't know he was. I know
Who
he
you
lived
talking
in
about,
Delaware.
Justin?
No.
Marcus doesn't show his face.
Marcus is sharp though.
That's what I'm saying. Sister.
Marcus
That's
is
Girl
of earth.
If all the guys are sharp,
Because
what
they
makes
left.
a guy sharp, and what makes a guy not sharp? Because you've given so many guys that are sharp. What makes a guy sharp?
Because they left. Iron sharpens irons. Tell them, Dots. They left.
They left what?
Delaware. Yeah, they ain't gonna get sharp there. They had to leave.
I understand why you keep trying to take your protection.
Because I
You
want to
from
know.
North Dakota.
Listen.
Nobody can get to. Just get smart with anybody because nobody can get to Sakina.
No. That's taught me that a long time ago, and I thank her for it because listen here. Delaware
I
don't
can't
got
help
no
it that
hair.
Delaware is the
That's
bomb.
why, because iron sharpens iron.
You got the best rappers,
Yeah,
the best
that's what I
singers,
mean.
and the best dancers.
Listen here.
Not the
Soul
best
Train did not come out of Delaware.
Sunchild is in there in the chat. Ask Sunchild where he from.
Oh,
Yes,
Delaware.
where you from, Sunchild?
Sunchild's from Delaware. He's from
No,
Delaware.
define sharp for us. What makes a guy sharp?
points.
First of all, he needs to be
And
smart and
Delaware got
intelligent.
no points. And
Wait a
that's-
minute. Let me
points you gotta have,
she asked me the question. I want to answer. He gotta be smart, intelligent, cunning, manipulative, So, because I need when I'm making a deal, I need him to automatically know what I'm talking about. Sign language, eye language. We already know. Yes, I need him to be that way. I need him to already know what it is I'm going to say. Then I need him tall. I need him at least, I would like to, tall or a little taller than me. He got to have swag, smell good. He got to always, his shoes and stuff got to be right. Yeah. Knowledge of self, too, number one. Responsibility. That's the biggest part. Financially secured. Yeah, definitely. Meaning he has to have enough to pay all my bills. Now, I can't worry about his, but as long as he can pay all mine all day, y'all. That's right. And he got to be, because he got to be about it. He got to be about it. I can't mess with no man that ain't about it.
About what?
About whatever I'm saying to do. That I thing, that language that we talk. And if he gotta be about it. He just gotta be about it for me. I just can't. I'm a Taurus. I can't deal with no weak. Oh shoot, let me shut up. Black Line Supreme is in there. I can't say all the slick stuff I was about that. Black Line Supreme. All the stuff I was just saying, Sakina was texting my phone and telling me to say it.
Don't lie on me because I don't
all the stuff Dulcinea and Sakina was and Nisha. They was texting me to say all the stuff I was just saying.
Save me. I like save.
Because I'm a young lady.
So take all that away, like Calgon. I don't want to be nobody be about it. I mean to save you from being about it, because about it might bring them other niggas about it to my house. And while we laying down,
don't say that bad word, Sakina.
I don't want nobody about it. I don't want about it.
You don't understand about it that I mean. I'm talking about he got to be about it. Like, we got to get this money to pay these bills.
Okay, well, I need somebody to tell me sometimes to slow it down. Like, whoa, because sometimes when I be about it, I need somebody to calm me down.
Yeah, slow me down.
Yeah, slow
me down. No, but I'm just saying, I'll be quiet. I'm Black Line Supreme. Yes, I bow.
Well, let's talk about this debate. I would say, even though we don't like Topcatz over here
tonight, Dulcie, it's not Saturday.
She's looking at. I don't know what's going on with y'all.
Whatever. I have a new black
minute now. Hold on.
Well, did not. This is my workout clothes. But anyway,
I know that's right. I got on mine too.
Right, you got after 5. Nisha got on the sexy hair. What's going on? Y'all didn't tell us.
I know that's right. Sorry. You should have warned us. I'd have had my
y'all look like Mary Jane girls. What's going on?
Yes.
Wait, hold up, DQ. How much older?
Oh, shoot.
Right? We might have love.
Who knows? Who knows?
What do you mean? Are you into?
I know that's right, because he needs somebody that's already seasoned
and ready to cook.
Ready to cook.
No.
I know. Get into it just for a second. But an older woman compared to
what you need. That's what he wants. See, that's what he wants. You talking about?
Wait a minute, Sakina. Look to the left. Look to the left or the right.
I'm just telling y'all what he wants.
That one over there with the glasses on is sexy tonight.
Yes, she is. Look here. She got green. She got green moonlight hair and stuff.
Oh, honey, don't mess.
Hey, DQ said he like them 40 plus. That means some of y'all is out.
That's fine. I'll be out.
Some of y'all is out.
I'm out, but y'all in. So we can.
That's right. We in, and we stay in. We stay in. We stay in. That's the part we need y'all young folks to sit here and understand. Older women, we stay in. We never go out of style, boo. We never go out of style.
You ain't getting it.
Remember that movie where that guy was like, I still got it. I still got it.
Yeah, see? This is what you do. It's about how you do it.
It's nice to be seasoned and still can do all that. Okay. Right. You can still do all that and walk in the room with some potatoes with the garlic and butter. Oh, come on now.
Listen, you gonna get some potatoes with
Nice thick steak, string beans. Oh, girl, to stop.
Come
Stop.
on.
Homemade bread. Not that, not oatmeal. Not oatmeal.
Not no
Not
cookies.
oodles and noodles.
Not noodles.
Not cornflakes.
Not corn.
Not no, you get up and get it yourself.
Not that.
We talking about tell Sakina, would you go ahead and tell them?
We talking about bringing it to you, singing it through you, bringing it to you. We talking about break fast, not breakfast. We talking about break
Did
fast.
you see? I don't know what her name is, but she got a TikTok. She's beautiful. She has like gray hair or anything, but she like brings out dudes' plates and she be twerking or whatever. It's like a grandma. She's sexy though. Then there's another one that I think she's like in her 60s, but she's beautiful. She's so beautiful.
But I can twerk.
Look at her. See, she twerking
Don't
all over
hurt
your
yourself
bacon.
though.
Right. Look at her. She twerking all over your bacon, getting grease burned on the breast. But she gonna get it done.
Well, yeah, she gonna make that back move. I know. Make
have
that
some
back
grease
move,
breast.
Sister
You
Frida.
gonna have some grease bumps on her breast, but you gonna have you some crispy bacon, damn it. You gonna have some crispy
You
bacon.
can't stand it.
You gonna rub that bacon down and listen here. Y'all gonna have some fun with them greasy bacon breasts.
That don't even sound right.
Yes, it is. That's foreplay. That's called foreplay. You're gonna have a little grease on her and you gonna rub it. You know, she said she's gonna be in a
The grease? No, the grease is a little too hot. Remember, I said the
right,
air.
but she's gonna get hot.
Hot
Making all that bacon. You know, Freedom in there cooking.
Why Freedom? Why you talking about me, Sakina?
You making
Delcinate is who we supposed to be talking about, not me.
about
we got some 40 plus, and I had to drop out. So we talking about the 40 plus.
potatoes with green peppers and onions. She in there throwing down, dog. Freedom is throwing down.
You already know my fried potatoes gotta have
On. Green
peppers and onions.
Come
You
on.
already know.
She said she in the
What outfit do you cook in, Sister Freedom?
Nothing.
Oh, it got real spicy.
I gotta hold that for tomorrow night. I gotta hold it for tomorrow night. I'm just saying you asked, and I told you, you know what they cutting up tonight.
I was expecting some lingerie and heels.
That's me. That's me. I thought you were talking about clothes, but that's what I normally have on, my lingerie and my heels. Sometimes I cook in my knee-high boots.
Oh,
my boots that come all the way up here. And my man's shirt. That's it. He like it like that, cowboy style.
Lord jeez. Oh my God.
Big Mama Horse Feather acting up.
Yeah, she in there making.
Girl, that's Freedom Bay for you.
She in there making donuts.
Okay, so let's get into what we're going to talk about tonight. I've told y'all enough little tidbits on what y'all possibly could do. So, okay. Papa, so that's not nice. Okay, so where we going? Okay, here we go.
No, I think that's how he said. He's saying his age. He's 53.
Nothing but trouble. Nothing.
Well, all right, let's go ahead. I'll start playing it from this point.
Who's the caveman on top? Oh, okay. Topcatz all day long. Topcatz.
Towards in this new paradigm shift, and people this new form of what consciousness is, redefining what consciousness is, redefining what knowledge of self is, and taking the people away from these doctrines and bringing them back home to their family. So that's basically what we're doing right now. You're on mute, huh?
Yeah, we're gonna get this topic straight. Make sure everybody is on the right path. The topic of this debate coming up this Saturday is going to be dealing with the Deuteronomy 28 debate. Are you ready for this topic? Because you called it. You called it, Topcat. Are you ready for this? Because now you're going into Israelite territory, so to speak, when you're dealing with this Bible and you're dealing with the 28 scripture. You're going into territory of the Hebrew Israelites. Are you ready for this? Have you done your research and study, brother?
Yes, sir. I feel like it'd be a very simple debate.
The link again.
I think I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna be at this conversation right here is a no-brainer. To be honest, I'm surprised you took the debate. You know, it's gonna be a very simple debate.
Guerilla Hebrew.
I'm not entering Israel territory. Israel is encroaching on America, so you know the Indians gotta come out.
Let me turn the TV
down. Guerilla Hebrew. He's approaching, stomping on your grounds, man. Do you think this brother is ready for this topic right here, the Deuteronomy 28 debate? And are we? Let me see. Let me open up the flyer.
What's wrong with him?
Are the American Indians Israelites? Talk to us, brother.
No, I certainly don't think he's prepared. I certainly don't think he understands the type of waters that he's in. You know, he's entering into the toughest environment, right? Sunday TV House of Conscience. It's the big leagues, the toughest environment. So I don't think he quite understands really what he's got himself into, but he's gonna find out pretty fast on Saturday.
Okay. Oh man, I'm waiting.
Hey, can I ask him a question, sir?
Yes, feel free to ask him.
Brother, Guerilla, that last statement you just made. Why do you feel that way?
Well, I feel that way because I've seen some of your interactions, your debates, and your videos in the past, and just frankly, in coupling that with the in totality of the movement, the American Indian, the Aboriginal, whatever you want to call it, movement, y'all are entirely too reliant upon rhetoric. Your reliance upon rhetoric is really going to be an Achilles heel for you in this conversation.
Give me an example when you say rhetoric.
I mean, you guys take things, right, and then you conflate things, or you put tens on twos and things like that. That's what I mean by rhetoric. So you don't actually just speak the facts, because the facts are in total opposition with y'all conclusions.
That's his opinion.
So you say we putting tens on twos, huh? So let me ask you this question. You're very well versed in the Bible. Isn't there a verse that said that you cannot add or take away from the Bible? Am I correct?
We can't hear you, Guerilla. We can't hear you. You're breaking up. We can't hear you, brother. You're on mute. You muted yourself.
Hello?
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
So so the verse doesn't say you can't add or take away from the Bible. The verse says you can't add or take away from the Torah.
Okay, so what, you not Torah based, you Bible based?
The Torah.
No, I'm definitely based in the Torah, but specifically the Torah is what is referred to in Deuteronomy 4:2, the verse you're referring to.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. In the Bible, the Torah, is there anywhere in the Bible that it says that the Israelites are American Indian?
Mm-hmm. He too young to look like that.
Brother, you got to get your system working a little better, man. Guerilla Hebrew. You on mute.
Yo, hello.
Okay. You're gonna have a better system than this on the debate, right?
Yeah, no, I'm just using my phone real quick. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, but but you'll find out on Saturday.
Okay, so let me do this because we want to be fair.
That's a stupid answer.
And Me and Nepal, we got some questions that we will ask both of y'all. Peace, Nepal. What's up?
How you doing, Mr. Nepal? Hey, before we go on, I ain't get my answer on that though.
Ask again.
Okay, no problem.
No,
So the brother insisted that I'm putting the 10. I got it. It's cool. So the brother said that I'm putting the 10 on the 10. And so I asked him, isn't there a verse in the Bible, Torah, that says that you cannot add or take away from the Bible? And so I asked, is there any verse in the Bible that states that Hebrew Israelites are American Indians? Yes or no?
I said you'll find out on Saturday.
All right. Brother, he don't want to give you everything right now, brother. He ain't gonna. He's gonna let you find all this out on Saturday.
But see, this
no answer is the answer. No answer is the answer. Where I'm from.
This is what I'm talking about though. When I say you're not even ready for this stage, you don't even know how this works. You'll find out though, brother. It's all. That's all. You gonna find out.
Hey, if I was gonna take you serious, you would have gave me an answer right now. The fact you didn't, I don't take you serious.
Not, brother. So, Nepal, go ahead. You got it. Take it from there.
Yes. Peace to my brothers. Peace to Guerilla Hebrew. Shalom.
Shalom, sis.
Peace to my brother Topcatz.
Peace.
So the questions we have are fair, meaning that they're for both of you. So we're going to ask questions, right? Sonetter decided that we have a list of questions and we're going to give each of you the same question and let you answer them. So I don't know if you need a coin toss, Sonetter, or somebody.
He can go for it. It's cool.
Okay. So the first question is, can you tell us a creation story specifically from the origin of your people, the people that you identify with, like, for instance, your tribe of people or whatever you identify with? Can you give us a specific creation story of your people's cosmogony, cosmology? Who wants to go first?
I could go, Nepal. Just to clarify your question, are you talking about the Israelite people, or are you talking about a more recent people in which I descend from?
So the people who you identify with, priest. So you identify as a Hebrew Israelite. Is there a cosmogony story for your people? Is there a story, like a creation story? So you'll both get that question.
Sir.
Hold on. I'm sorry for breaking your wisdom, brother. Before he answered that question, just for context, sister, like the brother asked, do our genealogy, meaning do our bloodline have to, or are you asking what religion, what our religion is saying, or are you saying what our direct bloodline is saying? Which question are you asking?
So whatever you identify, okay, and thank you for asking for clarification. So whoever you identify with, whatever group you identify with, both of you brothers, that group's creation story, that group's what is the story that you passed down throughout your people? This is how we began.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, understood.
So either one of you could go first. It doesn't
matter. Yeah. So pursuant to the Israelite creation story, we have our creator who creates lesser luminaries or powers up under him, and then assigns them to create the physical universe, create matter, develop and form the earth and the heavens, and then go through the process of preparing the earth for the people in which he was set upon it to rule it. So you can find this in Genesis. If you read Genesis in English, frankly, you're gonna you'll have no idea what's going on. If you read Genesis in English, it's done zero justice in English. Like even the first word, many people are familiar with the word Bereshith, and they always talk about Bereshith. It means in the beginning. Bereshith does not even truly mean in the beginning. It means like in chief, meaning the chief things that were created are the heavens and the earth. Right, so these are the chief creations, or what we see in the sky, and the ground in which that we walk upon. So it's found there in Genesis. But like I said, in short, we have a creator. He creates lesser powers and assigns them to create the physical world in which we live.
Thank you very much. Now, Brother Topcatz, if you need me to repeat the question, or
no, ma'am, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
me, I represent the Coastal Nation. Our origin story. One of our origin stories is a migration that comes out of Mexico with the Mayans. We have another story that ties to Okmulgee Mounds in Macon, Georgia, and so and also Nayawaya Mounds down in Mississippi. And so our origin story, creation story, comes from that, and it derives around agriculture gods. And to simplify it.
Okay. All right. I think I'm muted. Oh, I'm not muted. Great. So, Sonetter, whenever you want to jump in, you know you can, or you just
And can I ask Hebrew a question? It's pertaining to the question that was just asked.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, brother, Guerilla, when you gave your oral story of the Israelites, are you a direct descendant of the Israelites by blood, brother?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you come to that conclusion?
Because of the descendancy, the bloodline of which I come from, obviously, and family history coupled with biblical history, history of West Africa, things of that nature.
So you're from West Africa?
Of course.
What part of West Africa, if you don't mind me asking?
Benin.
Okay, so I'll stop here for now, and then we can comment on everything that's happening so far. But what do you guys think? What do you think of the question? And the question that Guerilla Hebrew wouldn't answer about what verse actually says that the American Indians are in the Bible, or are the Israelites?
Who going first?
I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows how it's connected, or just answer the questions like a question that he could just answer.
I don't think he should be able to answer right now, seeing that he has a debate tomorrow. Also,
that's a question. He should have just answered that question.
He answers it because one, there is a Egyptian bird that's counter crossed with the American bird, which they want to call the eagle, and then which is associated with a buzzard. And they in Egypt they called it it's not a buzzard, it's a different bird, and I have it rolling in my notes because I took Egyptian history.
We're not talking about. I thought we was talking about the Indians.
Okay, but we talking about birds. I thought we were talking about birds.
No, he said that. Is there a verse in the Bible that says that the Hebrew Israelites were Indians?
Okay, well then you're talking about the 12 tribes,
huh?
Exactly.
Yes,
I don't think they do. I personally don't think they do.
That's the only way you're gonna get it. That's the only way you're gonna get an Indian.
But how do you go about to tie the 12 tribes to America? Which we'll get further in it, but the only way you could tie it to America is through the transatlantic slave trade. But there'll be a point that Guerilla Hebrews like, we're not debating that. How are you not debating that? Because if you're saying that the Hebrew Israelites, how you know you're a Hebrew Israelite is you're out of Africa, then now you have to now get to the point of how did the American Indians become Israelites as well, right?
Come on.
Yes, but guess what though? See, that's when he asked him where was he from, and he said West Africa. And see, and what you don't understand is that they tied his mom to dang, what was that he said? Like his family, technically, they're lighter skin. They became lighter as they started having more mixed kids, but mixed kids in Africa, not mixed kids in the States. So he's underestimating him if he thinks that Guerilla Hebrew doesn't know a single thing about Africa. You can forget that. He knows everything about Africa. Yeah, Haiti. There you go.
There you go.
His bloodline stronger in Africa than some black folks.
It is. I thought his mom was half European.
No, Haitian.
Wait a minute. Guerilla Hebrew's mother is European.
They tied his mother and his grandmother back to Haiti.
On his dad's side. His
What's
mom.
mother.
His
Mother.
mother's white.
Well,
His mother.
if we go by his DNA test, okay,
Yes, his DNA
everybody
test. Yeah.
dropping in
Yeah.
or anything,
Yeah. They
he's not
tied it.
African. He's not African at all. He
No.
doesn't have
Yes,
more
he
than
is. He
he had
is. He is.
3%
He
of
said
it.
it. Yeah.
He
He
had
said it. He tied it
3%.
all back. All back.
So now, if you just have a percentage, you're African. Any percentage,
Not a
it doesn't matter.
percentage. No, he has more than a percentage.
No, I
That's why
think
he said
his
he's from West
mother.
Africa.
Yeah, he has 3%.
No, his
I
mother's
don't know
white
what
He has
and
y'all
the
his
talking
same
about.
dad
amount
is
of
That
black.
man's
Native
mother is white.
American.
Sorry.
What people
Yeah, his
denied
mother is
the
white.
Indians of saying they denied the Indians for saying, "Oh, how much Native you have 3%?" He has 3% of African. That's it. He did his
Yeah,
ancestry
it's
DNA.
true. That's
He
true.
only
That's
has
true.
3%.
No, I'm gonna have to verify that 3%. He has more than
Well, how
3%.
much percent?
Though.
That
How
was
much
what his
percent of
DNA test
European?
Only
said.
one can
Oh,
talk at a time. It'll start getting discombobulated.
Okay, I'll wait because I
the
want to.
Dodge, did you see that where he did his DNA test?
I didn't see a DNA test, but I do remember him
Who
saying
can have a
that
big
his
percentage
mom.
and his mama's
Listen,
white?
wait, Freedom. That his mom is white, I believe, and his dad is the one that has the, the African blood, if I understand correctly.
And he's made it a point to study up on everything Africa. So again, he's going to get underestimated because that's his area of study. That's how he ties Israel, of them being from Israel, the 12 tribe chart, all the way up to this moment. That's why he's not afraid to go in. And he's like, okay, the shit I'm gonna tell you during this debate is gonna shock you,
It's
because
gonna
that's
shock
always
me
been his
too.
area
I
of
think you're
study.
gonna give him a little bit more credit than what I've ever heard of him say.
Yeah,
But go
his area
ahead.
has always been African studies, period.
Peace, OTK. Okay, so my question is how much European in our blood do we have to find to say that we do have European in us, to find out how much African in us do we claim?
That's what I want to know.
Okay, but if you hold on though, but if you tie it back to if you go back to roundtable game studies of the Liberians, if you've ever seen the Liberians, if you've ever seen different people in that area, they damn near look white, right? And they're straight up from Africa. So it depends on where you're coming from in Africa, because we already know that some of Africa definitely could pass for white.
Hey, Lady Kier.
No,
right?
This is my question.
No, I understood your question, but I'm just saying when we tie it back to what Africans look like, that's why it's so diverse, because the colors there go from extreme light to extreme dark. And we have to keep that in mind.
Right there.
Right, but if we black and we go and do our DNA and we find out we have European in us and they say 3-5%, then we know that part to be true. But if we go back and we have 3-5% or somebody of a different race and they have 3-5% African in them, then that can't be true. Why?
Yeah, well, less than 10%, I agree, doesn't really count, because you are what you are. But his dad, his dad is Haitian. His mom is from someplace, I guess, in Europe. And it really depends on who raised him and what type of culture did they raise him. So we're talking about as it pertains to this debate.
DNA.
His area of knowledge will be more of an interest and not where he comes from. If his area of knowledge or his area of studies is African studies, and then we're saying as it pertains to the debate, then that's what we're going on. How much does he know about Africa in order to be able to tie it in to this 12 tribe chart, right? And to tie it into that those people were also from the nation of Israel.
Okay, but hold up. That has nothing to do with my question. My question
No, it doesn't. Don't have a single thing, boo. Not a
so
single
my
thing.
question is again, because Lady Kiera saying under 10% don't count. So if we saying as black people, right, as melanated people, if 10% of European, under 10% of European does not count for us to say we got 10% of European in our blood, then that doesn't count. Then if the other people that has, when they go down and find they got 10% of African in them, then that doesn't count. Then that
but I thought you said it don't have nothing to do. Okay, so we're talking about the debate or something completely different.
Because this is what I'm saying. Because when other people that's not black say that they got 10 or 5% of African in them, then it's a problem. But when
No, we don't care about that. We don't care about that. No, we don't. It's not a problem. We don't care about. We don't care about nobody's 10%, whether they was white or black. We don't care about your 3.5%.
Can I finish?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, just so I ain't got to answer it when you're done. I don't care about nobody.
Right now, but let me finish tonight. What I'm saying is, just like with, okay, because he's the example right now, because he said he had whatever percentage of African in him. Now everybody got a problem. But when we say we got the same percentage of European in us, that's not a problem. That's a problem.
No.
You said you wasn't going to answer it, Deshaun.
Hold on. Dr. said he had 3%. That cleared all of that up right then and there. Oh, he only has 3%.
Oh yeah, give me a moment. I'm pulling it up that he's R1B haplotype, but let me get it.
Go ahead, Dot. What you were saying, baby.
Y'all can talk.
Why is it good for one but bad for the other? That's all I'm saying.
Go ahead, Dot.
Bad all the way around.
You should be equal.
All right, so listen, y'all know. Listen, just to give y'all a heads up, just to let the cousins in the chat know, I'll be able to join into the chat a little bit more naturally in about another 30 minutes or so. Okay, your girl's a little bit busy, but I wanted to say in reference to that is for me, Sakina, that's not really a big issue. Whether or not it's 3%, 5%, 10%, I don't think that's not a problem. That's not a problem.
Shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be.
Right.
No, it shouldn't be.
It's not even It's not even a thing. It's not even a real thing. You got 3% hanging out there. What is you saying? What are we even talking about?
I'm saying, why are they saying he don't have Africa? Listen to me, Dots.
I never said that.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying. It is being said that he don't have African in him, but yet we can still say we have.
Who said that?
In us. It's being denied that he don't have African in him.
Right, but I'm trying to figure out who denied it and who said it.
Right.
I'm confused.
Yeah, because I don't think anyone denied he has African. We're talking about
nobody said that. That's why I was confused.
And in his 23andMe, he did the percentage. They're online, and I'm having a hard time even finding the original video of it as far as where he did it. But he exposed this, and he does not have a majority of African DNA. So the question was, I think, as far as it is, when we're holding these things up, and African is said, it's like, oh, if you have it's one drop rule. Oh, you're African as long as you have African percentage. But when people are going saying there's something else, then it's like, oh, what percentage of that are you? Because the percentage matters. Why is it that we're lumping these people? As long as they say they're African, it doesn't matter their percentage. They're African. But if someone says they're Indian, it matters the percentage. That's
right.
It don't matter.
No. I'm with what you're saying, Dulcinea. You're saying no matter how much of a percentage somebody says that they're African, according to the ones that fit their narrative, they're African. But soon as somebody say that they want to choose to be the native side, the European side, the Spanish side, or whatever, then that's the problem. They can't do that. But
that's what I'm saying.
Just because you got a little bit of African in you,
I was just
not African in you, it's okay to be African. Why can't people just be what they want to be?
That's my initial question. Why is it when you have this much in you, you can't be that, but when you got this much in you, you can be? That's my exact question. Why is it that way?
Okay,
so, can I ask?
I don't know. 3%.
Young man's mother, and I don't want to make it about Guerilla Hebrew, but what I'm saying is, if my mom was European and my dad was African American, I'm not going to say, "Oh, well, I'm African American," knowing I'm sitting over here with this European mama.
Right.
That's not, I mean.
Exactly.
Unless you have a chocolate drop child.
And then if his dad took his DNA, he come find out he got some European in him too. So which one is more?
Exactly.
I think in terms of the argument, y'all, like for the debate tomorrow, I think that's where Topcatz definitely can really get on his head, literally, because remember, as a Hebrew, he identifies through the patrilineal. He feels like your bloodline comes through the father and not the mother. So there's been Guerilla Hebrew has been on record saying, pretty much saying that he will disown his mother because of the fact
Yes, he was. He was.
Yes,
he's not,
yes.
that he will, right, because she's not of African or melanated descent,
Oh,
right?
he has
Yeah.
said
That he will
horrible things.
disown
And
his
because
mama.
African studies is his strong suit. He's been studying African
I
studies
don't
for
know
So
why you
you
years and years
disown,
and years.
hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Let me just finish. So just on that alone, by you saying that you would, and it has nothing to do with the fact that, oh, it's because I want to be more African or more this. What he's saying is that it's biblical, it's religious. You know what I mean? That
Yes,
he can do so and he's allowed to do so, right? Because his bloodline goes through the father and not the mother,
and not the
right?
mother. Yeah,
And not the mother. And
that
he
don't
has
make
yeah.
no
it right
problem
though. That don't make
disowning.
it
I
a fact.
agree. And that's the foul part. And that's where Top Cat definitely gonna get on his, should be on his top for
Right,
real.
and your mother
And
is
getting
your
his
strong
behind
gate
about
too.
that.
I believe that too,
Absolutely.
David. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
gonna
he's still Topcatz just can't underestimate what Guerilla Hebrew knows. Just in case he's never heard Guerilla Hebrew
they're
debate or
very
even
good
talk
friends
about things
anyway.
before. He would have to go back to some of his older videos to know where Guerilla Hebrew is really coming from, and
And
he's coming from a
he
strong point
has
because
He's
he's
not
even
been doing
too
this
much
a
even
lot
there.
of
on his
years.
He's
channel,
just
he
being
has gone
disrespectful,
back. But I think
but
God
he ain't
makes
say too much.
a good point of that, because what we know, whether you want to call them American Indians, whether you want to call them Abos, whether you call them Native Americans, what we know of the culture here is that it is matriarchal. Like they always go by the mother. So how is it now that those people are Hebrew Israelites when Hebrew Israelites have definitively said they go by the father? And you know who goes by the father? Africans. So that's true. That's true in Africa, they go by the father, but in America, they don't. So here's another instance where culturally it's not aligning for you to claim these people as Hebrew Israelites.
Wait, not all
Mhm.
African cultures
African
Yeah,
run
not
through
all
the
of them, because
father. That's
Well,
not
yeah,
true.
not
Nigeria
all
is
African
That is
patriarchal,
not
cultures.
because
true.
they
A
don't. They
lot
live
of
at the
There is a
mother's
African
lot of
border
cultures,
and
but a
mother
lot of
matrilineal,
Africa,
mother
yes.
a
a
father.
lot
lot of
of
African cultures
matrilineal,
are
Exactly.
patriarchal, and
that's
it's not
true.
that they
But
believe that
By
the
father.
mom
Okay,
isn't
one
at
at a
the
time.
yeah, 1 second. It's not that they. Oh, I don't want to say like it's all, but it's not that they believe like the mom is non-existent or not important. But from what they do, as far as when you marry into a family or anything, or when someone has a kid or anything, the tribal allegiance of the kids end up following the father, because it would be all like discombobulated trying to have a child be like he's from two separate tribes. They
No,
usually
it depends on where you're coming from, because Nigeria is strictly matriarchal, not patriarchal, and that's why the women run things in
Ghana
Nigeria.
is like that as well. Because
Yes,
Ghana
so it
also
depends.
means grandma, it also means mother, and it's also the king, it's also the queen. So we
Yes,
already know that. So that's
yes.
it's
You
far
got some
from
super strong tribes in
right.
Africa that is strictly matriarchal, and so it really depends on which side you come from.
But
Right.
then, like Nigeria is mostly Yoruba and are the
They
Yoruba,
are
and
matriarchal, honey.
the Yoruba
Matriarchal.
tribe doesn't go by
Very
your mom; it goes by your
Igbo
father.
tribe, but the Igbo tribe now, and my
Um,
godson is Igbo, and
Evil, yeah.
yes, and it's very much different.
Yeah, the
Strictly
Igbo is a little
matriarchal.
different, but
I
we
will.
know the Yoruba tribe is the majority of Nigeria. So again, we're not talking about an all thing; we're talking about a majority. And in Nigeria, I know the Yoruba goes by father lineage. And again, it's not saying F the mother. The mother has no say. The mother isn't the head of the household or anything, because that's not what we're talking about. The mom, usually in most African cultures, the woman is the head of her home. She's the one that controls what happens in and out the home, anything like that. But it's about what tribe you are. And for
Right,
Yoruba,
it is the
for the
motherland.
Yoruba people, it goes by your father. Now you said the Igbo does it. That may be true, but I wouldn't say they're majority Nigeria. So where are the majority tribes that actually say you are your mother's tribe? Not that not that it's like, oh, we hate women. No, they say you're your mother's tribe. We know that's mainly in America, but where else?
But wait a minute, can I say
Now,
something? Lady,
hold on.
oh my
Wait a
God.
minute, Freedom. Hold on. Dustin, in America, we say mama's baby and papa's maybe.
Right.
Go ahead, Freedom. Take it away.
Exactly.
What
religion goes by.
What Lady Kira just had up there, she was saying you could be who you want to be, but it'll never change who you are. Who are you if you're mixed up like Frankenstein? Who are you? So you get to choose which one out of the Frankenstein that you want to be. It's like somebody put an arm here from a white person, an arm here from an African person, a leg here from the Native Americans, a leg here from some other race, and you say, "Well, I'm African."
Well,
No, wait a minute.
Unfortunately, real quickly though, but unfortunately, we don't even have that power because what I do know is that those identifiers are done for us. Okay, so this is why we're having these types of conversations. If you grew up in America like we all did, those types of conversations have been done for us, right? So even that idea of who are we have already been identified. And this is where, we do it on the census, it's in the history books, right? All of these classifications. So I think that who you are is what your genetic disposition, which you are genetically made up of. We know that there are certain, depending on your genetic makeup, right? You will be, let's say that some are more predisposed to certain illnesses, or like sickle cell anemia, for example, right? 7 out of 10 people of African descent either have the trait of sickle cell or they have sickle cell anemia. A lot of people don't even know they have the trait. So you mixture of everything. You can't deny. I know personally for me, that's never been my argument. My argument just has been, just don't be trying to move the goalpost every 10 years. Like, you know what I mean? I'm cool on where I am. You know what I mean? Nobody can tell me that, I'm good on my end, but like, we can't be trying to redefine geography, redefine land masses, redefine history, redefine. Because then it sounds like cultural appropriation and just starting to jack stuff because it sounds good. And my thing always is, how can we be so powerful and build so everything, but yet lost control over everything? And I'm confused.
You might be confused. I'm not. What I'm saying is, people choose what they want to choose out of their DNA that they want to be. Now, European could take their blood test. Now, everybody's supposed to be from Africa anyway. According to what the majority of the science say, everybody started at this African, out of African theory, okay? But when white people take their DNA, they might have a little teeny weeny percentage of Africa, 1%, 2%. And like Jabari said last night, what was that place that he said they have a very little bit of African in them, and some of them you won't even find African in their DNA? What place was that he said last night? I can't remember. It'll come up when Jabari's talking though. What I'm saying is, people choose to be out of that DNA what they choose to be from that, what they look like. But if you really want to look at it like that, you are mixed up of quite a few things. So we can say we African according to what the out of African theory is. Everybody comes from Africa anyway. So European people might as well go around saying they African. Everybody might as well say they're African. Because according to Jabari last night, everybody's related and everybody comes from Africa. So everybody might as well start saying they're African.
Jabari didn't say
European
that.
people, he did.
No, he didn't. According to the chart in old boy mathematics.
Are you going to tell me that Jabari didn't say it and I was listening like that?
Jabari did not.
I don't even know what part you're saying that Jabari didn't say.
According to Pangea, the scatter.
I'm not going there. I'm not going there. I'm talking about what I'm talking about. I don't want to talk about Pangea or the Atlantic.
And the walk across Africa was a.
What Jabari said. I want to finish what I'm saying. Then you can go into whatever you can, Sakina. Can I finish what I'm saying?
Okay,
then you go whatever you
didn't say that.
According to Jabari, according to most of the ones that come on, Reggie, all of them say that everybody's from Africa. That everybody's from Africa.
Land mass.
Everybody is from Africa. I don't want to go into
They
that.
want to be. They want to be. I don't see how that's incorrect.
Don't get mad.
I'm talking about. I want to be cool. I want to finish what I'm saying. That's what's making me mad. Damn, no, every time I say something, somebody's talking through me, it's getting on my nerves.
But you also interrupt sometimes.
I'm serious. I'm serious.
You also interrupt.
But I'm not interrupting right now. You are.
Ooh,
what I'm
okay.
saying is I want to
finish.
finish.
Well.
So can I finish, please? I'm not finished. Just talk. Good. I'm not even going to finish.
Okay, well, Sakina, let's carry on.
Well, the their patriarchal, the Hebrew Israelites.
I don't know what you meant by
but
that.
Even if we take it, Africans don't even get into this equation until we start talking about the transatlantic slave trade. But if we're talking about American Indians, are we talking about Africans?
No, I guess according to them, they just stole everybody. Because they didn't steal Africans, they just stole people. Let them tell it then. If they didn't steal Africans, and then at the same time, if the Indians or if the Negroes were already here, why did they go to Africa to steal Negroes when it was already Negroes here? Why didn't they just
when somebody else talk, they just combobulate what you
why
say?
Why did they just
not letting you
Negroes
finish
here and just make those Negroes? Why did they have to go to Africa to steal Negroes? Why didn't they just keep the Negroes that were already here? It was enough Negroes here to make slaves. Why did they have to go to Africa to import Negroes to make slaves when it was all these Negroes running around here? Why?
They made them slaves too.
No, well, they had enough. It was enough Negroes over here, according to Ali's chart. It was enough Negroes already here. Ali's chart had.
Ali didn't say that. Ali didn't say that. Ali never said that.
Ali's chart had a bunch of Negroes already here.
Questions. That's what Topcatz
did say. Look, Ali said
no, Ali never said that.
Ali said it had a bunch of Negroes here, enough Negroes that they didn't even need to go there to get no Negroes.
Yeah, that's what he said, Sakina. Look, he said, look, Ali said it wasn't nothing but 3,500 stolen from the transatlantic slave trade. And he said it was 3,600,000,000 people already here in North America.
Let's go in order again.
Whether they stole from Africa or not, where is that really coming up in the date? The question becomes, are American Indians African? And if they are African, when did they become African?
I guess when they stopped being indigenous. Because he said, he really said that there was literally like, only on the transatlantic that could be was like something like 35,000 people. That's what he said. 35,000 people. That didn't make sense. How can 35,000 people only be stolen from the transatlantic? And then it was 300,000 blacks already here, he said.
Anyway, okay, I'm gonna take women. Just say you ready to go.
We're about to go back in order. Nisha, did you have anything?
Yeah, we gotta go in order. I can't.
Y'all already know how I feel about it. Pretty much. I mean, just sitting back and hearing all of the banter and the back and forth. At the end of the day, I know we're doing it on the sake of the debate, and that's fine. But for me, just to think about the debate, you're gonna walk away with it, whatever. Pretty much, you already went into it, because you got a lot of people that just want to watch it just because. But you got a lot of people, like, for me, if I chose to watch it, I don't agree with Topcatz, nor do I agree with Guerilla Hebrew. So to me, it'll just be entertainment, because I'm not going to walk away with anything, period.
Okay, is it back up to me now?
Yeah, it's back up to you.
Okay.
Down, girl, get yours in.
Damn.
You're so sexy when you mad.
She's sexy for her show. She's sexy for her.
No, please let her speak.
Okay, I'm done.
God, today. Stick a thing in it or something. I don't know what to say. Yeah.
We see your mouth, but we don't see you moving.
Anywho, see, God, today, you better hurry up and talk, because if you don't, anything, anyway, like I'm saying, people, because they have other races inside of them, and that they have the right to choose which one they want to choose. They want to choose which one they want to choose. If they want to choose the part that is Indian or Native American, or however they want to put it, that's their right to choose that part. Just like it's our right to choose that if we want to choose the African side. So you saying if somebody has European in them, say their mama or their grandmama was European, they can't say, well, I'm mixed breed. They don't have the right to do that. They mama sitting up here big white as snow, but they don't have a right to say I'm mixed breed. I mean, I'm trying to figure that out. Why can't people choose what they want to choose and live their life the way they want to live their life? They don't. This big argument. Now I can see if Jabari was saying last night that about the Africans, he don't agree with somebody saying that the African slave trade didn't take place. Okay. He don't agree with it. And there's a lot of people that don't agree with it, but it's still not going to change the fact that if somebody told them that their family came from an Indian tribe, they don't have the right to say that. I mean, they downplay, talk this stupid, this, that, and other. My mama told me we have Indian descents. This person mama told them they got African descent. Okay. They choosing that part of their DNA or their life. I just don't see what the big deal is, personally. Except they might want to say, they saying that he's saying he didn't agree with the slave trade. That's the only thing I could see them being mad at. Because ain't no way in the world you're going to tell a person what they should choose to be in life. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying if he's saying that everybody's from Africa with the out of Africa theory, well, damn it, everybody should say they're from Africa. They're Africans. And everybody don't say it. And there's a lot of Spanish friends I got that don't even want to admit they got any African in them, period. A lot of my people that I know, and I be sitting arguing, yo, you do got African. Yeah, y'all got some African, and that's how y'all got part African in you. And they like denying it, like, no, we don't. And there's a lot of other races that'll do that too. So I'm saying people choose what they want to choose to be. That's all I was saying.
Okay, so and I will say the link, give us about like 10 to 15 more minutes. The link is about to drop in the chat for people to come up and join the conversation as well. But what I would say is when it comes to that, and when we get to Jabari, and that was going to be the debate with Aboriginal power, but he kind of dropped out of it. But when we're talking about the
kinda.
Yeah, because he was talking about America first and different things like that. But when we're talking about the Hebrews versus the American Indians, like one of the both things of that is they're saying that Black people are misinformed about who they really are. So now, though, we have to get to the point where this debate is not saying, oh, Black people the Hebrew Israelites, but this debate is saying, are American Indians the Hebrew Israelites? So for the
and I'm saying he didn't kind of dropped out. He dropped out.
Oh, yeah. He dropped out. Yeah, my bad.
Exactly.
He ain't doing that debate no more. It's about to be a lesson from Jabari because he dropped out. But when we're talking about like the American Indians, for the most part, everybody says the American Indians are Native Americans. So are the Native Americans Hebrew Israelite? And then if you do acknowledge that the American Indians are indigenous to America, what makes them Hebrew Israelite? It's just a lot of conflating. Now I can understand if Guerilla Hebrew is gonna start bringing in the mixtures and the if African slaves were mixing with the American Indian slaves or anything like that, But if you don't know specifically that the father was one of the African slaves, then again, how are we just lumping in all American Indians to be Hebrew Israelites? And what we're getting into is maybe the faults of that 12 tribe chart to say, is that 12 tribe chart real? Of course, majority of us is not real because the Bible is not real. But with the argument of the 12 tribe chart, how did even American Indians get involved in this? But here you go, Docs.
I don't know. I felt. Listen, I think that it only becomes a problem in terms of how a person identifies themselves is if you make it a problem for how you identify yourself. Like I said before, and I stay on this point. How we self-identify is our right to choose, right? Rock out, right? But the bottom line is that when we walk outside that door and we intermix, okay, we are already classified, okay? And we are it happens. It's already there. The language is already there. It don't matter. And I think the problem becomes where and for me it's always about the disrespect, right? Because when how do I say this, y'all? How do I say this? It's the disrespect, right? Right? And it's the disrespect to science, it's the disrespect to changing stories, it's the disrespect to changing the landmass, it's the disrespect I feel like just swagger jacking every single place and claiming it as something that's yours or ours. So again I say, find you use your genealogy, yes, with stories, and then back that up with some kind of DNA, and keep on searching for you. I think the mixiness and the confusion and issues come when we're looking to other people to figure our stories out. Can't do that, right? So how a person chooses to identify is how they choose to identify. That's their individual human right. At the end, I know I really don't care. Like personally, I could care less how you. I am not interested in changing anybody's mind. Believe you me, I got bigger fish to fry. Okay, but I do know when I walk outside that door, other people see me how they see me, and I did not create that, right? So I get why we keep having these conversations, but I want to make it plain again for the 1,000th time. Do not personally, I don't care how a person self-identifies. I have said it time and time again. We are an admixture of many things. Being black in America or indigenous to America or native to America, that is everyone's story. Ain't nothing magical about that story. Okay? We are a melting pot. Okay? Of many different things. I think that we are all clear on that. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's all I got to give. But I know in terms of the debate tomorrow, I think it's going to be very entertaining. Very entertaining. I think that when it comes from the Hebrew side, there's a lot of pseudoisms in it, and when it comes to the Afro side, there's a lot of pseudoisms in it. But that's my personal thing, and I stand on that. That's about it. Jem, you got it, or Nisha? I don't know who's next.
It's Gemini, then Sakina, then Nisha.
Listen, wasn't that Chief Tyrone McAneese last night with them glasses on and that and that red shirt? He was Jehovah Nisi last night. Everybody kept saying that's Tyrone. Is that Tyrone McAneese? Is that Tyrone?
I mean, he does say he's a Messiah, but he's not the Holy Ghost. Maybe when we link, Chief Tyrone can come up and clear that up for us.
There you go. Come on up here. Hit the link.
Goes. He said no. Right. Like, yeah, I was like, let's not get too far into the Bible there.
He said no.
Y'all knows that we holler and act crazy at times, but y'all know we love each other.
Right. He said no.
I like the we. I like we. I don't know about the we thing. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was
we
so
act
funny.
crazy.
He was on there like he was like, "No, I'm not the Holy Spirit. I'm Jehovah Nisi." And the Paul kept saying that's all feminine. He was like, "Nah, I'm Jehovah Jireh," and he was like, "That's feminine too." He was like, "Nah, I'm Jehovah."
What you mean you don't know about what we think, Dot?
Look. Ran right into my lane. It's so easy to gaslight you, Freedom. It's so easy.
So spicy tonight.
I didn't know what you was
I'm
talking about.
messing with her. Yeah, it's so easy.
Or were you talking about
so
something
easy.
I said?
No, Mama, it has nothing to do with you, baby.
Okay.
Listen, Freedom Bay, you ain't gonna be on
You
here
know,
spicy all
I
night.
wasn't. I was asking
all
her.
night
I thought she
long.
seen something in the
You
chat.
better chill out. I don't know what's going on. I
Yep.
don't know what's going on tonight. Y'all
See,
gotta stop
Gemini getting
playing.
on my nerves. Her and Sakina.
That's I thank you. I thank you so much because listen, you had to have a bulletproof soul, and I thank you. I owe you one.
Who?
A bulletproof soul.
I owe you one. Doc. You
Oh,
took that
me. Oh,
from me.
yeah. I stood in front of you for that. I had to.
You
Look at
did.
her face.
I thank you.
I'm glad you caught it.
Mm-hmm.
He busy, so he busy. You over here trying to instigate.
Well, goddamn.
We need Sophie on this. What's his
Sound like
name?
Nisha, you sound like what's his name? Oh God.
My God.
No,
My
but
God.
for real, I do want to say, I do want to really, really emphasize this because I know that when we do come live, you know, a lot of times they're like, you in the audience, listen, we get at each other like this, but only we can do that. You know what I mean? Like only unscripted minds can do that. And really and truly, it's nothing but love. Like it doesn't
Oh,
come
that
from
go
any
real
kind of
rap,
negative
y'all.
space.
We
Mm-mm.
And I
know
want to
you
emphasize
late.
Drop
that.
the link to real rap because I'm gonna get with him. I wanted to get with him last night.
Oh my gosh, real rap. She's the, you know, don't let her hate
Hit the
on you
link, real
tonight.
rap.
Make sure you hit the link and get her when we do drop it.
You get your butt.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
what did he do, Freedom?
I don't know, but it just because they was getting
Cause
smart with
he,
Dr.
cause he was up there.
Oh, okay.
Cause they said no, they said he was defending Guerilla Hebrew. No, he was
Oh,
defending
his wife. I mean, no, he was defending. And I love Jabari, but he was defending
Jehovah. He was
Jabari.
defending Jehovah Holy Spirit.
I know he wasn't defending him.
No, it was
That man was crazy. No, he was defending Jabari.
yeah, he was defending Jabari. There you go.
Wait a minute. So Topcatz was Dr. Ali was left up there by himself, and he was like, "Come on, what's up? What's up? What's up?" Y'all know he from the nation, so you know he got hands, right?
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, Topcatz was like, "Wait a minute," because this how it was. Topcatz was on his show, right? And he happened to tune back in, you know, because he had left for a minute. He said, "Wait a minute, is that my boy on there?" Hold on, they trying to bang my brother. Come on, hold on. Next thing I know, Topcatz came in. Topcatz was like, "What's up? What's up?" Keep boom, 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 boom. When Topcatz came on, right? And Dr. Ali was saying over here, he was still, you know what I'm saying? He was doing like this he was blocking everything Jabari was saying and stuff. And just like Sidnetta, here goes Sidnetta. He done put Topcatz down. So now Jabari, and he said, I guess Sidnetta said, they're going to kick a fair one.
Oh, it got that bad? I missed that
They
part.
going to kick
I
a
didn't
fair
see that
because
it
he
got bad.
knew. He
But
knew.
not instigating all
He knew
night long.
if Dr. Ali and if Dr. Ali and Topcatz was up there and they was doing the rope with dope. And by this time, Topcatz had pulled Jabari down and had him down on the ground. He was, he was just like, right. So I heard that everybody in chat was like trying to help. They couldn't get in because it was, you know. And I'm just saying, I guess I didn't say they're gonna go one-on-one. I'm saying that's how I seen it.
Wait, and look at this Sinetta instigating all night. He's talking about look back. He's talking about telling people, well, y'all be sitting here saying the Savior gonna come. Y'all don't recognize him when he come. Y'all gonna get left behind in
And
the
I see
rapture.
people in the chat saying, y'all know that going well. But Jabari was hanging in there.
Jabari was taking their ass and giving them numbers.
I seen Jabari. As Jabari was on the ground, because Dr. Ali, I mean, no, who had him on the ground? It was
never,
I seen Jabari like this.
Never.
Jabari was whooping him so tough. Sonetta had to put a commercial.
I seen Jabari do like this.
Sonetta had to put a commercial break on and show him who they was messing with.
Yeah.
Jabari, Sonetta had to show a video showing them how Jabari was whooping them because they
Jabari don't need any defending. He's a grown man.
Jabari don't need no defending because Jabari was whooping ass, all kinds.
I'm biased because
Everybody versus Jabari. Everybody versus Jabari.
That was terrible.
Jabari
hit him so tough, it was terrible.
Aboriginal hands.
It was terrible. And I was tearing them up in the lane. That's why Sister Bessie left. It was terrible. It was terrible.
I ain't see Sister
Bessie.
That's why, because I made her leave.
Sister Bessie didn't have a leg to stand on. She did not have a leg to stand on.
I'm not even going to get into it. I saw it the way I seen it.
Terrible.
Y'all seen it the way y'all seen it. And that's how it was. It was a whole fight. You understand what I'm saying? Jabari did hit back.
It was absolutely terrible.
They
can't stand Jabari.
No, they can't stand Jabari.
At the end of the day,
ass so quick.
I love Jabari. Ali came up with why did they go to Africa? Because Ali numbers didn't come out right. And then the seventh grader proved his knowledge. The seventh grader proved his knowledge to be wrong. That's awful when a seventh grader makes a grown man look ridiculous when a seventh grader. You're not smarter than a seventh grader. That's
God. He said, "Well, he came on and said, well, I booked him with a fourth grade book."
Okay.
Oh my goodness! And he was so proud with that big piece of chicken. He held it up like a fifth grader, like, "Look at this, y'all! I did this by myself." And then he put up a whole website showing them, "Look at here."
Showing them, and then he hit the video on their ass. Then he hit the video.
A seventh grader can do better than that, Ali. Take that.
Oh God!
So that's Ali got. So Ali got overdosed again by.
He got really good strategy when he's like talking.
It don't take strategy.
He got knocked out.
Really good strategy, Freedom.
Ali got knocked out again. He got rolled.
Yes.
Ali got his.
Listen, Dot. Jabari pulled out a source, and then he sat here and hit their ass with the source on top of the source. Then hit their ass with the video.
Damn.
Gemini, I need you to say exactly how it was. Are you saying that now? I mean, maybe I didn't have my glasses on. So, but what are you saying is that
Jabari hearing aid
and hit him upside his head with the source?
Oh, he did. He whooped their ass with that source. All he pulled up was one, and it was shit. Y'all could defend it. They could have defended. Yeah, right. I mean, he only pulled up one source on their ass, and that one source hit their ass upside the head and made 10 lumps like it was sugar. Lump.
Wait, that must have been before Topcatz came back in.
So in other words,
what you saying
Jabari was just giving headshots.
Girl,
you were just like.
It was magic.
What I couldn't see because I didn't have my glasses on.
No, he said
your hearing aids for that matter.
But that was just one. He told you he had several more, but he just used one.
But y'all know I gotta be a little biased because
more.
But Dr. Ali go back and
use one.
He shut the whole show down with the one source.
He said it was several more, but he gave you a list of several more. But he said, "Here's just one." You know how Jabari do it. You know how
hit play.
He
whipped their ass with that one source. It was unbelievable.
Fake source. He's a.
But Dulcie, why you not saying nothing?
Because it's the truth. What can she say?
Because Dulcie stepped away.
I'm trying to pass forward, so I'm just gonna stop y'all. But here, I'll stop y'all here. I'm gonna present the screen again.
Are you gonna get to the part when they was? No, they gotta put it as somebody.
Hold on, we're gonna play the way in some more here, and then we're gonna address what they say in the way.
He ain't gonna say nothing, but the Hebrew brother ain't gonna say nothing.
What?
Yeah. Wait, y'all. People asking for the link. Should we drop the link? Shall I people up?
No. Go ahead, but listen to a little bit of the way
I'm gonna fight with the little man. I hate bullies. I'm gonna help the bully fight.
Well,
I represent the shrine of my eye.
I don't think Indians are getting bullied at all.
So I don't know nobody's genealogy that's a black person that come from Germany.
You don't? Oh, okay. Well, I think you got do a little more research. I thought I was gonna be ready. I thought I wasn't ready and was gonna drown in this debate. And if you don't know that, you gotta need those type of things.
See how he just smacked him?
Oh, that wasn't Jabari though.
Right. And that's why I wanted to get back to this, because we ain't talking about Jabari. Jabari don't got the debate coming up. Aboriginal Power.
Right. Well, I love Jabari.
I don't know if 2 days gonna be.
Why would I need that? How does black people being from Germany pertain to the topic at all?
Trust me, you'll figure that. It all makes sense.
Would you say real rap? We gonna let you up here, real rap. I'm gonna
in the first round, opening bell, we walk into you in the high go up because we don't feel like you have anything to hurt us. Deuteronomy 28, you're gonna and to keep it in context to the chat, Deuteronomy 28 is he's gonna have to prove that Hebrew Israelites came through the slave trade and that the curses of Deuteronomy are talking about Hebrew Israelites coming through a transatlantic slave trade. So they have his hands full right there.
Now, hold on. Now, I have a quick question. Why would I have to prove that?
Because that's the title.
Hold on. That's not on the topic of the day. That's not in the title. It's Deuteronomy 28. It didn't say Deuteronomy 28 and the transatlantic slave trade. Is that what it says?
You want to know why, brother? Because the title was too long. So if you remember, the first flyer said did the transatlantic slave trade happen? But it was too long for them to put Deuteronomy 28 transatlantic slave trade in there, so they just put Deuteronomy 28. So I just wanted to make sure I gave the people context.
No, hold on. No, not they just put. This is what you chose. You chose to just have it.
Well, I say this is what you agreed because you was on the phone. I talked to you on the phone about this.
Yeah, but you said that you didn't dispute that the transatlantic slave trade happened. That's why we removed that. So I don't have to prove that the transatlantic slave trade is in Deuteronomy 28 at all to prove my point in this debate because it's not a part of the topic, brother.
So let me ask you this here. So did the Hebrew Israelites come through the transatlantic slave trade through Deuteronomy 28?
Listen, of course, but again, it's not.
So we're talking about the same thing. It shouldn't be no problem with the title, brother. If you agree with that, then we're having the same conversation.
No. Again, this topic, like if I wanted to avoid the transatlantic slave trade, if I wanted to, I could because it's not.
Like that's what you're doing. Because if you're saying that they can't, if Deuteronomy 28 is fitting the curses of the transatlantic slave trade.
Right, hold on. Deuteronomy, in all fairness, my brother Guerilla, Deuteronomy 28, the Israelites been saying for so long that they are the ones that came over in the transatlantic slave trade, and that's the Bible prophecy.
There's no disputation of that, right? Okay. But also Deuteronomy 28 is a cyclic prophecy. So there is not just one fulfillment thereof. So I can go through Deuteronomy 28 top to bottom, and I don't necessarily have to hit on the transatlantic slave trade to substantiate anything.
You're gonna lose.
So how you gonna So how you gonna deal with Deuteronomy 28? Because that's pertaining to the slave trade, right, brother?
You're gonna give up 2 rounds if you don't.
The issue is when you're not astute in the literature and you don't understand the history. The curses of Deuteronomy 28 are cyclic, so they occur to the Israelites at times in which we are in sin. So it didn't just happen in the transatlantic slave trade. That's all I'm saying. It didn't just.
Wait a minute. So you're saying it happened multiple times?
Of course, the curses are cyclic. They occur.
So let me ask you this here, because I've been watching some of your videos. I never heard you say that. When did you come up with this? When did you have a change of heart on this, brother, and take it exclusively from the transatlantic slave trade to now it's occurred multiple times?
The problem is, brother, is it's not my fault that you have comprehension issues. That's not.
I'm asking a question, brother, for clarity. I'm not putting anything on you. That's why I'm asking you.
Listen.
Can you help me out?
It's always been like that. There's never been a time where it's not like that.
So GMS taught that.
There's not an Israelite group that doesn't teach that.
So GMS didn't teach that it was the transatlantic slave trade. So what about the poster board that you're holding up?
This is so incredible. Stop, Cats, right? Do me a favor, right? If you would just listen instead of listen to respond, maybe you wouldn't have so many comprehension issues, brother. No one. Again, if I can only talk, it would be amazing. Every time I'm saying something, every time I'm saying something, you can't.
I guess since the it stopped here. We might as well stop here too. We'll let it load up. First off, I do want to address this, and then we can go, Sister Freedom. But where is it? Um, Big Chief Topcatz does not say he's an Abo. He is not an Abo. He is an American Indian, so that's why he has the debate. He's an American Indian, not an Aboriginal. But so I wanted to get to that part because what do you guys think about that of just like taking Deuteronomy 28 or him being like, oh, I don't have to focus on Deuteronomy 28 again because it goes back to the original question of the American Indians being Hebrew Israelites. How are they without Deuteronomy 28?
Well, Sakina said earlier the only thing you can other go by is the 12 tribes, and I guess because the word tribe is on them. But the only other way they can get themselves in to come through the Deuteronomy 28 situation. I don't.
Can you pull it up? Can you pull up Deuteronomy 28?
Like debating this myself. I'm with Nisha on this.
Well, if I can get my little spill in, I want to because it's
not your turn yet.
It is my turn because I didn't get to go after Gemini. Thank you. Now I want to go because it's in the it's kind of in the 12 tribes, but it's also it's kind of in the 12 tribes. It stems from the 12 tribes because somewhere along the line, when the bloodline, it includes all these different people because these are sons, and these sons are part of the 144, right? And so that kind of stems off into the different people, and this is why they agree and then they don't agree at the same time, right? Because they keep saying you are your father's son, right? And so this is why they say the 12 tribes exist and then they don't exist. So when you pull up the 12 tribes, you'll see they all have different races. Okay, but then when we go into history, the history says that the American Indians called these people Jews, and these people were called Jews that came through, and then some of them were non-Indians, and the non-Indians they called Jews, and we're not talking about Hebrews, right? They talking about Canaanites. So you still have to see. That's what I'm saying. So if
I'm not talking about you, Sakina.
Okay.
I'm who's the person who's trying to get
in and out of Palestinian and in and out of Bible. So this is where history and biblical and things cross. So when they talk about Aztec people, the Aztec people that the Malaysians and whatnot talk about, they saying one thing, but then when you talk about American Indians, they say they're people from the water. They're not talking about Aztec. They're talking about a different people of water, and I can't remember the name of it because it's in some notes. And this is two different type of water people. So these are so it's in and out. So these are people from above. So we talking about as above, so below. So these are two different things. So one Indian does not follow a Bible, and the other one does. So much so that it goes with the Moorish Bible and the Moorish laws in the Bible, and the other Indian does not. It doesn't follow anything of a Bible because it's all about spiritual and everything from some of the same things as Hinduism and Buddhism and Kemet, right? And that's that spiritualism as in engulfing in the all. So those Indians go with that. They never followed anything of a man. So they are so into nature and all of that. The other Indians follow a Bible, and they go with the spiritual part and all of the religion and everything. That's the difference between the two. So when you run into those that tell you about that, these are different people. So when you talk about the wars of the Palestinians and the Canaanites and all of this, so it's a cross contradictive. Just like when they talk about the Egypt in America, that part is so it's, I had to study it. So it's so much so that it is true to a fault, because they have had some pieces that some Indians have stayed into that was there before the Indians that got there was there, and they knew that, and then they created and built off of it. And so, and even they have stuff that they made to have duplicated in America and made it to be Egypt in America. And there's so the Mississippi and X, Y, and Z. So that story is stemmed from the 12 tribe chart. So it's kind of cross countered with American history, biblical history, and some other things. That's why they say the things that were not true were once fables that became true, and some things that you knew to be true are not true. So you have to search for the truth. That's why it's that serious. And so now you can't go with when it comes to what somebody believes, then I give up, because I can't go with what you believe. I can only tell you what I know. And then you got to do just like Nisha do when it comes to this, and everybody do with the genealogy and whatnot. You're going to have to do the research, because I can't go with your belief. Wow. I'm already outdone, because your belief is overpowered, and I'm not here to convince you of nothing, because once I show you facts, you can still go with your belief, and I'm outdone. But at the end of the day, believe you me, I'm not going to come back and turn around and risk my life after I told you what I told you, because you and your belief going to have to go head on faith after that point, because I done done my job, and I'm going to go head on. And you believe what you believe, and go head on and cross that bridge when you get there. And if you fall in whatever you fall in, believe that I'm not coming, because I already told you.
Okay. Who's next?
Let Nisha go. No, let Nisha go.
I mean, excuse me.
We'll bring up the scripture here.
Well, it's nothing that I can say that can justify Deuteronomy 28, because it's a fallacy. So in my mind, I cannot create any type of position that can justify all of this BS. So it's not even freaking real. It's not. So I can't make up a storyline in my head to go down this rabbit hole into saying that, oh, he right or he right, because it's all bullshit. I'm done.
Okay, it's my turn. Let me read this, please. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation. And let's make sure that we understand what we read. And the Lord shall bring thee.
Wait, let's read it first, and then we'll go back into it afterwards.
Right, but wait a minute. So we got to do this where people can understand what it's saying, because Nisha just said that this is bull crap. Is this Deuteronomy 28?
Yeah, this is verse 36. Then I'm going to go down to 49 and then go back down to the end as well, because all of that has to do with the
part that really gets me is right here when it says, well, just go ahead. You want to read it or you want me to read it?
Let me read it first, and then we can go into how we feel about it after that. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou or thy fathers have known. And there shalt thou serve other gods, wood and stone. And
okay, right there. Stop right there, Delphi.
Okay.
Stop right there for just a second. Now, did that happen? Did that happen?
Well, it was happening as they wrote it.
No, okay. No, I'm saying, but did this happen to a people? Is what I'm saying.
What happened?
Yeah, it happened to the people.
Absolutely, it happened to a people.
They were doing it too when they printed it out.
Like you're right. I agree with you 100%. I've said that before. I agree with you. Okay, here's another thing. Go to That actually happened. That's not fable. It happened. Rather you want to say it happened to African people or call them Hebrew people. I don't know what people they want to talk about this time, but this was happening to a people. Go to the next one, Delphi.
Wait, before we go to the next one though, because I know you're going on that, but look at what it says. And then I get why Guerilla Hebrew wants to throw it out, because listen to what it says. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. So again, who are American Indians? And if they are indigenous to America, then it's clearly says that it is a place that their fathers have never even known. It's a nation that they've never been to or never known. So how again are the American Indians Israelites if that's the case?
And they've been here. They were already here. So they say.
Exactly.
So they
Unless
know
we're going to say that they weren't. Huh?
Right.
So that's not them. They were already here.
Yes, exactly. So I get why he wants to throw it out, because it's going to kill him. It's going to kill his whole argument. This that the American Indians are part of the 12 tribes.
According to the slave trade, it had a King David on there. So back that up some. Back that up some. Go back to that scripture, because according to the slave trade, the Topcatz pulled
well,
up.
It's for my turn. I want to finish my turn. It's my turn, please.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Dulcinea, because I'm finishing doing my turn while you're doing
I'll go there. We'll stop here and then we'll go further down as it goes. But I'll go into 41. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, and thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity.
Okay, but I wanted you to read 37.
37? Okay. And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee.
That didn't happen either. All that you're about to read actually happened to a people.
Thou shalt carry much seed out into a field, and shalt gather but little in, for the locust shall consume it. Thou shalt plant vineyards and dress them, but shall neither drink of the wine nor gather the grapes, for the worm shall eat them. Thou shalt have olive trees throughout all thy coast, but thou shalt not anoint thyself with the oil, for thine oil shall cast his fruit. Thou shalt begat sons and daughters, and thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity.
That didn't happen either. Okay.
We don't. Right. Didn't it happen with which people, Freedom?
It happened to the African people.
Okay, but we're talking about. Are we not talking about African people, right?
Wait a minute. Nisha, I don't want to be confused, because sometimes I don't want to change the narrative. Nisha said it's all bull crap. It's fake. It didn't happen. What Dulcinea and I am saying is,
no, that's not. You got me wrong. You got me pegged wrong. That's not how I meant it. Let me just say this, and I ain't gonna hold it long. What I'm saying is, the whole book is some trash. So I'm not going to spend time going back and forth if a sentence happened. It could say somebody poured water in a pot. It happened before. My point is that this whole book is some trash.
That would make it a fact. But what I'm saying is somebody did pour water in the pot. But what I'm saying is, that's fine if you feel that way. But what I'm saying is that happened. Now, I mean, rather they want to think that they were Hebrew people. I don't know why they think they was Hebrew people that happened to. And I believe that when these books were being written, these things were taking place. But, you know, the situation remains is what we may think by listening to others is trash, ain't trash.
So I can't stand with you on that one, because my whole thing is that Deuteronomy 28 is portraying itself as a prophecy.
Yeah,
for it to be a prophecy, it would have to be written before it happened, which from what I know, and And I would love for that to come out in the debate, but it looks like Guerilla Hebrew is not even going to focus on this chapter. But what I really wanted to hear is this chapter was written before there was a transatlantic slave trade. But as far as I know, with the Gutenberg Press being the first printed Bible, this did not exist before there was a transatlantic slave trade, making it not a prophecy. Because how you break down something that's happening at the time and then you call it a prophecy? No, that's not.
I didn't say it was a prophecy.
I have a question. I have a question,
that
y'all.
makes it trash as far as in what Nisha's saying, because it's trying to portray itself as a prophecy.
No, I believe it was being written while it was happening, or it was written right after it happened.
It's trash. That's why it's trash.
Well, I don't think it's trash. I don't think nothing in that book. I don't think it's trash. I don't.
What were you gonna say?
Oh shoot! Oh wait! Oh, OTK just dropped down. I said, oh shoot! I think somebody hit the link. And okay, so I was gonna say though, at that that last sentence where it says, "And thou shalt not," what is that? Shall eat the fruit of a whatever.
The daughters.
What does it say? No, excuse me. About being in captivity. That one.
Oh yeah, thou shalt begat sons and daughters, and thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity.
Okay, now I have a question. A group of people that have lost their land, lost their power, lost their control, pretty much just lost everything. Is that also an example of being in captivity?
Mm-hmm.
What do y'all think?
I do. I mean, you lost everything, and women say it again, Doc.
I was saying, so a people, so from a person's side of view, let's just say from the Abo side of view, for example, or the Hebrews point of view, a people that have lost their way, that have lost
I can't hardly hear. What's going on? Sorry, I can't hardly hear you.
Sorry, does it sound higher? Is that better? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. We can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I was saying, would you say that a people who have also, let's say that they haven't migrated per se, right? But if they have lost control over their land, lost control over their customs, lost control over their government, lost control over their language, lost control over every damn thing, would you say that's also being in captivity, or an example of a people being in bondage and captivity?
Mm-hmm. I would.
Yeah, do you see why I'm asking that question? Do you guys understand why I'm asking that question?
No, I'm just saying I want you to go ahead and tell us, but I would see it.
Well, within the context of what we were talking about, right? When we're talking about whether a people is indigenous or not, and we often think of migration to determine that, right? But also people could be in captivity when they have lost their way completely, when they're no longer in control over what they think they were,
right?
What they think they invented. You know what I'm saying? So that's I.
But we got people down in the bottom waiting to come up. They must want to say something. So
let's go ahead and finish. We'll just finish this out really quick, and then we'll go to E-Bizzle after that. If
I thought it was somebody else down there. It was Real Rap down there. Let me see.
No, E-Bizzle came in first.
It's all good.
Y'all came in first.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Oh, there's Real Rap.
Real Rap is down here.
I didn't even know you was on there, E-Bizzle. I thought it was Real Rap.
Peace, Auntie. Peace, Auntie.
Hi, baby. I didn't even see you in there.
Yeah. Shalom.
Seen Real Rap.
Shalom to Joseph.
Shalom. Let's finish this first, and then we're definitely going to get to you guys. Thank you for your patience. So the 49th verse says, "The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young. He shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land until thou be destroyed, which also shall not leave thee either corn, wine, or oil, or the increase of kine or flocks of thy sheep until he has destroyed thee." And I'll just go down here to 68, which everybody talks about this verse. "And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships by the wherefore I spake unto thee, thou shalt not see it no more again. There shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. So that's Deuteronomy 28.
Okay. The part that I'm basing a lot of things on to the people, why I'm saying people from Africa, is because they had one life while they was over there. When they got over here, they started worshiping wood, the cross, stone, the Kaaba. I'm just saying they had their own lives and came over here and started doing something else. And it also could be that they was worshiping idols.
Okay, and now we're going to go by the order. So I know that Gemini, she will ask for this to go up, and I don't want to skip over Sakina either. Then we'll go to Ebizzle, Real Rap. Okay, go ahead, Gemini.
I'm just pulling out some information so we can follow along what Deuteronomy 28 is talking about. So that way, when we listen to the debate, we know what they're talking about, what time period they're talking about, and then what it's all about. So y'all go ahead. I'm gonna be dropping some gems in the chat, trying to catch people up as well as catch myself up, because I know Deuteronomy 28, but not as it separate from a or for a debate topic. You know what I mean? So it's interesting to catch up and understand that this is about blessings or cursings, depending on if Israel's going to follow God's law or not.
Oh,
You see what I'm saying? So this is all very, very interesting. And then what would happen to their children if they did not follow said law?
Great point. Great point. Because again, we know that these children were promised land, right? And that's the whole that's the whole bottom line. The same 12 tribes that were promised the land are the same 12 tribes in the end are going to be coming back. This is the big point. The key word is they're coming back to get their inheritance of the land, and right, and to restore, rebuild. And this land is the same land that people are fighting over. So what land is it? Because Babylon going down like London bridges, right? So it's about resources, right? And it's about because and rebuilding, right? And so it's all about the tapestry and tapping into resources and rebuilding. And so everything is about what's getting tore down, right? Cosmic and cosmology, right? And so we looking at it from a bigger scale, right? The quantum effect. So we keep looking at the surface of things instead of looking at the big, we saying mega and metro. You got to look at it from a grand scale of things. So the 12 tribes is real, but it's not like we looking at it from the Bible. You got to look at it from a whole nother standpoint. It is real. But if we keep looking at it from the way we looking at it, no, nobody's going to get it. Because we still got to look at it from a perspective. It's still a bigger perspective of people. Everybody has their own view. Do you not get that? A perspective of people. Even when you say God has no perspective per person. He don't like us. The God in you. It's you. If we said universe, una is one person. A verse is a song. If we all sing a song, everybody is not a soprano. How many octaves is it in a key to make it all sound together? Guitars, pianos, all of this. I don't know how to, I can't explain it. I'm trying to get as simple as I can. People say I talk in all these riddles and what have you and whatnots, but I'm trying to make it as simple as I can. But at the end of the day, if we all as Black people come in all these shades and colors and this and that, I'm not trying to knock one for the other. And I get what Freedom's saying. I get what all of the sisters on the panel are saying. If we, I am multicultural myself. I know I'm Indian. I know that I'm African. I'm not going to put down one to uplift the other. That's not what I'm trying to do at all. That's why I cannot understand why we don't come together. But at the same time, I'm not finna sit up here and join no panel on dogging out Africans when I know I'm African. I'm not finna join up and just dog out Indians when I know I'm Indian. And I'm not gonna join in on Indian dogging out no damn African. And I'm not gonna join in on no. That's not what I'm gonna do. If we gonna sit up here and do that, then I'm what? That's what I'm gonna do, because that's what I'm gonna do. Because we can't. That's just me. But when I come down to searching for the truth, yeah, I'm gonna search up for the truth. So that's just what it is. But we're gonna have to. That's what we're gonna have to agree to disagree. But I can't go against nobody's belief. That's it.
Okay. What happened? Because I went upstairs to get my food.
Yeah. Nisha, did you want to say something? And then we'll go to Ibital.
No, I really don't have nothing else left too much to say, but just listening at what Sakina said, okay, that's how you feel. As for me, ain't none of that shit real. And that's our problem. And I'm going to keep saying it, and that's how I feel. Ain't none of that shit real, and we get so messed up mentally thinking that, oh, this, and look at all this fighting that they've been doing forever.
Then why do you do your genealogy if none of it's true?
I'm talking about religion. That has nothing to do with
I ain't say shit about religion.
No,
I said my heritage.
No, she's talking about the Hebrew Bible. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the Bible.
I was not saying none of that was true.
No, she's not talking to you.
That's not what I'm talking about.
The Bible. She's talking about the Bible.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
That's what I was talking about.
Nisha.
Right.
Please don't interrupt her.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But what I'm saying is we get so caught up on that dogma. It's ridiculous. It really is. And I'm going to keep saying that shit. Just like you say about the 12 tribes, that shit not real. Ain't none of this real. And that's my feelings, and that's how I feel. And the views expressed out my mouth does not cover the views of Unscrambled Mind. That's just how I feel and how I think about things. Because I cannot be in a place to where I'm keep focusing on some religion that wasn't even ours. Period. And that's how I look at it, and I'm done. Go ahead, Ibizzle.
Okay, and Ibizzle.
Yeah, can we give a disclaimer for Ibizzle?
Yeah, I'm giving my disclaimer. Well, it's a disclaimer too, Ibizzle. We ain't going to the scripture by scripture, Ibizzle.
Okay.
You just gotta say your opinion.
I never felt like the book was meant to be in the church.
Well, Sister Freedom, let's go through the other people. Come on now. We'll get back to you.
Okay.
I ain't know. Wait a minute. I just made a comment. That's it.
Okay. I didn't know if you were jumping in or not. I was saying Ibizzle.
Okay. Yeah, I ain't gonna say nothing. I like what Nisha said. I like when she always give her prescriptive, and it's lovely. It's lovely when she give her thoughts and opinions. So, same way when I look at you, Dulcinea, when I look at you, it's the same way. I ain't trying to sit up here and argue with nobody. But y'all go ahead, though. I'm gonna leave y'all alone. Y'all go ahead.
Hey, OTK. Oh, it's Real Rap. Go ahead, Real Rap. Real Rapid Rap.
Peace, Real Rap.
Peace to all this. Peace, no problem. Yeah, peace to all the sisters, peace to the brothers. I just came because my services was requested, so I'm just enjoying the convo.
That was me messing with you because of last night.
And
we are going to get into the conversation, though.
Shalom, brother.
Peace, bro. Peace, family. Yeah, like I said, I'm just here enjoying the convo. Like, I'm not in no rush to talk. Y'all got it. I'm just waiting on my call.
I want to hear from OTK. What OTK got to say? What's up, OTK? What you got to say, bro? How
I
are
love
you?
the songs.
Everybody got to mute up because I'm on this tablet. I don't want no echo.
Okay.
Everybody
Brother.
muted.
Yeah, do your thing, bro.
Boy, that's the love I got for Unscrambled Minds. I love y'all sisters. I swear to God, y'all keep doing what y'all do. But yeah, this conversation tonight has been real interesting. And at the end of the day, we got to look at it that everybody has their own opinion about it. Just because that you can't prove that something is real doesn't mean it's true. Because when we talk about this Bible, we say that this Bible is not real because archaeological facts ain't been found and stuff like that. So we say it's not real. The Quran, stuff hasn't been found, so we say it's not been real. The stuff in the that was found in the temples in Africa and Egypt, we say those stuff are myth, and they're talking about extraterrestrial gods and stuff like that. But who's to say that? Who's to say that these people didn't encounter these people at that time? So when we start dealing with what is real and what is true and what is fake, now we're going off other people's research and we're going off other people's knowledge. So the thing is, you can have something that's real and it cannot be true, and then you can have something that's true and it cannot be real, and vice versa, if that make any sense. So at the end of the day, it's all what we think individually. Now when you come into a collective thought, that's when you got these groups. And I don't have nothing wrong with groups, because at the end of the day, this Bible, this Quran, and now because there's people like Sakina Ra and Jabari, they're using African spirituality to help grow in this race. So now when you add that book into it, we got to look at what these books did and what it influenced. We can't just throw these books away when they did so much good. And let's be for real. And I'm an American Indian, and I'm just tell you straight up, we can't throw the Bible away, you can't throw the Quran away, and you can't throw what was taught in Egypt away. And now everybody is just now learning about American Indian history and seeing that agriculture gods are what we praise to. The Mayans, the Aztecs, the Toltecs, and all of them, yes, they did have gods, but not in North America. We praise to the seasons and all of that, and to our ancestors. So we all at the same time, we all got the same connection. So we need to start putting this shit aside and say, where we gonna come together at and where we need to go at from here.
All right, Sister Freedom.
Okay, I would say this about the book. Sure, we all realize that the people are characters. You can learn something from the story of Cinderella and Snow White. You can take a message from a whole bunch of things, stories that are written. When it comes to the Bible, as far as I am concerned, it should have never been in a church. But I guess it's a congregation of people, just like as if it was taught in a school. It could have been taught where it was written, how it was written, and why it was written. And if somebody taught it that way, where, when, and why, how, and what it was written for, maybe people would be able to take it better symbolically. Just like when you was a child and you was reading the stories of Three Little Bears or Cinderella, all of the stories that we read that were fairy tales that we knew the people were not real. We knew the stories weren't real, but the message was real. Jabari himself have set out his mouth that myth is strong. And I'm assuming that he's saying symbolically things that are taught have messages. And a lot of times, like these, just like the story of in Deuteronomy, that story to a people happened. Now, sure, it didn't happen exactly the way it was said, but that kind of story happened. And I could pick a whole bunch of stories in the Bible that would go right with your life and how things would happen, or how or somebody's life been through that. We know ain't nobody got caught in a big fish and stayed in there. That's just not a story. It's a story that's saying you got yourself in something you couldn't get yourself out of because you didn't listen to your parents, in other words. The stories are just stories with messages.
Since I'm the only American Indian on this channel, that question that's on the screen, wouldn't the American Indian have his own spiritual system? Yes.
Well, I would say they would.
You can be spiritual without a religion. Do y'all agree with that? And that's
absolutely,
the question.
absolutely, I do. Absolutely, I do. See,
okay, now let Sister Freedom finish up from here.
Can I finish my
Yeah, that's why I just said let you finish from here. No one interrupt.
It's one thing to be closed-minded, and it's another thing to be open-minded. Okay, I find myself to be an open-minded person. A person that doesn't have an open mind probably can't see the significance or the message in things. I don't know if they can or they can't. But I'm the type of person that can. I'm a fair person. That's why I always say it don't matter if that's that person, if that's how they feel, then it's okay for them to be that way. Disrespect another person the way you expect to be respected. But I could go in the book because I'm open-minded, and everything in the book makes sense to me because I'm open-minded in that book and the Quran. I don't look at Jesus as a real person, but the message of sacrifice is real. I can equate Malcolm X as a person that gave his life for peace, justice, equality, and freedom. And he carried the cross for many people. Many. But if you're not open, your mind's not open enough to see the symbolism in the book, even though biggest day, Galatians 4:24, says these things are of allegory, meaning symbolic. But if your mind's so closed that you think Eve walked up to a tree and ate a damn apple and talked to a snake, sure you're going to say it ain't real. It's bullshit. Because you're not seeing the message in the book. But that's my opinion. And just like everybody else is entitled to their opinion, a tree is a nation or a tribe or a family as far as I'm concerned. The leaves are the descendants, fruit is knowledge, and the snake was speaking wisdom, information. Now that's how I see it. Eve is considered mother. So I'm just saying, other people can look at things and they don't get the message, or they just see it like somebody's in a damn fish. We know that people can't breathe in a fish, and the book saying it's allegory, so it's symbolic. It means something different. Who hasn't had a friend that betrayed them? It's just little examples of what we go through in life. People make more out of it than what it has to be. I don't get it, but I don't want to drag this out. I'm just saying, it's not that deep when I look at it. But when another person look at it in their literal mind, because they may not be open-minded, they don't see what another person sees. And that's their right to do. I don't have a problem with somebody else's thoughts and their opinions. But, you know, I have to have my own as well. So that's pretty much what I had to say about the Bible. But as far as open to knowledge, I want to say this. I came from the old school. I was born in the 60s. And at first, we wasn't saying we was African as far as I can remember. Okay? I'm not saying that we wasn't. I'm just saying my grandmother said that she was Cherokee. That we came from Indian tribes. Now, I'm not going to say that we didn't come from African tribes as well, because I would be wrong and lying to say that. Make sure I put my screen on so people could say, oh, Sister Freedom said no. I'm saying that back in the day, we didn't say that. So I can understand why somebody would say we are American Indians, because that's what was being said back in the day. So why is somebody supposed to say, I'm going to say it again, that somebody is lying? It's not their right to say that if that's how you feel. I'm not saying that we don't have African traits. We probably got both. People came over here enslaved and separated and divided and all kinds of stuff. They enslaved the people that was already on these lands. I'm saying, I mean, you know, I don't know what to say, because I wasn't running. When I was little, I was different. As I got older, got into a different form of knowledge, that's when the African stuff started coming up. But not when I was young. I'm not saying I ain't a young girl now, but I'm just saying. That's just what it is. But I know that we have African in us as well. I'm not denying none of my roots. That's just how I feel. I'm sorry I dragged that on, but go ahead, Dulcie.
All right. And we are going to establish order, you guys. So when everybody's talking, it's going to go by each person's turn and let everybody speak and fully, and don't jump in while someone else is talking. So when it comes to this, of course, I would say that the American Indians have their own spiritual system. And the important thing of what we're talking about with this whole religious thing is that, you know, not everybody needs religion. Like, you can find something out of something. And it doesn't mean that you're not open-minded or anything. Not everybody needs a book to tell them anything. So whether you find a solace in the Bible or the Quran or whatever book that you need to find solace in, not all of us need to find solace in a religious book. That is what it is. We don't need it. But when it comes to this debate, though, we got to stop being like, oh, well, people are allowed their religion. People are allowed to view what they can. It's allegorical. No, this debate is not allegorical. This debate is saying this is a real people, and these people are these people. So sorry. So now we have to actually establish the truth here. Now we have to actually establish history. You can't say that this can be based on non-facts. This has to be facts. You're saying this group of people is this group of people, and you can only say that with facts. You can't say it with allegory. You can't say it with, oh, the sky jumped over the moon. You can't say it with fables. You have to say it with truth and history and historical facts. So again, when we're coming to the Bible and then we say, oh, well, you got to take this to be figurative, but these are real people, and these people are those people, like, hold on. You can't say that this is a book of figurative language and then turn around and say it's real. It's history. Like, that has to be separated. When we hear the tortoise and the hare, and we learn that, okay, slow and steady can win the race. It's not all about being fast. Then if you want to say I'm related to that hare that lost the race, that's different. Now you have to bring facts in it. Because now it's no longer just a story, a fable for us to take from. You're saying, oh, that's a real person. That was representative of whoever, and I'm related to them. So you have to separate the two. Either it is going to be a fable, it's going to be stories that we can take from, or it's going to be historical facts. Now, when you say that it's historical fact, you got to prove it. And when you're saying these group of people are these group of people, you have to prove it in history. I don't care what people believe. I need to hear the historical facts that say, okay, these are the same group of people without a shadow of a doubt. And I don't think that can be given because of the fact that it's allegory. And I think a lot of us don't need those allegorical stories because a lot of it was manipulated. A lot of it was made as well to be like, okay, I'm going to read it so my slaves act a certain way. I'm going to read it so these women know that they're under men. I'm going to read it for whatever ways. That's just fake and it's not needed. So that's where I would agree that it's trash. Not all of us need those books. And we can be open-minded. And I think being open-minded more so shows you when you can sit down and take historical facts as truth as they're given to you. And when you can't take historical truths, then you're closed-minded. Because here it is, flat on a piece of paper, this happened, but you're not accepting of it. So I would think that's what makes someone closed-minded or open-minded or not. But definitely when it comes to the Deuteronomy 28 debate or what's going on, you have to prove it. You have to prove it in more than allegorical. And it's Dot's next. Dot goes after me.
You want to make sure I don't say anything back to all that you said. I'm gonna wait.
No.
Remember, because you shouldn't have said nothing about what I said.
No, you said all that about Nisha. Hold on, let's be fair.
I said nothing about Nisha.
Yes, because you were saying in response.
No, I will let Nisha answer for me, not you. If you think I'm talking to Nisha, then let Nisha talk to me.
Everybody,
not you.
You went
and then make it go say. Then let everybody say what they got to say, and nobody
interrupt. Let everybody go in order. Write it down.
I fight two people at a time. It doesn't make any difference.
You're going out of order when everybody.
I've been jumping for.
Everybody waited for you to finish. We literally waited on.
But don't say nothing, Nisha. For Nisha, you think I'm saying something?
No, because it was too niche. What Nisha was saying was the book was trash, and then you went into a spiel about open-mindedness. And I
said what I get from the book.
That you have to agree with me about open-mindedness.
I'm saying what I get from the book.
Okay, so wait your turn, Sister Freedom.
That's what I said I'm gonna do.
Let it be. Okay, so please. Okay, I wasn't finished. You cut me off, and nobody.
I did not, because you said go ahead.
I was still talking. I did not say go ahead, Dots. I was still talking. I just said Dots is after me, but I was still talking. And everybody respected you. And I just want to point out that this is a time where everybody waited for you to finish. And just because you didn't agree with something, you wanted to jump in. So we can't do that. You can't push order with 1 minute, but not one order the next. But anyway, as far as this, when we talk about history, we have to actually tie this with actual facts and truths. We can't tie it to fables. We can't tie it to stories. We can't tie it to fiction. It has to be something that we can actually prove without beyond a shadow of a doubt. Okay, Dot.
We're gonna but repeat herself. Go ahead, Dot.
Y'all crazy. Listen,
right?
You know what? I feel like JJ right now. I'm over this topic. Like, I'm so over it. I feel like I'm banging my head against a wall. I think that we have talked about this so much that, like, I want to bang my head against the wall right now. I really do. I really do. That's all I gotta say. Moving right along. Go ahead, Gemini. I'm over it.
Gemini, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm passing my turn. Go ahead, y'all.
Great. I want to talk about it. Okay, so what I want to say is that
ain't no commercial advertising.
No commercial. Well, I did want to commend OTK because just like him, we also give our homage to our ancestors as well as the seasons, the 4 seasons of Haru. And so that's one thing about this different with Jabari. We don't follow a man. We don't follow a Bible. We do try to read and go with the Medu Netter, and we do go with the Rayampur Angar. And so, but it's not about a prophet or a man saying God came to him or anything of that nature. So we don't go into anything like that, saying a man said this and a man said that, like a Bible or anything of that nature. So let's clear that part. So, because I don't like we compare Jabari to other things, because I don't do that when it comes to somebody. We believe what we want to believe, and that's perception per view, and that's what it is. So when it comes to religions and our spirituality, it is what you want to believe, and that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. Well, we do Africana studies, and we take into history and the history of the Madu Netter, and we practice our principles and principalities of Africana studies and just spirituality as a whole. And so with that, it's no judgment, and we just practice being accountable for ourselves and our actions. That's basically what it boils down to. You can find that same principles maybe differently. In Buddhism, you'll find it differently. Maybe as LTK said, in with American Indian cultures, and then maybe in the Native Indian cultures, it depends. If they follow a Bible, that's different. But as far as Indian culture, I know this because I've read it. So when it comes to following, because I can't say that all this time I've been following a religion, and all this time I've been taking history, and now all of a sudden you mean to tell me that these things that I've been following all these years is allegory. So now I got to find out, why has this been told to me, and now it's a lie. So yes, I am going to do some history in it, because I done spent all this time in my life living a lie. So yeah, I'm going to do some research. I'm going to dig into it. I'm going to do some history. I've spent too many years of my life invested in a lie. You doggone right. That's like spending all this time with somebody that you mean to tell me you never knew? You done spent all this time invested? That's saying that you don't even know who you are. I got to find out who I am. To myself, I need to be true. So I don't have nothing but time to figure it out. Yeah. That's called research, and that's called work. And I'm not scared of neither one of those things. So before I call it a lie, I'm going to give it a try so I can know what I'm talking about. I'm not just going to sit up here and say, oh, this ain't that. Oh, this ain't that. I'm going to find out for myself so that somebody can't shut me up. They can shut it down. Check with me before you check me. Because just because you don't know don't mean I'm slow. You better get with the program. Some people just glad to be here. I'm here and I'm glad. And now I can pass it to Nisha.
Ooh, honey. Well, let me tell you how, just real quick, because you know I don't hold the flow long. So I've researched a lot in my short little damn near 45 years. I've studied a lot. I've read that Bible so much it's ridiculous. Yeah. So now I'm at a point in my life that I've gotten to understand that for me, it's bullshit. I don't need a Bible. I don't need those stories. I don't need any of that. This is not anything new to me. I didn't just start researching and reading when I got on this podcast or I was starting looking at Sonetta. It was before that. So just because I claim not to give a fuck about stuff, that's because I've gotten to the point in my life that I see what it is. I look at stuff for what it is. I'm not trying to play catch up or nothing. I've done that. So I got to the point in my life where I can see that all of the things that I've read, all of the indoctrinations, all of that shit is bullshit to me. I don't have to get 65, 70 to figure it out. I done did that. So that's why on a lot of conversations I have nothing to say because I done did that. I don't mention it a lot because that's not my personality. I don't mention a lot of things I do because I don't, for what? I'm on here to get information, see if it corroborates with the stuff that I already got. If it don't, fuck it. If it do, okay. And I'm not closed-minded at all because if I was closed-minded, I wouldn't have never picked up another book outside of the Bible. I wouldn't have never challenged myself to read more, to understand more, to cross-reference. But that's old to me. I'm done with that. I'm past that. It's nothing new out. None of these books gonna change my mind. That's all I got to say. And this topic here, to me, is dead.
but you know what, Sister Nisha, your intelligence is above a lot of people. So, like a lot of times when you tell me stuff, like I have to humble myself. Like in a lot of scriptures that I done read, I done came up in the scriptures. You heard, but a lot of times, sister, when you talk, your intelligence is a lot higher than what people think. So I just wanted to tell you that.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. First of all, Nisha, I never said you was close.
Wait, Sister Freedom. Sister Freedom.
Am I after Nisha or
no,
not?
you're not.
No, you're
you
not.
see all
Freedom. You
three
gotta
other
wait.
people on the panel. It's
Oh,
real
say y'all
Rap
go ahead
and
and say what you gotta
OTK
say. Go ahead,
and all
EB.
Yeah,
this
you
other
gotta
stuff.
wait.
Oh my goodness. Go.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
even
I'm done. I'm done. I just wanted to tell the sister that I'm done.
Real Rap.
Yeah, peace.
The freedom.
Yeah, peace. Don't snake you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, so I'm gonna try to make this quick. All right, so based off of what Sister Freedom was saying, I kind of want to build off of that because I like where she was going. She took my Galatians 4:24, but that's great minds thinking alike. In the time period of when the printing press was being created in like the 1500s, when this version of what we call the King James version was being created, a lot of Europe couldn't read. All right, so the allegory part that she brought up, I always like to use that because if you're dealing with a culture or a generation of people who are illiterate, then you have to find other ways for them to be able to know that book in that time period, because they can't read it. Like there was a patriarchal system, there was a hierarchical system with bishops and cardinals and the Pope and all that. So they still had to find creative ways to be able to get the story to the people. And that's why, allegories in the word or in pictures are so important, because same thing like if you're looking at like hieroglyphics. Not saying people that understand hieroglyphics can't read, but it's a way to tell a story through a picture form, and that's all an allegory is as well. An allegory is a way to tell a story or a poem, in a hidden way to get to a deeper message, and that's what a lot of people may forget to realize. Not saying that they don't know. So once we understand that, then,
We slow.
yeah, I'm not trying to say nobody's slow thing. But like once we understand that, then people can put things in their proper perspective. Go ahead, bro.
OTK, now it's you.
Oh, my fault. Damn, I didn't know I was off mute when I said that other shit. Rap, what the fuck you just said just now?
I said a lot, bro.
Why all the
I know a lot of fucking bullshit. Real talk. Not
Hold on, say it
fucking
again.
rap. Real talk, nigga. You know what I mean? You got to
your
talk before you
phone's
rap.
messing up
Real
bad.
talk. Hey, you
Hey, man, like
said
the
that.
signal.
Hold up.
Yeah, say it
He
again.
said that the people couldn't talk. They didn't understand. Hold up. Let me get this straight. He said that the people wasn't talking or some shit because they didn't understand something. Hold up. Let me get this clear. Real rap, please.
I'll say it again, man. I'll say it again because your signal kind of fucked up. I can say it again, no problem.
No,
What
stop
I was
cussing. It's been too much cussing. I didn't say that. I said stuff, but not no cuss words. Y'all stop cussing.
My fault. I'm the wild ass Indian. I'm a cussing ass nigga. South nigga. You know what I'm talking about?
Go ahead, real rap.
All right, so you want me to reiterate what I said as far as the hieroglyphics?
No, I guess you didn't understand what he said, OTK.
You're muted, OTK.
Yeah, you're on mute, bro.
Hell no.
All right, look, bro, you still on mute. So look, bro, what I said was there was a time.
Not the
Go
shit about
ahead.
the Egyptian shit. Talk about the shit that you said before that.
You sound like you underwater, OTK.
Now you're muted. So what I want you to do is turn off your camera and unmute yourself and then try. But you
Come
gotta
back in, OTK, talking.
You gotta unmute your mic. There you go.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm on my tablet, so when I talk, everybody else got to mute up. We're gonna hear an echo because I'm on my tablet.
We're muted up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm asking real rap. I ain't talking about the Egyptian stuff that you was talking about. I'm gonna talk about this American Indian stuff. Because one time you've been claiming it, and then you say you infiltrated us. You was a mole. You was a rat. You was COINTELPRO. You infiltrated the Abo community, and then you went on Sarnetta. One time you was claiming your grandmama was Indian. Then you say you took a DNA test and say your grandmama wasn't Indian. And now you saying your grandmama a liar. Now, I'm going to tell you, in the South, you can never call your grandmama a liar. You will get killed. So I don't know how y'all do it where y'all from, but I'm in South Carolina, and I've been here in South Carolina. My family ain't come from nowhere else, and my family ain't never, we did leave other branches of our family, but we've been here in South Carolina. And this is where y'all supposedly came at on the slave trade, which I believe in. The numbers might not be correct, but I believe in the slave trade. Do I got African ancestry farther down my bloodline? Yes, but me personally, no. So now, what I'm saying is real rap. Why you a pancake? 1 minute you was coming up saying that you were Abo and all this right here. Then the next minute, you say you took a DNA test and your grandma was lying. And then on top of that, how the fuck do you even be in our community when you disrespect your daddy like that? When y'all go off for daddy
Watch the curse words.
Because, excuse me, when you go off a mama doctrine, we all roll off a mama doctrine. And anywhere in the census, and anybody who you talk to, They will tell you who your mama is. That's why when your mama was in slavery and she had a child, that child was born in slavery. But the man can buy himself free and keep on going through. But that mama will stay in slavery, whether she was Indian or whether she was African. It don't matter. Or whether she was Hindu or whether she was Haitian or Brazilian or whatever, because there was multiple slaves in this. So now you said your people's them was from where and what
All right, bro.
made you
All right,
change
all
your
right.
fucking mind?
All right, let's go. Come on. All right, so I'm gonna address all your little issues, all right, point by point. And I wasn't trying to center myself, but since you want the answers, I got you. So number one, I did the genealogy before anything. All right, I found an African grandma from Senegal with a slave story, slave narrative, whatever you want to call it. All right, number one. All right. Once I found that in my genealogy, then hold on, bro. I'll let you speak. I'm answering all your questions, bro.
No, hold on.
I'm answering all your questions.
Hold up. Stop. I'm trying to write this down as you go. I'm trying to take notes.
All right.
Hold up.
All right, no
You're moving
problem.
fast. I'm trying to take notes. So you say the Senegal. Where's that from? I'm trying to write this down. I'm trying to take notes because I don't want you to speak fast and I'm listening.
I'm gonna go slow. I'm gonna go slow. All right.
Elsinea.
All right, just mute up for me, bro, because you got some bad static. Yeah, you got bad static. So I'm gonna say it again slow. When I did my genealogy, all right, I'm still doing it. It's a lifetime thing. But I found my 6 times great grandmother from Casamance, Senegal. Casamanc, Senegal. All right. My people from Casamance, Senegal on my maternal
Up while he's answering your question.
You got bad feedback, bro. So I'm gonna say it again. I did my.
My bag, real rap. I thought I already had muted up my brother.
You good, brother?
My fault. 1,000.
Nah, man, you good, brother. You good, man. So to answer your question, I found my 6 times great grandmother. She was actually born in Cape Verde, grew up in Cape Verde. All right, she left Cape Verde in 1755, but her grandfather, which would be my 9 times great grandfather, was kidnapped out of Casamance, Senegal. Casamanc, Senegal. All right, he was taken at like 12 years old, taken through the car. All right, and was sent off to the point of no return, and they sent him to Cape Verde. He was able to have a family, married a Portuguese woman. The daughter of that relationship married a Portuguese man, and that's how my grandmother, whose name was Marie Senegal, came into play. She was born in 1732. She stayed there until it was a bad famine, and she was sold in 1755 to her brother-in-law. Long story. I ain't trying to get too deep on it. I just want to answer your question point by point. So my family, that line on my maternal side, all right, came directly to New Orleans. We didn't hit South Carolina. She came directly to New Orleans, and I got that from her slave narrative along with my genealogy. So before I ever found an African with DNA, I found it through genealogy. All right, done with that. Now, your next point. I have no problems with people who state their bloodlines, but I have an issue with the abos that I have an issue with, and I call them out by name. All right. If you've been around for a minute, when the abos came to present earlier in the year, even though I had issues and beef with them, I still went up there and helped them to push their case. All right. I don't get along with certain ones. I ain't got to call no names, but it's certain specific ones. And that's where we're going to get to the next point. The video that you talking about, the little issue with my pops, I'm going to make this real quick for you, bro. Me and my pops get money together. Me and my pops have made hundreds of thousands of dollars together. All right. The video that you saw was how I was able to beat my case when I messed up. I'm trying not to curse, but when I made a mistake. All right. So it's a lot to that, bro. I don't want to break that down right now. If you want my number or my contact, I'll break it all the way down, because that's what them clowns over there do. All right. They want to tarnish my name, and they want people to not rock with real rap, which is fine. I'm not here for friends. I'm here to build. So the last thing on the infiltration thing, that's me trolling, bro. Like I said, I ain't got no problems with people that claim they bloodline, but I do have a problem with the so-called master teachers over there because a lot of them are Moors, secret Moors, and they pushing uh, belief doctrines to their people. All right, that's my personal thing with them. But other than that, did I answer your question?
You did very well,
If
Will
you
Rap.
didn't, OTK, land your plane because it's Sister Freedom's turn.
You did very well. You answered it very well.
I appreciate it.
You know what? That answers a lot because you say your people don't came from Cape Verde, means the green land, the green Cape or whatever like that. So I understand that. So listen, the thing about this right here, man, is like certain people take this thing serious because it's people like me, and I'm one of the darkest fucking American Indians out here that claim America. Excuse my language. I'm one of the darkest American Indians out here that claim this, and I'm from South Carolina. So when people be saying like, yo, you not Indian and stuff like that, it really plays a major part. And, like saying when people saying your grandmama lied, and that was the last show you did on Sarnetta. You say your grandmama lied, and if your grandmama didn't lie, then somebody who talked to your grandmama lied. Why would grandmama lie about who she is? But then all the time, you are who your mama is. All these census records and everything, you are who your mama is, not your daddy. The daddy's doctrine didn't come out to religion where you trace it by daddy. That's why DNA is so important. That's why you can trace your daddy. Daddy can trace son and all that, because the whole thing about DNA was to prove that the Bible was real or the Quran was real. And that's what science came about. Science was to prove that these religions was real. And let's be for real about that. And if y'all, anybody do history, y'all will agree with me with that. So, with that right there being said, Real Rap, I got respect for you. I love to have a dialogue with you. Because at one time you've been claiming, native or Abo, and now you're claiming something else, but you said you was trolling. So, I don't know how to feel that, man. You know what I mean? Because
I think you owe him an apology. You called
I'm a
him
wild ass Indian. I ain't like it.
That's no excuse. Indians get knocked down every day.
We ain't gonna even worry about the apology. We just gonna get the plane landed. Is the plane landed, OTK? I think it is. Go ahead, Sister Freedom.
First of all, let me make sure that I say, Nisha, I was not calling you closed-minded. First of all, I wasn't talking about you at all. I made sure I said anyone and everybody has their own opinions, but these are my thoughts concerning the issue. I didn't make anything concerning you. Okay, I would have just said Nisha, but I didn't say Nisha because I was talking about people in general. Okay, everybody don't see, and even the historical books ain't always facts. You're reading them. Okay, and if you don't need to read nothing and you just know everything, I'm just saying, don't quote nothing from no books, no sources or nothing, because you just know every damn thing. I think that the books are very important. All books are very important because there's a message and information in all of them. Okay, I don't just read the Bible. I read Hinduism, Buddhism, Ifa books, which is Yoruba books. I read everything. There's a message in everything. And I could even see where information was taken from the Hindu books and put in the Bible from their stories. I mean, that is my opinion about the thing. Everybody has their own opinion. And first of all, let me make sure we say, Sakina said Native Americans and American Indians are two separate forms of people. Now, the Native Americans can be somewhat Spanish, like Mexicans. Indians are separate people. Now, I ain't never seen nobody's DNA that has Indian on it.
Everybody has to meet up.
Can I elaborate on that when y'all
Wait a minute.
No. You can't elaborate because it's just the freedom. Then we are in the order as we go.
Right, but he can say something to me if I'm saying something wrong. I want to make sure that when Sarnetta showed his DNA, and most people that I've seen, it says Native American. Now we all know that Sarnetta has Spanish in them. I don't even think nobody's DNA ever came up with the word Indian in it, because it's a misnomer. It's not a word that they probably going to use. And if everybody looks like me, they're going to use African. I don't think that like, because I asked before, well, what if somebody is Jamaican? It ain't going to come up Jamaican. It's going to come up African.
So now there's no Indian.
No, y'all, it's not fair to us to wait for everybody to finish, for people to keep jumping in. It's not fair. So let Sister Freedom finish, and then it's gonna go in order. Period. Sister
Why
Freedom.
are you saying it like that, though, Sanel?
Because it's not fair. It's not fair for people to sit. It's not fair for Dots.
Yeah, but how you saying it?
It's not fair as far as for it. So just finish.
But what I'm trying to say is,
go in order.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is, I don't know if they have a word, and really and truly, for as far back as they going, was it called Africa at that time? For as far as they supposedly going back. Now, Real Rap said that his sixth grandma, I don't know what time frame that was, 1600s, 1700s, I don't know.
1700.
1700s, okay. Now, what I'm saying, even about my bloodline, okay, being a Quarles, okay, I can find mine back to the 1600s, and it still ain't saying nothing about Africa. But I'm still saying that's not to say that African, I guess African is the word that they use for people of dark hue. And maybe Native American people are of Spanish descent. This is how they got it coded out some type of way. I don't know. But I'll be the wrong. I'm never going to say that my grandparents were lying. I'm just not going to do that. But I think the way they got it coded, I mean, because it just don't make no sense. I'm still trying to figure it out, and I don't have no problem in learning. But I don't think they know all the Indian. They wouldn't put them in, like, break the tribes up. Like, I don't think they would. None of it's making any sense to me. We have African descent, yes, because we are African of hue. But that's not to say that we're not nothing else. Like, if everybody's from Africa, then just say we're all African. And I'm going to keep saying that. It just don't make no sense to me. The white people African, Spanish people African, every descent is African. Why is anything else coming up if we all from Africa? I get that, maybe I'm not on the level yet or something. I'm still learning about it, but everything, if the out of African theory is there, and everybody from Africa,
you got to meet up, Dots.
Oh, sorry.
But why couldn't they be in tribes? I'm just trying to figure that out. Maybe that's far back as they can remember, because maybe they don't remember ever being in Africa.
Well, let me ask you
No,
this.
no.
Where
yes, Sister Free.
OTK went. But I mean, how they got it coded, I don't know. But it just defeats the whole situation as far as I'm concerned. Everybody from Africa, then why ain't everybody's stuff come? It's just, I still am in the learning process with that. So, I'm still learning. So if anybody,
not with it.
Anybody in the chat, sorry, I'm still learning with this chop up, but didn't say we all from Africa. We all from Africa, all African. I don't get it. It's too deep. It's too weirded out for me. It's just too weirded out.
No, sorry.
But Nisha, long as you know, I wasn't saying that you was closed-minded. I don't know how you read the Bible. I really don't. I don't know if you read it in its literal form, its symbolic form. I don't know how you read it. So I wasn't like singling you out for your opinion or what you said. Whatever you said, you always said that's just your, that's what you say. I'm talking about if a person don't see it that way, their mind didn't go there. I wasn't singling you out. Now you could think and feel like things are trash if you want to. I just said that my opinion, I don't think it's trash. And I didn't even say that when I was saying it. I'm just saying that now. So I wasn't singling you out. I just gave my opinion about the book. That's all. So Dustin, you didn't have to take up for Nisha because I wasn't talking about Nisha.
Oh no, I was giving my opinion, but just go. Were you ready?
Yeah, I hear you.
Were you done? Because I was going to give my opinion again after this.
Go ahead.
All right. So yeah, I think no one should be offended by anybody's opinion. They're all the opinion. But I think it's a major problem when we try to compare religious texts and say that they're historical books or they value the same as science books or any other books that actually add value to our lives. They're not the same. A book is not a book, it's a book. That's not true. There are books for certain things, and there's books that give values in certain things. The only thing religious text can give you value for is to give you a guide or to help you through different times of life. And not everybody needs a book for those things. We do need books because books are education, but there is nothing about the Bible that's education. There's nothing about the Quran that's education. It's only educational if you are studying religion. But when it comes to real life stuff that can help or anything, that's not real life. And it's not something that people need. And I guess it is one of those things that is opinion based, whether it is a value for someone or not. But it can't be compared to say, oh, like I'm learning calculus. I can utilize calculus. I can utilize those things in life, in the world. The only thing I can utilize religion for is in religion. So that's where it's not bad to read books. It's not bad to read the Bible. To each its own when it comes to that. But the Bible can't be compared to math. The Bible can't be compared to science. The Bible can't even be compared to English studies or any other kind of study as far as that actually you can utilize in real life or that has value as far as to helping people grow, build houses, grow foods. It doesn't even matter if the story talks about growing food. It doesn't align to you or tell you this is how you grow food. So it doesn't help you. It's just something to make you feel good, which feel good books are great, but they can't be compared to an actual book to give you knowledge. And that's where it's all discombobulated because people want to take these religious texts and make them as important as something that's saying, okay, this is how you grow food. You should look for this. You should look at the stars or all this other stuff. That's to feed you. That's something that you're going to need to live. If the Bible all Bibles were destroyed today, all Qurans were destroyed today, we would be just fine. People don't need that as far as to live. All it will be is something as far as a study guide to give you values if you don't already have the values. I think it's the same for everything. It's not just that, it's like even my I think it's great to have those principles to start in the morning and to go in the evening, but it's not something that everybody needs to repeat. I don't have to say, thou shalt not murder, or I shall not murder today to not murder somebody. I don't need to say, I shall not lie today to not lie. It's a choice that is just internally. And now a book can help reaffirm that personal choice. Or I can say, F that book and be like, I don't care what it says. I'm a lie anyway. And that's a choice that you make internally, but it really has no outside value where it's going to not lie, make you not steal, make you not murder. It's just good principles to have, and to each his own for those that seek principles in the book and those that don't need a book to have those principles. We all exist, coexist with each other. But I think what I was trying to push before is like that it's so far off topic as far as to be like whether the book has value, whether the book has value or not, versus whether he's Hebrew Israelites or Indians or we're from Africa or any of that, because that book can't tell us that. That book can't tell us who we are. None of those books can tell us who we are. And when it comes to even the math books, the science books, they can't tell us distinctly who we are. And I believe, even your family, they can't tell you who you are. They can help you and grow.
Wait. Hold on.
No. I am laying down the hammer. It's dots after me. So it can help you as far as with having principles, values, family, worth, and different things like that. But who you are as a person is not going to be affected by your family. We see that every day. We complain about children not listening to their parents and all this other stuff, even though, they have these books, they have these stories, but it's a choice at the end of the day for who you're going to be. So I think that was the point that people were pushing, as far as that a lot of us have grown past the Bible. Because honestly, most of us have had to read the Bible in this community. But a lot of us have grown past that because we see all the flaws in it and see that we have better principles than the Bible. So how is this book that has worse principles than me going to tell me how I should live my life righteously? How I should be like this? I don't need the Quran to tell me how I should bathe or what I should smell like or all this other stuff. I don't need those things. I can just know how to do it. But for those, I'm not saying that it's a negative thing if you do need it. It's just something that's really not needed for everybody. Okay, Dots.
Okay, I'm gonna go last, y'all. Okay, so I'm gonna let them go, and I'll be the last person to go. Go ahead.
Dulcinea, girl, that's a lot. But says the person, right, who it was claiming more, right? And now says the person who, is claiming more Moorish Aboriginal. I'm not exactly sure, but you got all of that from a book. And then when it comes to, the Bible and the Quran, you don't need all of that. No, because it's not a history book, right? It's technically book that has spiritual values. So if you're not looking to enhance a spiritual value about yourself, if you're not looking to enhance even your spirit man, if you don't care anything about spiritual principles, then the Quran, the book, the Bible, the Torah, the Hinduism, Buddhism, and all the other isms, those things don't apply to people who are not looking to enhance themselves in that area. Now, if you were reading books on history, you would grab a history book. If you were looking to enhance your knowledge in an area of science, you would grab a science book. So it's not saying that one book applies to is the end all and be all, but it's definitely a book that you need. And it's a book that people use whenever they're trying to increase or enhance their spiritual values. But if you have none, then you don't need to pick up that book. You just need to sit here and let everybody else read that book. People are reading that book for all types of purposes, right? And at the end of the day, when it is telling you, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, you probably shouldn't. I do not see how those type of values, thou should respect your neighbor, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of different things in that book, from Revelation, from Genesis to Revelation, that it is telling you on how one should absolutely live for a better life, for a more social life, for a more peaceful life, right? But if you're not looking to enhance those values in oneself, then I guess you wouldn't need the book, right? It will be something you never ever needed. But in the same breath, some of us are claiming to be parts of said religions, or not maybe religions. I don't know if you're using more as a status or more as a religion or the more science. I'm not exactly sure where you stand on that, or if you even believe any of it anymore, because you just said you don't need religion in that fashion or in that way. And so, Nisha's pretty much says she's an atheist, so it doesn't apply to her either, right? She says she's read all those books, those things, she know better, and she's moved on past spirituality. Now, you could go out and pray, just on the strength to wood, into rocks, into stone without a book, but I'm not exactly sure what that would be increasing or enhancing in your life, since you would have to get your communication via air, spirituality. You couldn't see it, can't prove it exists, can't prove no one's talking to you, right? You can't prove anything in that aspect. And that's pretty much what spirituality is about: faith, things that you cannot see with your naked eye. So we're talking about, several different things. But again, if you send no prayers up, what would you need to pray for, right? If you don't believe that people can send prayers to you, and you have no belief in the whole prayer system, which goes along with spirituality, which goes along with those kinds of books, then it doesn't apply to you. If you just believe we're all here just to be here with no purpose, no value, no intrinsic spirituality, no intrinsic type of something that we move towards to help be productive and build in this life, then you just don't believe that. But then again, it's not crazy for another person to absolutely believe those things and move in such a way where it reflects. So I'm just saying, when it comes to, what it is that we're actually saying here, one thing applies to you and the next thing absolutely do not, because you have no need for a base or a system that believes in those types of things.
Okay, well, I want to build with you, Gemini, because a lot of times we want to take words, and words are our power, and we can take these words, and we take a lot of times, and we want to use books that apply, and try to take that word today and use a book, especially if it's a biblical word, and then you want to use a Webster or Google or whatever and try to look that word up, and that word might not apply in that word in that sense. So you're going to have to use the book from which it came, because that's going to give you the best definition for what that word is used for. So that's how you're going to get what it meant. And so, although, like, if you wanted to use slavery in the tense, in a dictionary, it's going to give you everything what a slave could mean and what it's referenced to. But if you get it in the Bible for what it was used for, it might give you a whole different definition. And so then you can use it for how the Bible used it and what it was used for and how it was intended to be used. That's a whole different definition. That gives you a better definition for what it was talking about and how it was to be used. But when you use the you know, the Oxford, you got the Black Laws. A lot of people want to hurry up and go to Black Law Dictionary, but they're not even in a Moorish temple. You want to be in all these other religions, but you'll hurry up and go to the Black Law Moors Dictionary. You're not a Moor. But you'll go against the Moors, but you'll hurry up and go to that Black Law Dictionary for the Moors. That you can't do that. But then when you want to talk about trees and this and that about trees, but when you look at a tree tells a story. All these rings, just like you, all these rings are the years in a lifelong story of a tree. Each year, each ring tells a story about the drought, about the water, about the life of this tree. That's what these rings are about. Everything that happened within this tree's lifespan is here. The generations and all, it tells about this tree. You cannot remove it. It's there. Rocks are built the same way. They were once grains of sand. It's the history of it. You can't remove it. That's how pearls are built. That's how stones are built. This is how, and it's just the truth. That's how mountains are built. It's just the truth. My grandson brought me this. Thank you. But I'm just telling y'all, these are the truthful things. But when we sit up here, one book can lead to another because of the words are keys. It's the hidden part. So it's different. You using today's thought with yesterday's mind. That's why you want the answers just to be given to you because you don't want to do the work. That's why it's easy. It's easy. Just like in some relationships, it's easy to say, I'm done with this, I'm gone. The hardest part is to stick to it and work through it. Nobody wants to do that part. Go ahead, Nisha.
My bad. I mean, shit, there ain't really too much else to say on this unless we change the topic because I don't really have anything else to add to it. I mean, I was listening at what Gemini was saying, and I mean, you know, that's everything is pretty much subjective. I mean, if you think that if people think that they need a certain thing, then by all means, do your thing. As for me, I don't. Spirituality, to each his own. I don't have to think like no one else. I don't have to I shouldn't be looked at as less than because I choose not to go along to get along. These are my thoughts and how I feel and what I have read and came to different conclusions. So I don't knock anybody for what they choose to believe. That's your thing. Do your thing. And I'm not going to say little nasty shit just because I disagree with how you think. It's your thoughts. You are that's your right.
That's true.
So I don't get off on bashing anybody for and saying little slick slash shit because I don't agree or think I'm such less of a person. Because I'm not. I didn't need a book to teach me not to be nasty to people. Because I'm not. And y'all only know me by this show, not in real life. And real life is where it matters. For real. And the work I do.
That's right.
That's what matters for real. And I didn't need I didn't need a book to show me this, that, and the other. It's innate. It's in me. I'm not around here killing nobody or hurting no one. And I didn't need a God to teach me that. I'm not doing no wrong to nobody. I don't sit and talk about nobody. I don't sit and tease nobody. Talk about what they don't have or what they need to do. I don't sit and do that with no one. I'm a good person, and that didn't come from spirituality. It's because it's innate with me. It's always been there. I'm done.
Real rap?
No. Can I just quickly?
Oh yeah. Sorry, Dodge. I forgot.
I won't be long. I promise y'all. I won't be long.
No. Take your time. I just forgot.
Nisha, that's why you're my sister from another mister, as we always say. Seriously. I just want to say, most importantly, I just want us to come back to sense and also remember, personally for me, Anisha, I appreciate each of you ladies. You know that because y'all bring something very different to the conversation always, right? I love the spitfire. I love the snappiness because that's who we are as a people. We're going to say what we mean what we say. And if we don't understand something, you're going to know that we don't understand something. My thing is, because I am in communion with each of you right now, I am in no shape, form, or fashion interested in convincing anybody on this panel that they're wrong. I can meet you where you are, and I can take you where you at, because I am genuinely interested in getting to know you, if that makes sense. And when we come on here, me too, I am very private about what goes on in my real life, and I'm going to keep it that way for many reasons, right? So in this conversation, most importantly, what I really want to emphasize is that sometimes we feel triggered. And I think, Sakina, you said this a few months ago, like eat the meat, spit the bone type deal, right? Take what you can from whatever conversation we're having or whatever conversation you're in. And this goes for the cousins in the chat as well, right? Eat the meat, spit the bone. Take what you can from each thing or not. That's your choice. That's the beauty about life. I don't have to live. If I don't agree with something, right? In spite of the fact that maybe I've been raised under it, because there's a lot of things, let's be real, there's a lot of things that our aunties, uncles, family members are not always honest about, because maybe they just don't know. Doesn't mean that they're lying on purpose. Maybe they just don't know information, right? And this is what we're seeking to understand. But when it comes to God, I'm so over this conversation. Honestly, I'm like over it. And I just want to say, listen, eat the meat and spit the blood clot bone. Take what you can and keep it moving.
And if you done, boo. You ain't got to take
right?
what you want.
Take what you can or not. Don't eat it. If you don't eat chicken, don't eat chicken. Who cares? Like,
Right. Eat the vegetable.
I do, right? Exactly. Eat a vegetable, right? Drink some water or drink a juice or drink soda, whatever you want to commune with. That's on you, right? But because I dig you or because I want to hear what you have to say, I can listen. I may disagree, but I don't always have to necessarily express that, because my intention is not to convince, not a motherfucker, because I know I can't do that. Because right now we're speaking about belief and theory and what we have been conditioned to believe. And I think that that's why the confusion comes in. And this is why I keep saying, when you know who you are and when you keep on digging and you're digging, there's a lot of things that we're going to uncover, that you're going to uncover. It's going to shock you, and it may not feel good. It may not be happy stories. Actually, most of us are not from royalty. We like saying things like that. I'm coming out in a minute. We like saying things like that, but we're not. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Now I'm quiet. Go ahead.
Did you get that from a book, Don?
No, baby. I got that from Mama teaching, Grandma raising, and some books. Yeah, some
Facts,
books.
Facts. Real rap. Go ahead.
All right, peace. Yeah, I think after I'm done with this, I'm gonna just wrap it up and tell y'all switch topics on this. But the comment that y'all made earlier, like when y'all brought up the DNA and y'all brought up from the scientific studies and journals and all that stuff that I'm reading right now, it's not saying that we don't have native blood, but the blood that's coming up is not the majority percentage. Not saying that you deny none of your bloodline, because like before I ever found an African, I told Sai and I told a lot of different platforms, regardless of what I find, I'm gonna claim all my ancestors, known and unknown, just like Bobby Hemming used to say back in the day. So when I look at the DNA, like I said, it's bringing up minute from anywhere from some people of like a percentage to a point to like 2 to 5%, and on a high in the teens. So that's all I'm saying on that. And like, if y'all want to, like break that down, we can. On the other thing that y'all keep saying, as far as people have a right to their opinion, I agree. People do have a right to their opinion. But once we get into certain conversations where context has to be brought up, like for instance, I'm not a believer of the Bible when it comes to the history part. I understand all the allegory. Like there's some chapters in the Bible that I rock with, but like what the sister said, if somebody said that like they were pouring up a cup of water, that's something that we can do today. Like it's not that it's untrue, it's just something that people have always done. So the point that I'm getting at is, if I'm having a biblical conversation, like I'm not going to take the route of I don't believe. I'll have a conversation with the person that believes in it and like the history. I'll have a conversation, but I'm gonna also bring up the contradictions that I find. Like for instance, when they were having that conversation like the other day with Nepal, where I wanted her to bring up Eve was punished for her pursuit of knowledge, right? In Genesis, I believe 3. And later on in the Bible, Hosea 4:6, the Hebrews are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. I got a problem with that. And there's a lot of little things like that, contradictions that I have a problem with in the Bible. But I'll land my plan on this. If whatever system helps you to be a better person, that's what I always tell people. Who am I to take that from you? I don't pay your bills. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in your household. So if that is what helps you to make like yourself a better person, have at it. But if we have these contextual conversations, then we got to keep respectfully the feelings at the door and just have the conversation for the sake of having it to get to a conclusion. I'll
Come on.
Thank you. Bam. Thank you for waiting. It's your
That
turn.
was good. What's the word? I'm just listening in. I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic. I'm just listening.
Don't know. You pass the mic right now. I just want you pass the mic right now. The mic is not coming back to you until
No,
after
he Dizzle getting smarter. That's what it is. Every time he come on here, he getting smarter and smarter.
No. That's little sister. That's little sister Dulcinea. So
are you sure you don't have a plane to fly and land right now?
I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass to the next person.
Yeah, he getting smarter. I keep telling y'all, he getting smart. He don't see it, but we see it.
Big Mama.
Who is that, Gemini?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's the word, baby girl?
You got it.
What's the word, baby girl? Oh man. Yeah, I'm enjoying. I'm enjoying the show. I'm enjoying the show. Really.
Me too. It's so juicy, ain't it?
Yeah.
I'm
I'm enjoying the show. I'm enjoying how Dulcie doing it. Auntie Freedom. I'm just sitting back. Gemini, you baby girl. I gotta kind of be lower my conversation with that. but yeah, I gotta be lower my conversation because I'm at the crib right now. So I gotta be lower my conversation. So
no, we're gonna read all the way through that.
Smile for him.
Hell no.
Somebody getting slapped tonight, slapped tonight, slapped tonight.
All right, let Sister Freedom go.
Let her catch you in here calling somebody baby girl. Her name's
Oh
Freedom, they
man.
pissing you up. They pissing
Who,
you
who,
off, Freedom?
who baby is that though? Who baby is that? That sounds like my niece. Who baby is that?
Sorry, that's mine. Not my baby. Is that
Okay. That sounds like my niece. That sounds like my niece. I said, damn, that sounds just like my niece.
Okay,
He
you
did,
just
so that is not your niece.
You just said Pastor Sister Freedom, and afterwards you just went on a whole tangent. Is the mic past to Sister Freedom or not?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because Sister Freedom, look, Freedom Day like today, people, today.
So I'm like, come on.
No, I just want to make sure I say I respect everybody's opinion. It doesn't matter. I don't need to be mean, nasty, throw shots. Y'all can't beat me no damn way, so it don't make a difference. So I don't need to do that to nobody. I would never do that to nobody. I mean, your opinion is whatever your opinion is. I read the Bible a different way. Like I said, when I read things, I try to have an open mind in what I'm reading. That's a symbolic book. You know, maybe we should get off this subject because obviously this subject is causing some type of negative energy between us as sisters, and I don't want that to happen. Everybody has their own opinion about different things in life. I think everybody on this panel are good people by nature. Did I say real rap? Did I say thank you for coming up here? And we will have that out of Africa conversation, I guess, at another time. People are just who they are. You know what I mean? I think we all good people by nature, and I think we all can be bad people by nature. It just is what it is. So maybe we should skip over to something else, like Nisha said earlier.
No, I'm addressing Gemini. Sorry, but once you're done.
Because and back to what Gemini was saying, I never thought the Bible or the Quran, well, mainly the Bible, should have ever been in any church. I never thought that, because I never looked at it as as I got older. Now, when I was in Sunday school and the book was read to me, in a literal form, and my grandmother had us, we come from, like I said, I come from the 60s. So we pretty much had church every damn day. Okay. So as I got older, I never thought the Bible should have ever been in a church, because I started seeing it in a different form, a different way. I start seeing the symbolism in the book, because none of it made no sense to me as a child. So it didn't make no sense to me as I got older. So I guess got that the situation where I started seeing the symbolism in it. And then I started reading other things and seeing that they put things in the book from other stories, but they made sense to me in its symbolic form. So, I think they could just teach the Bible right in school if they taught it in its symbolic form, because it's lessons and examples and consequences for actions. Now, Gemini said spiritually. I don't know if I see spirituality the same way everybody else does, because it is a word that can be used for different things. Like I could just say, girl, your spirits are really down today. I don't know if that's the same thing as spirituality from a religious form, or just you got your spirits are down, like you're in a bad mood or a sad mood or a negative, something down. So everybody see things different in their different form. I don't think that people see things the same way. My mind is just what it is, and I see things in the light that I see it. So, if anybody think that I was coming at them in a negative way, I wasn't. I'm used to how everybody's attitude on this panel is. And being as I'm the oldest one on this panel, your attitude doesn't mean anything to me. Your opinion doesn't mean anything to me. Just doesn't. You have your own opinion, and that's your right to have. I can't say, Nisha, you shouldn't think the way you do. Dots, Dulcinea, Sakina, Bizzle, Gemini, or even Real Rep or anybody in the chat, because they see things out of the lens that they send them their own mind. Just be who you are. I mean, I don't have to be mean to nobody. I'm just saying whatever I'm saying. And I was just giving my opinion. But it wasn't, Nisha, if you think personally was to come at you, it wasn't. And that's my third time saying that. Third time. I don't gotta throw shots at you. I've never been mean to you, ever. So I don't even know why you would have thought I'm throwing personal shots at you, because I'm not. I'm just saying my mind is open enough to read a book and get something out of it. I know if they say the kingdom of God is within you, and I know I got all the attributes of God, I got the attributes of the devil too. I see it in that form. I don't see it as something outside of myself. People have their own opinion, their own way of looking at things. So that's pretty much, I just want to make sure we good with you knowing personally I'm not coming at you, because I don't need to. You have a right to your opinion. But for me, I can learn out of anything. I learn from the things that y'all say here. I look at them different ways. So, and Dulcinea, check yourself or you wreck yourself. That's all I'm going to say to you. I mean, now you can take that as a shot, because it really was thrown. I mean, the dart was like, bam, and it popped you right in the head, because it just, I mean, I just think people talk sometimes just to be talking, or they think they, I don't know, but I'm just saying, we just need to don't do that. It's just, no. I wasn't coming at Nisha. I was just speaking on my opinion about the book. That's all. So if you got anything that you want to say that I need to say something back to,
you gonna wait your turn.
No,
let me know once you land your plane.
If you didn't like anything that I just said, while it's still my turn, go ahead on and say it, so I can tell you what I mean by what I'm saying.
Nope, I'm gonna wait for my turn.
Go ahead and make yourself okay. I'm gonna wait, and I didn't say anything about what you said.
Land your plane, Sister Freedom.
I didn't say anything about what you said, but if you do,
you're gonna wait till your next turn. So, are you done?
Doesn't matter. I'm just letting you know there ain't gonna be no negative all night. I'm just trying to say Salaam alaikum to the brother that gave me the salams.
Are you done, Sister Freedom?
Go right ahead.
Okay. So as the youngest person on this panel, I'm about to pop off. No, but Gemini.
Oh, I love the pop off. I love that.
Gemini. A lot of what you said, I agreed with, and that was my point. That you should read books in correspondence to the subject matter. And what I was saying, the problem with religious books is that they want to take a religious book and say, I can use this religious book for math. I can use it for science. I can use it. No, it needs to stay under religion, and you need to go get a corresponding book in the book of study. Where y'all are about to get triggered is when it comes to spirituality, you can't find spirituality in no damn book. There's no book that teaches someone spirituality. You are losing the concept of spirituality once you're seeking it from a book. That's why books didn't exist when there was spirituality. We know spirituality is what we cannot see. So a book is something you can see. How do you say that, oh, a book that you see is giving you spirituality? It's not. Now, it might come in the guise as far as to be like, here, we can learn certain things as far as to get closer spiritually, or like I said, have good practices, have good principles in it. But not everybody that has spirituality needs a book to give it to them. Not everybody that has good principles needs a book to give them good principles. So as far as when you ask of the Moorish thing, the Moor is a nationality, and it's not something I seek any religious book to give me that nationality, because religious book can't give me my nationality. That would be counterintuitive for me to be like, God, what's my nationality? Please show me a sign. How I studied as far as the Moors was I studied history, and I got the primary sources that pointed me into the direction of Moor. Now, I'm not against anybody that says, oh, I don't believe in that. It doesn't go in that direction. You don't have to agree with history books either. Just like Sister Freedom was saying, there's a lot of books that are scientific, that are historic, that teach English.
No, I said that. I said that. Sister Freedom did not say that.
Oh, well,
that was me.
She said, no. She said that just because it's in a science book doesn't make it right. Just because it's in a history book doesn't make it right. And that's what I was saying. Like, you don't have to agree with it. That's on you, whether you agree with it or not. But I went to the corresponding subject, and then I found more. So that's what I just wanted to make that clear, that I did not get more from any religion, because more isn't a religion. It's a group of people. Now, they do say in religious texts like the Hebrews or anything, they'll use that to say, oh, this is a group of people, and tie it to that. Kudos to them. I rather go by historical facts to be like what my nationality, ethnicity, etc., is. But I don't downplay anybody else that wants to go through any other means. But I would just say, as far as spirituality, like prayer isn't taught. There's not one right way to pray. There's not one right way to meditate. Now, for you or anything, it could be good that the Quran teaches you to get in a certain posture and all this other stuff. And for you, that flushes all your thoughts. All you can do is like meditate at that point, because what posture you're in, you're like, oh, I'm at one with the spiritual aspect of the world and nature. But some people can go out and just look at the stars and pray, and that brings them in. So that's why I'm saying that a book can't teach you those things. It can help certain people that need it, but spirituality is something that we all get individually. We get for ourselves.
My
so
God.
You don't have to be an atheist.
My God.
Or not believe in spirituality to say that, oh, I don't use a book for that.
Hold that, young Jesus.
Yeah, right. You don't have to use a book for that. So, and I personally have always sought my spirituality from nature, from the stars. I feel more in tune with the moon. People can call me a witch, but I believe in them crystals. I believe in going and making some moon water and all this other stuff, which people will say, where's Marcus? Pseudo alert. Go ahead and put the pseudo alert out. But that's me. That's how I go about things. I can be like, oh, okay, I'm a do a little seance of sorts, of just being like, I'm having attention for whatever I'm going to do for my day, and I'm going to put it in those things. And that's for me, but that might not be for you. That's where I'm saying, as far as it, that just because someone's not finding it in a book doesn't mean they haven't found it. Okay, Dots, it's on you.
No, I'm a speak last, okay, y'all? I'll speak last.
You gonna speak last again?
Yeah, I'm gonna speak my turn. Go ahead.
Let me go
Listen,
ahead.
somebody else gonna have to be. Somebody else gonna have to be last.
Okay.
Nobody else gonna be last.
Sakina gonna be.
I'm not gonna be last. Hold on. I'm not, because
you're not. You're next. Don't you see where you are on the screen?
Yeah, I'm going there, and I definitely see that. I'm following you. I'm with you. I'm here. I'm here, boo. I got this.
I figured, because you're gonna address me, so I was like, go ahead, put you next.
Okay, so have you read? So you have read the Bible, right? Lots of times, I assume.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and you have read the Circle 7, I assume.
Yep. And the Quran.
Right. And so as we're talking about gaining knowledge, when I think of spirit, a measure of spirituality, it's in combination with the whole person. So if I'm thinking about books, any books, right, no matter what they are, because if you read the title, you skim through a few chapters, if it's not your book, you usually pass it up, just like we do channels on the TV. But it's not to say, right, that these books are of no value, because all books have value. Every last single one of them that is written came from a person. It's important to understand where people are coming from in general, just on a broader scale, so we can kind of, get the understanding of, again, where people are coming from, wherever they are from the east, south, north, and west. So when I think of books and I'm think of adding value or enhancing my person, I'm thinking of the whole person. I'm not going to look at I'm not going to sit here and I'm not, and knowing, some of y'all, you're going to say, well, it's man worship or personality worship. But if I want to become successful, I want to know the books that this successful person has read. That matters to me, right? And then I'm going to sit, just like it matters to us on this conscious channel, when you have people who bring up several books and said, this book will tell you this, and this book will give you this knowledge, and this book will give you that knowledge, right? We don't sit and say, that's man worship or personality worship when we have a favorite person who is suggesting a book. Books are sometimes just suggestions. They don't mean you have to go out there, run and buy them, run and read them, but they're suggestions because a person is knowledgeable in that area. To be quite honest, I have found throughout the years, throughout my 50 years, that people who don't place value in books, period, and don't need to learn anything more, have a different type of set of values. And those values, I have not, they're alternative, right? The alternative values, because they're saying, I don't need more information. I don't need to grow. I have learned everything that I need to learn. I've stopped at a certain point. Okay, well, anything you stop at a certain point will have a limited amount of growth. Plants, people, children, you can't underfeed a child. If you do, they'll have less weight. So it's important not to place this, it's not, these books are not the end all and be all. But in the same breath, it's a difference if we're saying the book is trash or the content in the book is trash, because that would make for a better conversation. If a person has read some of the content, why is this book trash? It is trash because of this. It is trash because of that. It's hard to sit here and see where a person is going if a person, don't know enough content of any book to call any book trash. Just like sometimes I can't call the books that people in our channel, in our community, trash, because I have not read those books yet to call it trash. Only when I have, someone else has read that book or gave an overview of that book or commentary on that book, then can we join in on more of the discussion. But in order to call something completely trash, you have had to read the book, any of them. Otherwise, it doesn't make for a proper discussion. And this is where we're talking about. So it's okay to have an opinion about anything, but we still need a discussion about said book so we can all join in and maybe agree with you that, yep, you was right. It's trash.
Yeah, teach, 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 sister.
And I'm just simply, because some of these words, like Sakina was bringing out earlier, some of these words hold, just a little bit of weight, and at this age and at this level, we want to have conversations about why something is or isn't, so that we can all come to a consensus. Because what you're saying may be valid about something is trash. You might have a valid point. We never knew that before, but you bringing that to our attention, we can now say and agree with you. Yep, it's trash. Or someone else can have another point and say, nope, I've read that same book. Here's another, here's another perspective about the book in a different chapter. And then we can dialogue back and forth. And then that will be a little bit better. Sakina, are you there?
I'm here. I just want to know how I went.
Ladies, it's not Sakina's turn. She's wrong.
It is my turn. I went after you.
Nisha, you're skipping?
No, you moved me wrong. You moved me after Nisha.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Sakina's turn.
Okay,
Right.
Sakina, sorry, and then Nisha.
All right. Now, let me go in by first saying to Nisha, because I in no way offended you, but I want to apologize if I did. Because I know, I don't want to say I know. I felt like I was only saying to myself or describing myself and saying that I knew that I did research in the history, because I couldn't digest the fact that all these years that I was under a religion, or now everybody know I went precept by precept. So going through all these religions and whatnot, and finding out through all of these different religions whether it was or was not Jesus, and all of these different stories, and being I'm not gonna say kicked out, but not
What do you think it is now?
getting in and out of these practices and religions. You have to start finding out in history, because some of these they do line up with history. Unfortunately, if you know your history, they don't line up as in the way you think it does, but to a degree it does. If you look into maybe the city of Troy, the story of the city of Troy, that does line up somewhere within the Bible. And everybody knows about the Trojan horse story in the city of Troy. That does line up with a story within the Bible, but that's here or there. That's like I said. So for me, I'm gonna say for me, I had to do this work. So that's just for me. So with me right now, I'm going to say that all of this, with the discussions from y'all, from all the ladies, as well as the kings on the panel, it only brings me to the scientific, esoteric part of interest and investments. So because Nisha, you do study, and your studying is on your interest, and that's what you invest in. Okay. And that's the mathematic part. And that's pretty much what science is. Right. And so if we look at it from a biblical or religious perspective, that's what abundance is. Anything that you're interested in and you put your investments in, that's what your abundance is. And people think of it as a financial thing, and it's really not. It's about the abundance. Abundance is anything from love, family, and those things. Things that you are interested in, that you invest in your time, and that you give it to. That's what you give, and that's what you reciprocate. Those are the things that you get in abundance in. Those things you get in quantum. You give them, and you give them back in return. We feed what feeds us. That's plants. That's the things in life. That's the things that you give in your children, in society, in the universe, and it gives it back. If you don't give it out, when people say people don't treat them this way, or nobody never gives them nothing, do you ever give people something? You see what I'm saying? And this is the things that we are talking about, the things that matter. Mind over matter. If you don't mind, then it don't matter. So this is what it turns out to be. Atoms make a man. I've said this before. How many atoms make a man? Freedom looked it up. So these are the things that matter. You have to become the matter. The matters are a force. The force becomes energy. It becomes a scientific level of things. the equation adds up quantumly. Quantum is a bigger effect of things. It's a total of all things. So when people start to tell you, this is when you go over somebody's mind. So when we say the overplay for the underlay, there's a scripture I end up hearing that said one day they were all going to be over you and you were going to be the ones laid under. This is what they're talking about. You can't let nobody pass you up. The ones that always try to talk over your head, thinking you don't know what they talking about. Say what you mean and mean what you say. Them big words sometimes, remember I said about the acetaminophen, had me running around looking for some Tylenol and it was in my hand all the time. Remember, I was a secretary all the time before I got to administrative positions. And once I got there, they said, say what you mean and mean what you say. A doctor is not going to talk to you using those PhD doctor terms. Why? Because you are a layman, regular person. They're not going to come and tell you something they know you're not going to understand. And I'll land my plane with that.
First of all, I didn't get offended at all by what anybody said. Y'all know me. I didn't get offended, but sometimes I have to stand my ground because I take a lot of shots on here. I feel them all the time. It's okay though. But I don't understand why people think that everybody have to go down this same path, have to go down this same road. Oh, you should do more of this and you should do more of that. Because if you don't have this, then you're not going to be that. What works for you works for you. Who am I to tell you what you should do or you should get more of this or more of that? What works for you works for you. I am me. What works for me works for me. I don't push my shit on nobody. Don't push your shit on me.
Come on.
And this is life. And I'm not talking about anybody in general. I'm not talking about anybody specifically. I'm speaking generally. If you feel like you need to read 50 books a day, that's you. But make sure you know what your end goal is. What's the end game? That might work for your end game. That might not work for my end game. And I think people really need to understand that instead of consciously being like the Joneses, keeping up with it consciously, keeping up with the Joneses.
I'm a Jones.
So don't say, oh, everybody needs this and everybody needs that. We're not made the same. We were not created the same. I might not need all of that. What you need. You might not need what I need. And we have to understand that and respect that about people. And not say, well, you should get this and you should get that because this is what you're gonna need. You don't know my life. You don't know my story. You don't know what I have done, what I have accomplished. You don't know nothing about that. Speak for yourself. Speak to yourself. And let's just be. If you want to go off and just study everything, then do your thing. But don't kick dust up because somebody not going down that road that you going down. It's not for them. That's your road. It's for you. Do you. Everybody didn't make the same grades in school. Everybody in college didn't need to take the same courses. Some people did extra shit in high school that they could have applied those credits to something else. So some people skip grades. Everybody don't understand and comprehend the same. And your comprehension and my comprehension It don't have to be the same. And we don't have to agree on anything. But what we have to do is be respectful to each other.
That's true.
Period. And we can have these conversations, and on certain topics, I don't really have nothing to say because it's like beating a dead horse. On certain topics, I have more to say. But what we have to understand is respect is universal. Because like I said, I take these shots from y'all a lot. And I feel it and I know it. And I'ma say it. Because it's what it is what it is. But that's cool. Because at the end of the day, I sleep good. Throughout the day, I'm making money, so I'm good.
Can I have some?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't give you shots. That don't be me.
That
No,
don't be
it don't.
me
It
either.
don't be you. No,
I'm not. I keep telling you, I wasn't trying to throw a
You
shot.
take shots, Gemini take shots on me and Dulcinea. We get it the most, and that's just real talk. But I love y'all.
I don't be thinking of nothing about what
I love y'all regardless of what.
I might start out just saying.
Big mad or little mad?
Dulcinea have me up too, though.
I
I
ain't got no shots at you, Nisha. Stop. You can't.
Is you big mad or little mad?
I ain't
That's
gonna
all
lie.
I want to know.
Her back though.
You see the smile? You see my pretty smile? You see
and that's right in your face. That's not even
And
a shot outside.
I follow the book of Nisha, and that is my religion.
Well, that's not even a shot to the side. That's I'm like, is you big mad or is you little mad? That's me asking you direct. Because Gemini is always direct, but I ain't gotta do nothing to the side.
I don't remember us throwing no shot. I don't remember me throwing no shot anyway.
It ain't just the night. What y'all talking about?
Yeah, you might be some other night.
Stop the cat.
Come on, Scorpios.
Go
Nobody
get it.
gonna keep on
Go
trying to
put-
spoil her
Go
now. That's
put the
enough.
baseball cap
Nisha,
on, both of
you
y'all.
always starting shit.
Dulcinea always starts stuff.
Dulcinea, you know she be instigating all
But
through the
anybody
night,
through no
all
shot,
through the
she be
day,
running
night,
her
the
mouth.
morning, the PM and the DM and all the M's. Dulcinea, you got more
And I
caps than
swear
anybody
by
on
this,
here.
if you throw a shot at me, I'm getting out the bazooka.
Exactly. That's how she rolls.
It's fine because you know what? It's fine because I respect all y'all personalities. And we've been rocking with each other for some months now. And I respect all of y'all personalities. I like to hear y'all speak. I like to hear when y'all engage with other people. I love that shit. And I'm never gonna say anything negative to that. Because I respect y'all mind. And I love to hear different people points of view, even though I don't have to agree with it.
You look real pretty tonight.
Thank you. But I don't have to agree with everything y'all say, so don't push y'all on me, and I don't push y'all on you.
But we keep telling you it's okay though, when you just don't want to hear
No,
it.
because guess what? It's gonna happen next week. So I'm just getting
But listen, but what I'm trying to say is still just your opinion. Everybody has their own. Everybody got their own. That's not throwing a shot at you because everybody got their own opinion.
That wasn't what I was
But
saying.
my question is, do y'all always? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead,
My
Doc.
bad.
I'm done.
I think you know what? I think sometimes the back and forth happens because we say that. We'll say that, right? Like, we don't take shots. Yeah, we do. Let's be real. We do, right? And then we'll say we can respect. No, we do. I'm saying we, but I don't think I take shots, but I'm sure I have. I'm gonna own that.
You're doing it right now.
You know, right? No, I'm very direct. I said we. We like saying plural. We like using pronouns like we, so I'm saying we. Okay? But anyway, we will say that, and we'll keep it moving. But listen, my thing is, this is the only thing I really care about tonight. Y'all know what I really, really want to know?
What?
Y'all want to know what I want to know why there haven't been more likes hit. I'm confused. I'm confused, y'all. What's going on in the chat? Because y'all been heavy in the chat, but what's up with the likes?
Uh-oh.
Can we get them likes up? Like, we giving y'all lots of entertainment every time we come on. We give y'all a little pizzazz. We give y'all sass. We got y'all thinking that we be beefing hard. I want y'all to understand that this shit, when we come on here, we understand we have a show to do. Please don't take this further than we got to, okay, y'all? We, like, understand. Okay, understand that. But hit them likes.
Right. That's took a shot for
Hit them likes. Hit them likes.
Like.
Now that's the shot. Okay, I'm confused. Hit them. Get them likes up.
Well, I need somebody to send something to the Cash App so I get a drink tonight. They have really abused.
Oh,
you know,
drink. You don't even drink.
Right. Yeah, doing the most. And she the main one. Ooh.
But wait, hold up. Excuse me. Freedom did good tonight. My girl did not go to sleep. Okay? She is in the conversation for the whole blood clot night. You heard?
Yeah.
She did good. Okay. She did good. She did good.
I really did good tonight. I'm proud of myself.
You trust me, mama.
30 Dulcinea, the youngest one on the whole thing, got smart with me like I was going to let her. Now and spank some legs.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my
that's that cancer. You know she'll play.
Like, you know how it is. Like, she taking up for her sister. My kids used to do that. Mom, don't hit my sister. My little nieces used to actually try to jump in it when me and my kids get in it.
Okay,
so that's how I look at y'all. That's how I look at Dulcinea and Nisha.
So we need to be figuring out, when are we inviting Real Rap back to do a presentation?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I like that question, Sakina.
Real Rap.
I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, honey. I will not let them abuse you. I will not. If I gotta put on my spidey glasses, it's gonna be
a flag on the play. Okay.
Yeah,
Didn't you?
Hey,
Go ahead,
call
I
him
need
up
you to
here?
stand.
Didn't you call him up here to say,
Yes,
"Oh,
I
I'm
did invite him up here,
That's
but
what
I
you
didn't know y'all
called him
gonna
up here
go
to
out
do.
like this.
You said,
But
"Oh,
wait a minute,
I'm
I'm
gonna
just
get
saying,
at you,
Real
Real
Rap.
Rap."
Where you at with my God?
Well, Jesus.
I'm right here to the guy. Hey, look, goddesses. Can I say one thing?
I want little Jesus.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And when
Good
can you come
Jesus.
back and do a presentation?
My God.
Let
My
us
God.
know. Thank you.
My
Let
God.
Real Rap answer. Sakina answer the question. Let him
My
answer, y'all.
My
Real Rap, you
God.
gotta. No.
They say you faking in the chat, Real Rap.
Real Rap, you gotta jump in. You gotta jump in because they're gonna just overtalk. Just keep. Go ahead, Real Rap.
All right, so
Give
look.
an answer.
All right, so look. I just want to see. I don't mind doing a presentation. Like I said, we could build, we could have a conversation. But I just want to say this real quick because my little Twitter finger's been working all night. To my stepsons, my redheaded stepchildren in the chat, it's too many beautiful women up here for me to be talking to little dudes all night. I don't want to talk to y'all. I want to build these beautiful sisters, all right? I want to talk to somebody that's getting some money, that's advancing in life. I ain't got time to be talking to my little redhead stepsons that I don't give a damn about. All right. I'm sorry the child support didn't hit when it was supposed to hit. I apologize. All right. That's not my fault. All right. Now all my redhead stepsons, leave me alone. All right. I'm trying to talk to my beautiful sister. Now, I'm done with that. Now, to the sisters, yes, I love the energy. I love how transparent y'all are. I love that y'all have conflict resolution, right? Because everybody not agreeing, but y'all can all respect one another. I read that, and I got love for that. So I don't mind doing a presentation. Just pick the topic. If it's on DNA, history, culture, or whatever, we could set that up. Because Dulcinea was talking cash money talk. And we could definitely have that conversation too once she get done with Cedric.
Hey yo, Dulcinea, you be getting these niggas, yo. You be getting under these guys' skin.
No, I do. But for you, Real Rap,
He gonna get you before Marcus get you.
It's gonna be a
Marcus gonna tear that ass. He's from where? Delaware. Marcus is going to tear that at.
Hell no.
Marcus is going to tear that at.
My nephew.
Yep. Oh man. Real rap want to get it before Marcus. Yeah, Marcus been trying to get it forever.
Delaware. And the thing is, when Marcus come, if anybody say anything about Marcus,
my nephew,
Marcus tear that at. Marcus gonna tear that at.
No, Marcus don't be playing. Marcus be like, I am not going to be arguing. He be setting his tone, boy. He be like, listen, I ain't got time.
Marcus versus Dulcinea. Now that's gonna be. Now that's a good one right there.
You are absolutely right. Pandering won't stop this switch from coming out. I'm still gonna go. So it is what it is.
I got my
test on Dulcinea.
Hold on.
I gotta stand with my sister. I got Dulcinea all day of the week. I'm sorry, Marcus. I gotta go with Dulcinea.
No, I'm getting sleepy because I'm rocking. You know what that.
That's Dot.
It's okay, Dot. It's okay.
Dot's is saying that. I got Dulcinea. I'm sorry.
Hey, Dot.
I gotta rock.
Hey, Dot. Look, let me say this.
He's from Delaware, so you know. Talk.
Hey, Dot. Let me say this. I'm gonna be back up. I don't have no problem giving respect to my so-called opponent. That's not pandering. Like, niggas need to understand what you're not lowering yourself by giving respect to your opponent. But I will take my belt off and catch a body when it comes to Dulcinea, because she know that she messed up when she brought up. She knows she messed up when she brought up the haplogroup.
I knew you were.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch her body. I don't care if it's female or male. This is intellectual. This ain't physical. So you can get in the ring and you can be the next body that I gotta catch, Dulcinea. Hey, matter of fact, Dulcinea, it's so real. I emailed you yesterday. I ain't see no reply back. I know you busy. I know you a mother and all that. I know you professional. But go ahead and check that email this weekend. I already emailed you.
Check that email.
What did you send out, real rap? Was it
You sent it to the wrong email. You should have sent it to me.
I sent it to Miss Moore's Beauty 88. I sent it. All right, it's in there. Like swimwear. Stop it.
He said he like
something about Dulcinea.
I got you.
Stop playing.
Oh, he's probably auditioning to be a pseudo killer. I've already beat y'all's king.
Not auditioning.
I already beat y'all's king.
Y'all know y'all try to keep up with us Joneses.
What does Legendary say? He says, I said, fuck you, Bobby Banger.
you know, y'all try to keep up with them Joneses. My nephew ain't playing with you. And then real rap gonna finish you. And I'm gonna be sitting back like, my sister. Why? No, I'm gonna help you though.
Now we might not agree, but we bias over here, okay? They not gonna agree, and they still gonna give me information like, hey,
I'm hitting with that damn hard. Damn that! Don't hit my sister that hard.
No.
Come on, little Jesus, I need a prayer.
What are you saying about my bra strap? Are you saying my bra strap is as big as a belt? Is that what you're saying?
He said he's gonna get the strap. He said he's getting the strap. He said he's getting the strap, though. See, he said he's
getting the strap, and I'm gonna catch your body. Facts. I said it. I ain't said it.
No. All right. All right. I like the confidence.
It's getting hotter.
It seems like someone else likes the whooping, not me, Sister Frida. After I'm done with you, I'm gonna send you over to Sakina. She likes that.
Hey, like I said,
we got a little.
Like I said, I ain't taking it easy on you either, like Dulcinea. You gonna get this work, all right? Just like my red-headed stepsons, I gotta beat them up. You gonna get the same belt.
All right. All right. Now, Ibizzle, you gonna let Sakina call you little Jesus, and you just gonna take that? You gonna take that,
Ibizzle?
Oh, baby Jizzle,
baby Ibizzle, say my God,
baby Jesus, baby Jesus.
Yeah, that's. I was gonna tell you, man. What you on tonight? what you on?
I've been chilling. I was getting
You out clown. You out here clowning tonight.
No, I woke up. You know, I'll be waking up kind of. I'm always late to the party. You know how that works.
Oh, okay.
I'm always late to the party.
See, yeah. Side too, Dulcinea.
Yeah. Sakina. All y'all, man. All y'all acting a fool tonight.
It's Friday. It's Friday.
It's Friday. It's Friday the 13th.
It's actually Saturday now. We
Yeah. I mean, it's Saturday now. But
what about this?
Come on, little sis. Come on, little sis. Why you gotta correct me on everything?
Saturday, based on what's his name?
Why you gotta correct me on everything though? Damn.
It wasn't you though. It was
damn.
Sorry,
God damn.
I'm gonna get into my Hebrew Israelite bag. I'm so sorry.
Man.
I'm so sorry. Let me stay in a woman's place.
My God.
That's right, little Jesus.
Damn, she gotta correct me on everything. Sakina, tell her quit. Tell her quit trying to correct me on everything. I'm trying to be quiet. I'm trying to be quiet.
Little Jesus.
Well, I'm trying to because Dustin said, what did Nisha do? What did Nisha do?
Little Jesus is trying to be quiet on the Sabbath. Let little Jesus be quiet on the Sabbath, and you join him and be quiet on the Sabbath and hum.
My God.
Bizzle, who do you have winning for the debate? Who do you think is gonna win?
You know damn well.
Guerilla Hebrew. I mean, Topcatz. Topcatz right now. He's a little bit too arrogant. You heard? So, Guerilla Hebrew. He gonna catch him. He gonna catch him off guard. He gonna catch him with that 1-2 punch. He gonna catch him in the second round.
You living in
he gonna catch him in that second round because
when you wake up, you living in a fantasy.
No, he doesn't know the truth. Jesus know the truth.
No. Wait. Pause. Who was that talking?
Sister Freedom just got you together.
I Topcat's brother. And I said my brother gonna win.
Don't do it. Don't do the accent.
Oh shit.
I said my brother got this because everything he know I taught him.
I think it's
I got you. Hey, brother. I got you, brother. It ain't no argument, brother. But what I'm saying is that Topcatz, he a little bit too arrogant, brother. Just to be honest with you, brother.
We raised them to be like that.
Yeah, I mean, brother. Wait a minute. Hold on. Pause, brother.
Down, Sister Freedom.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Pause, brother.
All you need to say is duck, dive, and swallow. Say it.
Wait a minute, brother. You don't think I'm arrogant, brother? You don't think I'm arrogant, brother?
It don't matter. You ain't from where we from. You ain't one of us. So what I'm saying to you is we taught my brother to be very, 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 very arrogant. So you ain't got nothing to say unless you deal it with me.
Yeah, he ain't arrogant enough.
To a slave master.
He ain't arrogant enough, she said. He ain't.
No, I think arrogance is good. I mean, there is confidence or whatever, but I think
That's my baby. That's my baby, Lolita Mays. Lolita, I love you, girl.
Lolita's still hanging. That's my sister, girl. I love Lolita.
It is. I cannot. I'm dropping down.
I don't know how y'all are acting like this accident isn't going on.
Shit.
Gemini, where you going? Where you going, Gemini?
Lady? Where
you going, Gemini?
I've been working all day long, and I have to work tomorrow and do like 15 errands. I have to try to make the day count. Like I'm so tired. I have to get some sleep. Y'all know me in sleep. I gotta get some sort of rest.
Hey, Gemini.
Yeah.
Lead the door. I'll be over there. Lead the door.
Everybody's a
You
hater.
go
You be
I'll be over there. I'll be over there about 12. Leave that open.
Already late.
You're just as biased as everybody else. You're biased.
Hey, Bizzle, just give me one before Jem hang up. Just give me one that's real walkie-talkie. We just need one plug. Come on, say it.
Man, it's just real walkie talkie. You know, after Friday the
I love it. I love it.
this is real walkie talkie. You know, after Friday the 13th. You know, I talked to my kids. I talked to my kids early. I
Are
told
you
them,
allowed on the phone after 12?
Which one you
Bizzle? Were you in the bathroom bar talking to my girls?
You don't stop with the slave master accent.
Man, you a fool. You a fool.
Who you talk to, Bizzle?
Hey, look, listen. After it was Friday the 13th.
Nisha, I love you.
Which
girl,
one did you talk to, Bizzle?
I cannot.
Wait a minute. I can't talk. Can I talk?
Yeah, which one?
No, you ain't talking about nothing unless you got money.
Okay.
What you mean if I got money?
Yeah, you should be donating.
Man, my money's long and my game is strong, brother.
Well,
wait a minute. Hold on. Pause on that. Pause on that.
Prove it on Cash App. Prove it with your Cash App.
Pause on that.
No, prove it with your Cash App.
Pause on that.
Say it with your chesty, Bizzle. Say it with your chest.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you right now. You heard? I'm trying to tell you right now.
Don't tell me, show me. I'm from the show me state.
I'm trying to tell you right now.
No, show me. Pull it out. And I'm in your money.
Oh my goodness. She said, pull it out.
Man. Is y'all crazy? Is y'all crazy right now?
Just tell us if you bring it out.
Is y'all crazy right now?
Put your
is y'all crazy right now?
Put your bank account on the screen. Let's see.
I ain't gonna. You think I'm stupid? You think I'm stupid, Dosey nigga? You think I'm stupid, Dosey?
I mean, you could just Cash App us and just.
You think I'm Dosey? Dosey, you think I'm stupid?
If your money's long, I think you should be able to do like a $50 super chat right now.
Man, listen.
Man, listen.
Listen.
Money,
man, listen. I'm trying to tell y'all right now. If y'all slow, what is wrong with y'all? Is y'all slow right now?
What?
Is y'all slow?
Okay, so how we slow?
Is y'all slow?
You bragging on money you got. You say it's long. What's it to take?
Is y'all slow right now? I'm asking, is y'all slow? I'm just asking that.
Yeah, the Holy Ghost was on Sinetta show last night. We asked him for some money.
My God,
we're not slow. I'm just saying. I mean, for someone to be bragging that their money's long, everybody that told me their money was long, and I told them Cash at me, they just said, "What's your Cash at?"
Damn.
So it sounds like your money's not as long as you trying to say.
I don't you for nothing, Jesus.
Man, my God, my God.
You for nothing, Jesus.
I love when he say my God. What you say?
My God. Damn, y'all slow.
Money looking real short right now.
You should just give it to them because I didn't ask for nothing, Jesus.
Well, I did. Money looking very.
You think a Negro that y'all never met gonna send y'all some money and I got my kids out here in the shop.
I didn't ask for nothing.
Man, what's wrong with y'all, man? Is y'all crazy?
No, don't say y'all. Just specify Jesus, because I
people don't donate. People don't donate on YouTube all the time.
Hell no, I don't donate on that shit.
So, thank you, Sachi. Not big money then. Hey, don't talk about your money being long if you can't even support.
See, that's why if Jesus can't donate a few dollars, you know he ain't coming back. That's why I didn't ask.
My money is short, and I still support people. So I'm just saying.
My God.
He keeps saying my God. He's stupid.
My God. My God. Man, damn, these people slow. Damn, these people slow. Man, I'm glad I had a grandmama and cousins. Damn, my God, these people slow.
Lolita is unscrambled mind. She said, "I don't give a damn who you voting for. Just buy a ticket."
Real Rap said, "I support black business, but some of y'all don't want to be black, so support the black people on the channel."
No, I just, man, listen. I support Nisha, Gemini, Sakina, Dosanea, and Auntie Freedom. Man, y'all already know I always talk positive.
My God.
But this is why people have white men on their roster, because Hebrew Israelites are all cap. All cap.
You say Hebrew Israelites is all cap. Wait a minute. What word you been? Wait a minute. Hold on. Pause. What word you been studying? What word you been studying?
Hebrew.
What word you been studying, sister?
The same one you studied.
Well, I tell you what. We gonna teach tonight. Give me that Jeremiah 4:22. We gonna teach tonight.
Jeremiah 4:22.
We can't do it, not tonight.
No, give it to him. I want to learn.
We gonna teach tonight.
Yeah, come
on. And then right after that, I want you to give me that Isaiah 1:3. See, this is why the Most High he give it to brothers. He give it to Hebrew.
He give it and he take it away.
Yes.
So let's read.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and read.
Let's read.
Yeah. I'm gonna teach tonight. I'm gonna teach. Go ahead and read. Go ahead and read that Jeremiah 4:22.
Hold on, let me add a scripture since y'all dropping script. Why don't you put that Acts 20:30 up in there? Yeah, go ahead, put that Acts 20:30.
I mean, we gonna deal with the Old Testament first, though, brother. I mean, but you good though, bro. Go ahead, and put it in there first.
Cause we gotta act right.
Well, look, since you're dealing with just the old, all right, we'll go ahead and grab that Isaiah 45:7 and that 55:3. Go ahead and grab that too, since you're in Isaiah.
Yeah. We gonna jump all over the book. We gonna teach tonight.
We gonna
see that's why the Most High. That's why the Most High he gave it to the Hebrews. A lot of sisters, a lot of brothers.
Leave your wife.
Okay. I can't talk. I can't talk now.
To your mother.
I can't talk now. Okay.
Okay.
Come on.
Leave your wife and listen to your mama.
It didn't say your mama now. Come on. Who pulling it up? Dr. Pull the scripture up, Queen.
Dulcinea, she don't want to bring it up. She don't want to bring it up because she's fearful. Because she already know the Most High. He already put it on the Hebrews. He already put it on us Hebrews that's been kicked out here in the West.
Oh, he kicked y'all out?
Yeah, he kicked us out.
Yeah, he kicked y'all, so he took it away.
Yeah, he took it away because we was disobedient.
Oh, well then that don't count.
What you mean? It don't count.
He gave it to you and then he took it away?
Yeah. Just like your mama used to tell you.
No, my mom ain't never took that away.
No, just like your mama tell you, I brought you into this world and I'm gonna take you out this world. You remember your mama used to tell you that, Sakina?
No, I never fucked up.
Oh, your mama never told you that.
I never fucked up that bad.
So you the first black woman I ever heard that said your mama never told you that.
I told him that before he shot him, but I ain't never messed up that bad that my mom had to tell me she brought me in this world and she gonna take me out.
You mean to tell me, Sakina? You mean to tell me right now your mama never told you that?
No,
you mean to tell me that?
Threatened my life like that. My mom has told me.
Okay, we can get into the real conversation now.
I'm so fast.
My East Bishop,
You know what I'm saying? And that let me know that
Okay. I'll leave it alone. Okay, I'll leave it alone.
told me no like that.
Okay, I'll leave it alone.
Hey, Bobby Banger, God killer, Slam word maker. Peace to you, King.
What's going on, Sakina Ra? How you doing? What's up, Freedom, Lachey, and everybody else on the panel? What's up with you?
Shalom.
What's good? Pete.
Hey, sitting back chilling, man. What the hell y'all talking about, man? Just going to pop through.
We finna get into how the Lord giveth and He take it away. And
let me tell them, Sakina, because
Gemini, what's up, Gemini?
Joining in. Late night folks.
Oh, Gemini, you came back? What happened?
No, wait a minute.
She came back.
I am leaving again.
Oh my God.
You know why she came back?
Yeah, can I speak to Deut? Can I speak to all the ladies? Can I?
Damn.
Gemini, I can't even say hi to all the ladies. Dulcinea, the pseudo queen. It is funny. She gotta carry that name. She brave.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question since we got you on here. Let me just go and ask you the question.
He didn't say hi to everybody. Dot, what's up with Dot? What's up?
Dot, I definitely said what's up to you, Dot.
I ain't hear you shout out Dots at all, bro.
Dot,
what's up?
Because they was howling, screaming.
You gotta, how you doing? How you doing? Thank you.
Felt like being around the ladies tonight. I said, let me step up here.
I just don't understand what it is about that makes every. Okay. Who's this trying to come in?
You know
Who said that?
Who said that? Don't you even dare, Freedom.
Who said that? Who said that?
I didn't get to say what I wanted to say. I just was saying, because I seen Marcus. Okay. Anyway. All right. Let me ask you this. Because we know the word Indian is a misnomer, right? The word Indian is a misnomer. It is. There's a difference between a Native American, an Indian, and an Aboriginal.
No, it ain't.
Original, Native American, which is like the Mexicans, Spaniards, or whatever they are, the people. Okay. And then we have Indian, right? That's 3 different entities.
What's the question?
All right. I'm trying to get okay.
I heard all of it.
So what I'm trying to say to you is if somebody was taking your DNA, right? We know that they use the word African for people of dark hue descent, right?
No, you made it.
Did somebody leave? It's her phone. Yes, her phone messing up. Okay.
Yeah, you made that up.
So when they get to the other bloodlines, that may be in you. You know, you might got European. You know how somebody take their DNA.
Some different.
And like say the majority of it, one part could be African, one part could be what?
All of it's African. All of it's African. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. What you want me to do?
You got to let me finish the question because I just said that. What you said?
You're beating yourself up, though. You shouldn't.
But I'm not. I just want to get my question out.
That's a long ass question.
Well, you gotta let me do it because it's gonna be longer if you keep interrupting me.
Go ahead, baby.
Okay. So, I'll give you, for instance, Sinetta's DNA chart, right? And it has Native American. Now we know that Sinetta has Spanish in him, so it's quite easily for him to have Native American because Native American probably goes to the people that's like Mexican, Puerto Rican, or whatever that was probably on these lands, right? Now, what I'm saying is, if Indian is a misnomer, how could it ever pop up in somebody's DNA? How?
What?
Okay, let me ask the question because
let him answer.
It's just a word, though, and whatever definition y'all subscribe to it. Most places words. And so we want to look up words. And I think it's important to look up words and the history of the words that you're talking about. In reality, we're talking about living organisms that we define as Homo sapiens sapiens. In the literature, they say African and non-African, and that always mixes everybody up. Non-African don't mean you not African. What non-African means is that the mutations occur based off of environmental pressures, radiation, cause mutations to occur. And when a particular mutation occurs off the continent of Africa, in the literature it's called non-African, but it doesn't mean that we not all African apes. It don't mean that. Science is counterintuitive. It's not common sense. So that's why we will always have problems, because people sound better kicking that common sense, right? Common sense. We grew up on common sense. So I'm always at a disadvantage. Okay, because the science ain't common, and it sure as hell ain't common sense. Reality ain't common sense. So I don't know what you know what I'm saying? I say it over and over again, and maybe you'll get used to it. Force somebody to read some material and force some people to look up some words, and over time you will get it. But just sitting here saying what I just said, you just said non-African. What do you mean? So that could be a long argument. Everybody diving in. And most people don't know what a mutation is. If it smacked them in the face, right? It's just a variation. That's it. Right now, we all got different variations of a particular gene that causes our skin to be the color it is, right? Just a variation. You know what I mean? Could be a mutation. We watched it in real time. Coronavirus, right? And you say, well, the vaccines didn't work. They kept having to change it. Yes, because when the virus changed different environments, meaning went to another person's body, is a different ecosystem. So my body is a different ecosystem than, say, Dot's body inside of her body. And so if I was to transfer the virus to her, it stands a chance to mutate because her body is a different mutation, a different, you know what I mean, environment. So all these things can be flip-flopped and messed up. And yeah, yo. So the term Indian, Native American, we basically saying that people who first arrived to the Americas. Europeans called them Indians. The proper name would be Native Americans, right? In reality, whatever the fuck they called themselves, whatever the hell they called themselves, that's what they are.
Why they don't know they African?
Huh?
Why don't they know that they're African? And why don't white people know they're African?
Stop. Counterintuitive. Who the hell knew they was from Africa before Europeans came and made the name up? Nobody would have known that. So
I said that. Thank you. I said that. I said we're using language and classifications that what exactly we're using words and classifications that was put on us, right? We didn't create the language, so we're using these terms. Exactly. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That don't even make sense. From what I'm saying,
no, I'm gonna show you.
Why would those people
for the same
not
reason
know they from Africa?
Well, the same reason you wouldn't know you was a woman. Into the language introduced the word woman. You was called something else in your native language.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You get it though, right?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Same reason. How would you know you from Africa?
How would you know? But just exclude the name. Why wouldn't they know that they from way over there? Then I'll put it like that.
How
would they know if they from there? Why wouldn't they know it?
It took them 70,000 years to get here. I get it. Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? Why wouldn't they have known?
I'm gonna tell you. You just gotta let me get it out. I'm not gonna throw up the presentation like the pseudo guy at Deut. He's wild with that shit. Throw everybody out. He's wild. I'm telling you that the world we live in, I can buy a plane and be to New York in 2.5 hours. Okay, California 3.5 hours. Okay. If I take a cruise ship, get on a boat, right? I can be in the Mediterranean in a certain amount of hours. I'm telling you that humans lived in an environment where they didn't know where the hell they was. How would they know? They only knew where they was at. No global, no cell phones, none of the shit we doing right now. It was just some trees, some water, and some wild animals. Where are you? They don't even know they on Earth. They didn't know you called it Earth. They fighting for their genetic survival. And over time, as certain food sources dried up, right? They move. So the herbivores eat grasses and grains. These are your cows and your goats and your deers and stuff like that, right? Humans hunt them. Humans are omnivores. Carnivores also hunt them. Humans can eat carnivores and herbivores and herbs and grasses and grains. We eat every damn thing. So when the grasses and grains dry up in an area, maybe this area is containing 100 people. Weather changed, the grasses stopped growing. Animals search to find the grains, right? The herbivores looking for grasses to eat. The carnivores follow the herbivores, and the omnivores follow the carnivores, and the carnivores follow the herbivores, and the herbivores follow the grasses. Over 70,000 years, they end up in America. They don't know where the hell they're going. They moving maybe 50 miles. They don't know what the fuck 50 miles is. There's no measurement on that. They just
well, why they didn't know they was somewhere hot? Why couldn't they just say, okay, well, if they didn't know the answer, didn't know the name of the place, why they say this cold, we not from here, whatever language they spoke. We not from here. We from over there where it's hot. It's cold over here.
Because
I mean, whatever language they were speaking.
I mean, you don't get that though. Like you don't get
no,
they
not the way you're answering it about.
No, because you dove in. Oh, you dove in like we always do. We always reduce the conversation, but you'll let that wild ass nigga upset whatever you want to say. You do him like this, you be stuck looking at the screen. Oh, what the fuck the nigga talking about? This nigga get a solid 45 minutes to lie to y'all.
No,
I can't get 10 minutes to give you some shit.
What I'm saying.
I can't get 10 minutes. Listen, matter of fact, the shit I'm saying is so boring, y'all probably don't want to hear the shit. But that nigga get on here and he lie to y'all. And I'm saying it because it's the truth.
What nigga?
With me?
Yeah, who?
Pseudo adept. The nigga to break out the PowerPoint.
Oh, I knew he was talking.
I knew you were talking about
That nigga do just like this. Look, this is the nigga do to y'all. That you can ask the nigga a simple
no, not
question.
Y'all.
This
not
nigga
y'all.
do this.
Thank Not y'all. Not y'all.
That nigga do. Look, let me show you. Let me show the
Lisa
world.
don't got nobody to talk about him.
Let me show you the world we pivot to. Look, this type shit is going on around this month. Watch this. Look, all jokes aside. Look, you ask a nigga a question. He be like, "Hold on, sis. Can you share my screen? Can you share my screen? Hold on for a minute." You like, "Damn, nigga, just ask your question." Nigga do just like this. He do this shit.
Leave Kamisha alone.
Can y'all
answer
share
the
my
question.
screen? Can y'all share my
This is
screen?
not about Kamisha.
Wait, can you? It is. Can y'all share my screen? Share my screen, ladies
This is
and
not
gentlemen.
about Kamisha.
Do y'all see my screen? Though, see my screen? Yeah. This nigga do shit like this. You like, what the? Did y'all share my screen?
Oh my God! Now see, this is what we be saying now. Why you got? We're not talking about Kamisha, bro. Stay on the topic. Like why?
It is the topic. Is y'all sharing my screen? I want to share my screen like that nigga do. Is y'all sharing my screen?
Yes.
All right, then.
But can I ask you a question before you go into your flow?
See
Just
what I'm
real
saying?
quickly.
You don't do that nigga
No.
nigga need to go.
No. Dots doesn't interrupt. No, I don't really interrupt. I'm just saying. I just want. Okay, I'm gonna let you rock. You rock, bro. Go ahead. You rock. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nope. I just want to prove my point.
Your turn.
I'm sorry about that. I just want to let y'all know that our comprehension, right? We program to hear that wild shit that nigga saying because we comfortable in this common sense shit. So we like this. I'm telling you that motherfuckers ain't know where they was at. Based off of nobody knew about a continent, none of that shit. And they move a little bit. And over 70,000 years, which we can't comprehend, they in America. And they creation stories that they developed.
And they forgot they came from very high.
They didn't forget what they didn't know what you saying they forgot where they came from. I'm saying y'all wouldn't know y'all was from Africa. Watch this. If somebody didn't tell y'all, if it wasn't a writing system, right? You wouldn't have known. I tell you what, if I could whisper, right, in Dot's ear something, and then Dot, right, could put it in Marcus, tell him, and then Marcus would tell Sakina Ra would tell Lachey, right? And then she would tell Dosene, and Dosene would tell Real Rap, and then Real Rap would tell E Bizzle, and E Bizzle would tell Sister Freedom. By the time that I'd be like, that ain't what the fuck I said.
Come on.
And it'd be in this program. We can do it right now. I'd be like, damn, I didn't say that. So imagine 70,000 years. Imagine 400 years. You're not knowing where you come from, not unless you got a written language, not unless it's documentation, not unless it's a global connection. All that shit make you know where you at. If nobody ever, you wouldn't know, and you would develop a culture in America, right? And your story would say you came from here. So that's why I talk about Charles Darwin. Prior to Charles Darwin, all humans thought that they came from the story that their tribes told them. I don't know why that's hard to
They name
understand.
a region Africa and say you came from there.
No, I can't. I see.
I'm asking you a question. Why you trying to get off like that?
You said what?
You said before there wasn't no names on stuff and all that. They ain't know where it was from.
People had people had their own cultural names for their area. So first you got to know first you got to realize that there are different land masses that are separated by water. First you would have to know that. Okay, so I'm saying these tribes that start in Africa, they only know their areas that they're living in. Right? They're not great explorers. Humans explore a little bit at a time because you can't go nowhere without no water. You can't just get up and travel like we do. We know by the time we get to New York, we're gonna find some water. You can't just get up and go somewhere and don't know where this shit at. You got small numbers of people gotta go. We found water. Okay, bet. Come on, y'all. And that shit take time to do up. We need to be able to eat. We can go to a local food market. So there is no continents to be talked about because we don't know there's a fucking continent. That theory has not came out yet, right? There's so many things that wasn't there yet. So no, in the 1600s when they brought us over this motherfucker, if it wasn't no reading, if it wasn't no writing, you wouldn't know you was from Africa. So these tribes that walked to America, right? They had creation stories, and their creation stories told them that they came from where they was at.
And that was a great presentation. I saw it the other day.
Wow.
Enjoyed it.
What?
The one I watched 2 in a row. The one that you did with
I ain't finished yet. I'm gonna get them. I ain't finished yet. I just, for me, everything is a real teaching moment. I appreciate that.
I have a question.
Thank
you.
You don't have a question.
I
Those
do.
we might as well just kick it off and start fighting. No, Miles,
What was up with getting a psychiatrist to come and talk to you guys about the gene and DNA?
You said what?
Don't you think it would have been better suited to get someone in the actual field of science to talk to the pseudo killers when it came to genes?
You said what?
How DNA?
He did, but y'all didn't pull up, Dulcinea. Like 2 weeks ago.
No, what was the question? What did she say?
Genomes.
No, what did
Like,
you
don't
say?
you think it would have been better to have?
Dulcinea, I didn't hear the question. You said, why did we do what?
Why did you have a psychiatrist come and talk about the DNA genomes on pseudo killers? Don't you think it would have been better?
We didn't have no damn psychiatrist. We didn't have no. He talked about the brain,
right?
Psychology. He talked about psychology. He talked about evolutionary psychology.
No, well, Cedric said someone came on and said that there's an additional 116 or 167 genomes that have been collected from Africa. He said to check it out, and I saw it was a psychiatrist that came on y'all's platform.
Well, okay, so I try to do y'all real proper in this community, and niggas throw tomatoes at me. And so for you to understand this, any of these conversations about human beings and the brain and all that, you got to have a rudimentary foundation called evolution. But since most people fight the shit because it's counterintuitive, you can't even perceive yourself as being a daggone animal. It's a word you just used, Marcus. What's the fucking word? Humans are something. I know humans. We're human centric. We're earth centric, and by us being human centric, we only think ourselves to be the best. And by us being earth centric, for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, we swore that the fucking sun rotated around us.
When
and
did
we're cultural centric. We think that being black is the best shit ever. White people think they shit is the best. Everybody is centric to their thing. So yeah, you got that wrong, Dulcinea. You should.
So a psychiatrist is best to teach us that we're the great apes.
No, the foundation of psychiatry is having a daggone brain. Understanding the brain.
We all have brains. That's why we're alive.
Having a brain. How did it evolve? You got to understand evolution. Now, if you understand evolution, you're going to talk about DNA. and mutations. That's why I be thinking y'all slap wow, and I don't know how to put my words when y'all talk about DNA as if it's something for real. After you didn't beat up evolution, if you beat up evolution, you just killed the DNA.
So let me be clear.
Did you hear
So a
me, though?
psychiatrist
No, but
has
did
to
you hear
learn
me?
evolution to practice
Gotta have a
psychiatry.
I'm pretty sure a person can mind in that, but you gotta understand that. That's part of that's in the field. That's in anthropology. You would have to learn pieces. You have to
So anthropology
you
is part
couldn't.
of psychiatry.
No, I'm saying evolutionary psychology and all that stuff fits well into anthropology. All the tools used to
Listen to the
understand
words
humans and
using.
human culture.
I hear it.
Listen, all the things that are used to understand human culture, you'll find in anthropology. So humans talk, they speak, and so there's linguistics. Human beings evolve, so there's evolution. When we evolve, the fucking brain evolved, right? So anthropologists, they have a range of things that they can understand and put together. But if you fight evolution, but yet talking about DNA, it's a motherfuckers think we are retarded. When experts look at these shows, they be like, these niggas is stupid. It doesn't make any sense. It's almost like talking shit about a cell phone tower. But cell phone towers ain't real. Why you talking on a cell phone? You can't have one without the other. Well, why are you bashing cell phone towers? Every time I turn around, cell phone towers ain't real. White man trying to trick you about the cell phone tower. Yeah, but you know that motherfucking iPhone is serious. And maybe I just give bad examples. Maybe just my abrasiveness. But damn, I'm thinking like somebody got to slow that. Look, this is shit I'm talking about right here. For everybody talking shit from Rizza Islam and everybody, oh, the virus wasn't this. Read a fucking textbook on it then. Read a textbook. Nobody does this though. Nobody actually picks up a textbook and read about viruses.
Do you have another book other than that, as far as when it comes to a textbook?
Well, I got thousands of books. What you talking about? I got thousands.
Pull that one up because I'm tired of seeing virology.
Wow.
Because that's the only one you pull up.
Well, that's all I need to pull. Damn, look.
Sure, that's the only one you need to pull up. You know, are you familiar with what MIT has said about the jab recently?
That ain't say what you making it say.
Oh, okay. So what did they say?
I'm pull it up, and I bet you don't say. First of all, I want you to say what it say. Hold on.
No, we're gonna stay with the psychiatrist.
No,
do you think that it was confirmation bias
I know
to
this
go get a psychiatrist to teach your platform genome DNA?
Slow down. You make the mistake of telling a nigga with 2 textbooks that's the only book you got. That's all the book what the.
I would like to see your book in anthropology. Maybe since you were talking about that, why keep bringing up virology and we're talking about anthropology? Go ahead and pull up that textbook and show us that you have that.
You know I got the $4 one.
Okay, good. Pull that one up. That's what we're talking about.
It's $4. This is $4. This is an older one too. Yeah, go read textbook though. So when you open up a textbook, they got.
So does it talk about the additional 116 genomes that they got from Africa? Can you tell me when they got it and how they collected those?
Well, what I didn't quite. I might have missed that part in the conversation. I don't know which one was talking about. But what I will tell you is,
get them, Sister Freedom.
Genomes in Africa. You should read that though. Why not just read that? Why not actually read that?
Has read it. Don't act like she hasn't read it. Don't act like she hasn't read it.
She hasn't read it.
Okay.
That's not something you read straight through as a textbook. The point I want to make is, the point I'm trying to make, Dulcinea, is that
you better be glad I was eating my pistachios.
We cannot fight like this. The environment, your main man, right? He has an environment conducive to doing this thing.
You're saying Commission?
Yeah, y'all don't challenge that nigga. That nigga is wild. Like
when you're on pseudo-killers, not that nobody challenges you, so you're used to it.
No, they all challenge. That's all I get. Listen, you should be wary of a person and say, hey, I made that up. I did that. Your antenna should go up. You know, the world we live in is way too competitive for
I
that
think
one guy to say he made it up and not had the spoils of victory. Like
I
if
think
it's
it's
something that you
better
really invented in
to
America, yo,
say you
you gonna
made
get that
something
money.
up when you're talking about belief, which is a lot what he's talking about. But when you guys are talking about actual scientists and you would go as far to make it up and say, oh, in 2023, they collected 116 genomes where it cannot be researched that has been done. I think that's more dangerous than me saying, oh, I made up something as
Where'd
far
you
as
hear that
that's
at,
associated
Dulcinea?
with my beliefs.
No,
We
where'd you hear
already
that
know
at?
we're talking about
Where'd you
beliefs,
hear that?
but
Dulcinea.
it's agent like
Dulcinea, where did you hear that at, Dulcinea?
it's agent-like behavior to make up science and say, "Oh, you know it as
Dulcinea.
a fact,"
Dulcinea,
and to
what are
pull
you
the
talking about
people
right
of
now?
something that you don't know, and then to
Dulcinea.
use a psychiatrist to pull that. That's called confirmation bias.
All right, so Dulcinea, you're lying.
So Cedric didn't say. So Cedric
I don't know
didn't
what
say
the
my
hell
blood
Cedric said when he
cells.
was talking to you. I don't know
Okay.
what the hell the nigga said to you. How about that?
Okay, so are you familiar
What you
that
need to do
less
is go
than
find
are
it.
you familiar that with less than
should go find it.
2% of Africans have been collected as far as their genomes?
What I'm trying to tell you is, before I was rudely interrupted, you let the wild nigga say what the hell he want to say, and you go with that shit. It's got to be a certain level of ignorance there somewhere. Now, what I'm saying is that DNA being collected from African people, very, very low amounts, which is crazy. That it would seem like that the origin of the human population with the most variety would be the place where they have the most DNA studies. They don't.
Exactly.
Now they starting to work on it now. Do you know how many things they could figure out based off that? Yeah, they
I would think
focus
they
on
would
Europe and
push
different places.
towards connecting us with our cousins there. Since they are saying that we're African, why not actually try to connect us to our actual families instead of just being like, oh, I can tie you to a whole bunch of regions all across Africa?
So those niggas, you just don't understand.
I'm tapping out. Listen, real quickly, I just want to say good night to y'all. All right, good night. I'm tapping out. I'm tapping out.
Yeah,
Good
it's
night.
at that moment, Dot. I appreciate
She'll be
you.
back. She'll be back. Peace. She'll be back.
But
Hey,
don't
Dulcinea,
tell me
so
what
what's
I
your
don't understand. Why don't you
Dulcinea,
address
hold
that
on.
point?
Dulcinea, I don't
Why
know what
don't
you're
you
saying.
address
Dulcinea, what the hell do you be actually trying to say around this motherfucker? That's what I'm tired of playing with you. What is it that you want to tell
Why don't
Dulcinea,
they
what is it
connect
that you're
you
trying to tell
to
us?
your cousins in
Dulcinea,
Africa? They'll
Dulcinea,
connect you to your
what are
cousins
you
in
trying to
Europe.
tell us, Dulcinea?
So why doesn't the ancestry
Dulcinea,
DNA
what
test
are
take
you
it
trying
upon
to tell? I
themselves
know, but what are you
to
trying to tell
connect
us,
you
though?
to your family lineage in Africa?
Dulcinea, what are you trying to tell us right now? What
She's
is it that
trying
you
to
think
tell
you
you
can
what
do?
she's trying to tell you.
What? I'm trying to understand this because you're so incoherent in what you're talking about.
Well, you
You
got
don't believe it. You don't believe. Hold on. You don't believe in
Because
evolution.
agent behavior. I'm talking
Yeah,
free
but see,
here.
you call me.
I'm
See,
breaking it down in
so
rudimentary.
you call. So
I'm
if I
very
was to hold on,
rudimentary
watch
right
this.
now.
So if I was to call you a bitch, everybody be mad, wouldn't it? See,
You can call me a bitch,
but I wouldn't do that.
You called me.
I wouldn't
You
say that's
called me things
bitch-like
before.
behavior, right?
You
I
called
wouldn't
me
say that
things
to you.
before, but
But I
how
wouldn't. I've
about
never
you answer
called you a
my
bitch.
question?
But if you
How
keep calling me
answer my
agent-like
question?
behavior, I'm
And
gonna
you don't
do
have
it.
to call me a bitch. You
So
wouldn't
would
have
you?
to call me out my
Okay, so
name.
don't call
All
me
you
out my
have to
name.
do is
I'm not an
answer my
agent.
question.
I'm
Did
not
I-
an agent. But
But
I'm
you're
not an
acting
agent,
like an
Dulcinea.
agent. You're acting like an
Okay,
agent.
you acting like a bitch. So there we go.
Okay.
So now let's move forward in the
Good.
conversation.
So let's move forward. Now, why is it that even though the autosomal DNA should be able to connect us to African ancestors and cousins based on the years that the transatlantic slave trade took place, that they haven't done further research to try to connect us to our family lineages in Africa? Plain and simple.
I don't talk to ignorant people. See y'all later. You ignorant as fuck.
All right. Peace. Exactly.
Yeah, man. I was trying to get him before you dip. I was trying to get him before you dip. I was dropping a link in the chat. Nah, that's fall, bro. Come back.
He's not going to. Just
I was
like
trying to get him before.
his little mini man that is running from a discussion right now. We'll see if we ever get to have one.
Well, he pulled up on Saw like 6-7 hours ago, and Saw brought the issue to him. They dropped lines. He said that he got some other stuff like in play right now, like in his personal life with some type of acting or something like that, and then he'll get with you. Like I
And
said,
yeah,
once Cedric get with you,
I
then you
think
can run
that's
it.
great for him too, and I hope that goes well. His performance.
Me and you can run it.
Performance
Or
is
if you want, we
wonderful.
can run it right now. Like, look, I'm dropping links in the back chat. I'll drop some of the little science articles. If you want to go through them, it's your show. It's y'all show, pardon me. So I don't know who the host is.
I'll
We
pull
can
it
go
up.
through it. All right. Yeah, like while you pulling that up, that DNA is once again, that's a contextual conversation. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna have like
So y'all should stop having it in the community then. If you don't know enough to talk
everybody
about
not gonna have the
it, you
same
should stop
understanding
having it.
overnight.
Yeah, that's fine, but there's certain people that are acting like they're the teachers, they're acting like they're extra knowledgeable in it, but then when people ask them questions, they're always somehow incoherent as long as it's not confirmation bias of what they're seeking to say. So there's nothing incoherent about a question. These questions would be something that actual teachers would have to answer in class, and they would answer in any kind of class. So it shouldn't be that difficult to answer them, but it's difficult to answer them for people that shouldn't be having the discussion anyways because they don't know what they're talking about. But you can go ahead and tell me where you would like me to go in this article.
All right, so I'll put two up in the back. So I got this one and I got the one that I just put in the back. Let me jump on.
We'll start with this one.
All right, no problem. So this is the genetic origins of the Andaman Islanders. And this right here, like when I use this, which I'm still getting through it, we can go through the abstract in like one or two paragraphs. I show this to try to show when you look at them Sentinelese people will say they look, if not just like us, similar to us. But when you look up their genetics, we're not coming up with the same haplogroups, and that's all I'll be mentioning when I bring up the Olmecs, which just right quick since I got the mic, there are no such thing as Olmec. All right, that's not the name of them people. That's a name that was given to them people by Europeans. You can look that up from 1862, and then 1938 is when they finalized and got rid of disputing on the name. Those are just an older group of Mayan people that they want to contribute to some fake name that we call Olmecs today. And the same issue that the Olmecs have that I'm finding for DNA that's being extracted is similar to this. So that's why I'm pulling this up because I can't find one directly on the Olmec yet. And those people are not coming back with that L haplogroup, that L maternal haplogroup. So I just turned in a DNA test kit this morning. And what people don't realize is it's not asking you for none of your information except on how to contact you so that you can see your data. It don't ask if you black. It don't ask your race, nationality, none of that. Right. And that's why, for me, I trust in the DNA, and I'm rocking with it and I'm learning it. So when you go to abstract, and it's a lot to read, like these articles are real wordy, but it's breaking down the mitochondria. So it says the mitochondria sequences we retrieved from the museum specimens of the enigmatic Andaman Islanders to analyze their evolutionary history. The D loop and protein coding data reveal that the phenotypic similarities with African pygmoid groups are convergent. Genetic and epigenetic data are interpreted as favoring the long-term isolation of the Andames. Let me just stop right there. What he was trying to explain, some of the mutation and all that, when you break down mutations, that's due to isolation. And those, according to science, I'm telling you what the science says, takes thousands of years. So this is how you have people that may look just like you, maybe darker or maybe as dark as you or darker than you, but the genetics, are not the same exact due to those mutations that he was trying to bring up. All right, so let me scroll down. Let me get to some of the good stuff. I'll just start here. The 200 islands, the following paragraph, Dosanan. The 200 islands of the Andaman archipelago lie in an arc between the Burma and Indonesia and the Bay of Bengal. Their inhabitants possess an extremely distinctive phenotype, typified by a small average height, glacial build, dark pigmentation, unusual hair morphology. Victorian anthropologists noted phenotypic similarities to the Pygmoid peoples of Africa and suggested a recent African origin. However, to different extents, these physical characteristics are present in populations scattered throughout Asia and near Oceania. My point. All right. So my last point, and if you want to go to the next one, we can. When you look at them people in Mexico, when you look at the so-called Olmec who are really just the Mayan, all right, those people, when you look at their building structures, which if you want those scenarios, I'll put the link in the back. Their temples in Thailand are very much similar to the ones that you find in Mexico. All right. And if those people made trips back and forth, that would be the connection. All right. And if you ever been to Thailand, which I've been to Thailand a few times, I ain't gonna lie, some of them people do look just like us. But once again, lookership and what the genetics say is two different things. All right. And I'll land on that dose in there. I don't want to be too long-winded.
I'll let you go to this source first, and then we'll talk about how DNA testing fits in with this. You can go ahead.
All right, this is the second source you got pulled up?
Yes.
All right, let me go to it. All right, so this one, the title is Ancient DNA Studies and Pre-Columbian Mesoamerica. All right. And look, let me say this too to the audience. Science isn't absolute. So the day that they ever find genetics that match ours, my whole talking point will change. But until then, I'm only basing the genetics of what they finding in these burial mounds, in these tombs and all this on what the science says. All right. I'll just say it like that. It says Mesoamerica is historically and culturally defined geographic area comprising current Central South Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, El Salvador, and border regions of Honduras, western Nicaragua, northwestern Costa Rica. The permanent settling of Mesoamerica was accompanied by the development of agriculture and pottery manufacturing from 2500 BCE to 150 CE, which led to the rise of several cultures connected by commerce and farming. Hence, Mesoamericans probably carried an invaluable genetic diversity, partly lost during the Spanish conquest and the subsequent colonial period. Mesoamerican ancient DNA research has mainly focused on the study of mitochondrial DNA in the basin of Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula and its nearby territories, particularly during the post-classic period. Despite limitations associated with poor preservation of samples in tropic areas, recent methodological improvements paved the way for a deeper analysis of Mesoamerica. Here we review how ancient DNA research has helped discern population dynamics, patterns in pre-Columbian Mesoamerican context, and how it supports archaeological, linguistic, and anthropological conclusions, and finally, how it offers new working hypotheses. All right, so let me scroll down. Let me get to the good stuff. You can go, I guess, to the second paragraph, within. It says, within the Americas, the genetic history of the Arctic, Northern North America, and South America have been recently studied using ancient DNA 1, 2, 3, and 4. You can tap one of the links, Dulcinea, and it'll take you to the charts. However, ancient DNA research and populations from southern North America and Central America is extremely limited, despite a rich art. Like I said, it's real wordy. It's extra wordy. Let me get to the good shit. Let me hit the figure. Yeah, we putting a lot of extra word stuff up in here. And this is why like cats be using like Wikipedia, because it's worded more for like layman terms. Which I don't mind. Let's get down. I want to get to the DNA. Give me 1 second, Dulcinea. I'm scrolling down. Here's genetic studies. All right, 100 different human cultures. We just read that. The Y chromosome.
Why don't you start from here? Most of these genetic studies proposed a single origin for Mesoamerican populations instead of
29 and 33.
Right. Moreover, Sandoval and colleagues analyzed the indigenous population substructure. They demonstrated that the patterns observed by analyzing uniparental markers do not display a significant population stratification in relation to linguistics, implying a genetic divergence preceded linguistic diversification. It was also shown that modern-day Mesoamerican-related populations contain higher levels of genetic diversity and lower levels of autozygosity, DNA
segments identical by. Scroll up. So they started mixing.
What happened?
I don't know.
Are y'all still there?
Yeah.
We are. Y'all see? You know what? Is that real rap?
Yeah, that's me right here.
Rap, you know, I'm actually sitting up here reading because I was wondering, how did the people get the name Indian over on these parts and lands? You know what it says? Christopher Columbus gave them the name Indian. That's why I say it's a misnomer, because he thought that he was seeing people from India because of their complexion. You know, I mean, really, we need to really look into a lot of stuff.
And see where he was. If you go on that map where he was, they already said Mexico. That was South America.
I don't want to stop what I'm saying. Then you can say something. Give me 1 second. 1492, Christopher Columbus lands on the Caribbean islands. Now, you know they all dark over there, right? After 3 months of traveling, believing at first that he had reached the East Indies, he described the natives he met as Indians. He described them as, he gave the name. Just like I tell people about the name Moor. The Europeans did that too. Now listen to this. Who gave the tribes their names? Some of these names were based on French, Spanish, or other European language terminology used by early explorers and colonists. They done named everything and everybody. Every place, every content, all the different names. They can tell you from any damn where. This is what I'm trying to say. It's clear as day right here. They gave everything names. And we said, he's saying, you know, we from here, there, everywhere. And they put all the names on it, just like they made up the DNA stuff. They made everything up.
Yeah, so my problem is that there's a lot of confirmation bias that comes with this data collection.
But wait a minute, baby. Let me say this. If he came over and was calling the people in the Caribbean, where there are all dark-hued people, Indians, you see what I'm saying? Then the people over here saying they're Indians. You see what I'm saying? Why are they lying? It's the same looking people. And they gave them all the different types of names. Just like when they called them Moors, just like when they called them other names, Now we're saying we're not something that we were named a status at that time. It's clear as day right here.
Yep, the exo name.
I'm gonna tell my grandma you wasn't no Indian, but that's what all the people at that time were called because of the complexion of their skin. And I'm gonna keep this and I'm gonna send it to Dulcinea. So when she get into her little debate with somebody,
what was they called before that?
And yes, I agree totally.
Okay, but what was they called before they called them Indians?
Everybody's been on here talking down to people that's not lying.
No, what I'm asking is, what were they called before they called them Indians? Because
they would have their own names and
their own names.
What I'm saying, my point is that the new world.
I'm not asking what your point is because
the new world was called the New World. South America was known as Mexico.
Mexico.
It was called Mexico.
The New World is not necessarily
okay.
true.
The New World only had 13 colonies. I can finish with the American history part. The 13 world in the New World, the 13 colonies, right? It was
gave the word colonies?
It was 13 colonies, and
13 colonies.
Spanish, and the Spain had Mexico. And Mexico included California. It included Arizona. It included
and it's all for what I was. That's what I'm saying. When somebody else listen.
So when the American Indians was all up in Colorado, all up in over in the Dakotas, all up over in this area, and it's noted.
Don't snitch, share my screen.
And so therefore,
they still was being called Indian.
Even then, and this is where Mesoamerica is, because this is Central America over where I'm at in the Mesoplain areas. That's Mesoamerica.
Sakina, I don't. We on two different subjects.
I'm only going with history. I can't go with what we believe in. I'm only going.
I don't even want to hear none of that because
I know you don't want to hear it, but I'm only saying what it is.
No, you're not.
It is what it is. The plain areas is Mesoamerica. This is the fact.
I'm talking about two separate places.
Yeah, and it's
no, it's not two separate places.
Mesoamerica, but
Mesoamerica is the plain area.
Mesoamerica is the New World, but to
your Mesoamerica is not the New World. It's the Plains area. Mesoamerica is the Plains area. It's the central part.
Right. Exactly.
That's what Meso. You have North America and you have South America. In South America, this is where you have what is called this covers Texas and all those places where you still had the Spaniard War, and you still had where the Spaniards were. America didn't even own this part yet, and so
wait a minute. We on two separate subjects.
I'm trying to draw the line. So I can land.
I'm not asking
you. Keep going up because Sakina said American Indians and Native Americans. And they still have two tribes. American Indians and Native Indians are two different tribes.
I already knew that way before you started saying it. Okay,
you didn't know it. Absolutely, Sakina said it.
But you said it on the show. I think she's just bringing up the fact that you said it before. But I do want to say something, Sister Freedom, to your point about the DNA genomes, and then we can get on exonyms. But that's going to be like forever because, like I said before, when it comes to exonyms, which is someone calling you a specific name, what the thing about it is that some of the names are based on what people call themselves. So there are these arguments about where these names came from, and that's where we'll always be arguing on where the names came from. But we understand those names in modern times to designate the certain places or people. But when it comes to the actual human genome, Sister Freedom, I agree with you because one of the main factors of it is when they get a group of people, whether it be 1,000, whether it be a group of 10, whether it be a group of 50, when they collect those genomes, if someone doesn't give them the confirmation, if their genomes are different than what they expect to see, then they throw those genomes out.
That's right. And
this doesn't match up. So, now, and that is confirmation bias at its core. Because now we don't even understand, okay, where did these genomes come from? But what they're going to do is throw out the genomes that they do not agree with them.
Right. Agree.
All right, so look.
You got a source for that dope nail?
I can bring you to the
Hey, y'all let me know when y'all ready.
You that,
hey,
but let him
hey,
go
y'all let me
ahead
know when y'all ready.
the source of it, and then
that.
we'll show you in Ancestry where they say not only do they throw out genomes that do not match up with what they have confirmed to be correct, that they also use grandma lookership or mama lookership, because if someone in Africa cannot prove that their grandparents lived in a certain region, then it's okay if just their parents lived there. Yes, we're right.
So this is why I tell the adults to get off the gas, because I got the links they be looking for. All right. I don't hate adults. I just don't rock with their master teachers, but that's between me and them. So when you look at the screen, right?
Master teachers, yours is who? Who's your master teacher then? You don't rock with their, whose is yours?
No, I don't rock with their master teachers, meaning the ones on YouTube that just be making it. I don't have a master teacher, bro.
Don't.
I don't have a master. I don't have no master. I don't put no man before me. Respectfully, I don't have no master teachers. And I'm not a teacher myself.
Going by DNA, your master teacher is the enemy. You going by their DNA? Their master teacher is it. Look what you're doing right now. You're proving that you are. That's your I'm sorry. The enemy.
I'm showing this to help your case. I don't have no. Hey, look, I'm not against the DNA because, like I tell y'all all the time, I'm not even trying to go there, but I'm gonna go there since you brought it up, Sister Freedom. Like I told you the other day, if you need a DNA to prove, like to beat a case, it's the same methodology with forensics. Same thing if paternity was in question. Yes, it is. It's the same methodology, ma'am. It's the same.
And that's an also false claim that a lot of
people.
That's another. Sister Freedom's correct. That's another false claim that you guys like to.
All right, I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm not gonna talk over y'all, ladies.
There's multiple kinds of DNA testing. Regional DNA is not
the same
as autosomal DNA. So it's not just one overall. The same DNA testing.
If I could finish my statement, though,
is the same that they use for parents. I just want to make it clear to the people before you misinform them and saying that all DNA is the same methodology. It's not.
But that's to manipulate.
You have to look.
Nah, that's not manipulation. If I could finish my statement, we'll
has its own methodology. Yes, you can finish
Nah,
now.
I disagree with that, because the same way that you extract the same methodology that you use to extract DNA in order to tell, like to build a pyramid, tell a story, it's the same thing. If you go to a grave site, right, or if you go to a burial site and you're trying to find out, okay, how did this person lose their life? How old was this person? All right. Is there enough DNA to be able to extract, to be able to tell the story so that we can find out how this person lived their life? It's the same methodology. Am I saying it's the same exact protocols and procedures? No. But when I'm speaking on extracting, say again?
You said that the DNA tells a person how they live their life. DNA can tell you how you live your life. How?
What you went through, absolutely. Absolutely.
All these pistachios right now.
Do you not have protein? Hold on. Like, do you not have proteins in your blood and in your DNA that can be extracted? All right. So protein. So protein.
Maybe you need to word that differently. You said how you lived your life. I thought you were saying.
I didn't say. I said what you did in life. But go ahead.
What I did in life. I don't know if you should.
What I said was okay, I'm gonna say it again. If you dig up a body, if you dig up skeletal remains, just like in forensics, like a cold case, right? Cold case. Like if you were trying to figure out a murder and you wanted to figure out, okay, how is this person, like, how did this person come to their demise? All right. It'd be the same methodology that you would do when you go to these burial mounds. How did this person die? How old was this person? All right. Like, can it tell you what, like, can it tell you what you did? Can it tell you what you did day to day?
Well, the same, what they do for
Prove me wrong.
is not what they do for fossils. Those are two separate things, real rap. Carbon dating is used as far as when it comes to when they're digging up a certain thing, and they use it as far as with where it's found in a land mass, how deep it's found, and it's not even the bones that they find, it's impressions. That's what a fossil is. A forensics study and what they do with fossilization is two totally different things. I see why you're
making
confused.
a different point, though, Jeanette. No, I'm not. I'm not confused because nobody brought up. Nobody brought up fossils.
Forensic
Hold on.
science is the same thing they use for something 10,000
I never brought up
years
fossils.
old.
A skeletal remains fossils. Hold on, Dulcinea. Answer my question, Dulcinea. Dulcinea, answer my question. Nobody brought up fossils. Are skeletal remains that are being dug up in these burial sites, are they fossilized? Are they fossils? Please answer the question, Dulcinea.
It depends on the burial and how far in the earth that they're finding them. If they're finding them deep down in the earth where they're over 10,000 years old, yes, they're fossils. They're not the forensic bones.
I'm not trying, and see, and that's why we gotta have a conversation. That's why I'm glad we're here. You brought up fossils. I'm still talking about burial mounds.
Stop. You brought up the old mix. I want to know where they got their DNA from, and DNA testing started in 1984. And according to the Native Americans, they was already gone when they got here.
Let me finish one point, Sachi. Hold on before we jump around. I got you.
I'm saying is,
hold on, Dulcinea. I didn't bring up nothing about no 10,000. Dulcinea. I didn't bring up nothing about no 10,000 years, no fossils. These are within 1,000 to 2,000 year period, Dulcinea. I didn't bring up nothing about no fossils, Dulcinea. Nothing. That's why I'm saying when we had these conversations, people be speaking from different points of view and different perspectives. All right. Now look, Sanchi, I'll put the link in the back chat for one of the Olmec links that I found that came back, I believe, A, B, C, and D. I'll drop that in the back chat for you, or we could just share the screen and we can read it together. It's up to you.
But hold on now, because hold on, I got some statistics with you. You spoke on the Aboriginal community and the master teachers and all that. First of all, we don't got no master teachers. We all teach each other. And second of all, we quit fucking with you. We put you out of our community because
I've been
talk to your daddy. So stop acting like we put you away from around us, start blocking you from all our channels, and then you went over there and started talking about you as an African. So don't be up here lying to these women, trying to act like
you just got here in like 20, bro.
Because you
just got here in 2022, bro. Go ask your master teacher. Go ask your master teacher what happened in 2019.
That's why you found your African. Because we cut you off because you
fam, that's not why. That's not why I found my African.
You want nobody with those type of standards around us.
No problem. All right, so look, I've been rocking with my dog Matt. I don't rock with your boy AP A1 none of that. I ain't got to disrespect him, but go back to 2019. You just came around, bro. I don't care about your internet code. I don't care about your internet game, bro. We trying to have a conversation, dog. No, don't be lying. Always do this. I don't give a damn about your internet code, man. Y'all a fake code and y'all a fake ass game, bro. Nobody stop nobody or run nobody off no damn internet, bro. I've been stopped rocking with them niggas, bro. Niggas, go do your research, bro. Nigga, I'm trying to build with the system. You on bullshit, bro. You on bullshit. I pulled the first stuff for you because you ain't got it. You ain't got it, bro. You just came around here, dog. Don't nobody know you, bro. I've been stopped rocking with them cats in 2019. Fall back, nigga. You just got here. You brand new.
1 second.
I ain't got time for the internet gang banging. I don't give a damn about your internet.
Y'all be quiet for 1 second. 1 second, please. Do you know that Africa came into existence in the late 17th century? And they say we from Africa? The late 17th century?
That's before 1619, real rap.
It was known as Barbaria in the 1800s.
I mean,
Northern Africa was known as
The
Barbaria.
Barbary as well is
That's
another
facts.
exonym that come from barbarian. It's what other people called them based on saying that they're barbaric. It's not the name that
I
they
got the
call
map.
themselves.
Hey, look, sis.
I get it.
I
You
got the
have the
map of
Barbary
that.
map. I get that.
Yeah, that's
Okay?
fine. That's
But what
fine.
I'm saying though is that it's not what they called themselves, and a lot of it comes from that what they viewed for land masses. It's only a thing now that people would be like, oh, this I can own a land mass or anything like that. So they weren't just automatically naming land masses like that. They named the people. They had tribes. They had tribal things. That's why it should be more accurate when it comes to DNA testing, because autosomal DNA testing should be able to connect you to your family lineage, as long as it's in this time period of what we're saying, which is in these 16 to 1800s. There's no reason why it cannot connect you to living cousins that are in your family lineage that would connect you back to Africa.
Because genetic DNA ancestry and lineage is two different things. It don't take nothing but a simple Google search to find it out.
I know that. And what happens with this regional mitochondrial DNA is different from autosomal DNA. That's why I wanted to emphasize that it's not the same methodology. But the problem I have with it is what I was telling Sister Freedom. What happens is when they have a DNA genome, it doesn't actually match what they were seeking for it to say from the beginning. They throw out those genomes. They throw out that DNA for the region. Ancestry goes as far as to say that they will only match people, and it doesn't even matter if their grandparents are from the region. They'll go as far to only have their parents be from the region, as long as it matches their genome. So now what you're seeing is not an accurate depiction of who is indigenous in these different places, because who they call indigenous is who they've already decided to be indigenous by the haplogroups, and not doing enough research to actually find who's actually indigenous and who would have migration patterns.
And DNA test is bogus until you take a test and it tell you that you is a Black American or African American or whatever you call yourself in America. Until then, it's bogus because it can tell you all them different regions in Africa, but it can't tell you that your ass from America.
So why do we even take these tests? Why don't we just be who the hell we are and just walk around?
I think the tests are great for us to tie us to our United States ancestors.
We don't know the test. Everybody.
Wait, Sakina, you just asked, and I was going to answer your question. They tie you, and it is exact. Who they call your cousins are your cousins. Who they call your half-siblings are your half-siblings. It's wonderful for the aspect that autosomal DNA will tie you to your actual family members, and that's a fact. But because they've done little testing across Africa, and they just take little amounts of genomes and say, hey, boom, this is the case as far as your genome. When it comes to regional DNA, it's all confirmation bias. But when it comes to actually connecting to your family, that's a fact.
So we can believe what we want to and believe.
How can DNA testing be trusted when two siblings from the same parents can get two different places back?
Believe what you want.
You got to provide a source for that. You got to provide a source for that,
brothers from the same mom and dad, they can take the test and get two different results back.
And that's what I'm saying.
Hey, the only time I've ever seen
where regional DNA ends up being faulty.
Hold on, Dulcinea. Hold on, Dulcinea. Hold on. You going to look? The only time I've ever seen that is when two paternal twins married two other twins, and when both sets of those twins had babies, that's where they couldn't find, who was the father because of how the DNA ran. That's the only time I've ever seen that.
They explained it like this. When your parents, you get 50% from each parent, but you don't know what 50% you're going to get from each parent. So if your parent may have, whatever your parent may have in their ancestry, Say if they got African and Italian in there, you might get the Italian, or you might get the African from your parent. You don't know. It's a mix up. That's why
That's not, hey, look, bro. That's not how it work at all. That's not how it work at all, Phil. That's not how it work at all. I just want to go back on that autosomal real quick.
Go ahead, Sachi, and pull up your link and drop it in the back, and I'll pull it up for you. But yeah,
please do.
That's a real problem with mitochondrial X DNA, and that's why even they look as far as examining Y more often, because Y will have a direct line and lineage that's unbroken, while the X, I don't think they truly understand, how much of your father's maternal line is actually introduced in
said it
that X.
backwards,
So
sir.
that's where it comes as far as to be like, no, I didn't say it backwards. That's where it comes as far as their confusion when it comes to the mitochondria DNA, because two siblings can take the test and get two different regions, have missing regions, one or the other as far as it, because the markers that are detected in one aren't detected in the other's X chromosome.
Okay, so Dulcinea, can you hear me?
Yes, I do. Peace, Marcus.
Peace. Now listen, you're gonna have to stop misrepresenting sources. You're gonna have to knock that off. I'm glad that you're reading stuff, but you're gonna have to be a little bit more diligent in your understanding of the sources. Dr. Andy Thompson works as a psychiatrist. I know you read his bio. I know you know in that last paragraph, they tell you he's an evolutionary psychologist. Knock it off. You keep saying that fossils are only that there are no real bone material and all like that for fossils. If you
They
look
do
at
not take forensic testing on fossils.
I didn't say forensic testing. I didn't say that. I said that you keep saying that is only what is your exact words? I don't want to misquote you.
I said that the fossils are not the actual human remains or bones of a certain person. It is the leftover impressions of DNA, the leftover impressions of some bones that have been buried under rock, underground, under certain thing, and they go and dig into the level of underground that they are to help tell as far as how old they are.
Okay, you're incorrect. You need to go read what fossils are. There are different types of fossils that are found. Some of them are impressions. Some of them are calcified, literally bones. Then you got some other types
How
that are
long does
found.
bone last without deteriorating?
It depends on the environment it's in.
How long if it's
82 years.
underground?
I'm gonna answer that. 82 years. 82 years to 150 years, like the brother said, depending on the environment. If you have better environments where it's not a lot of moisture, and like it's able to I'm trying to see how I can put it into words, where
give us the
it's
time
not in like a
that can go. What's the time frame for that?
Say
is
again?
it 1,000 years?
Like I said,
1,000 years.
Is it 1,500 years? Is it 10,000 years?
Again, it depends on the environment. If you
Ask the
look
question
at
one more time when you do.
if you look at the reindeer cave in Africa that Lee Berger is currently evacuating or whatever it's called, you will find the answer to that question, because that cave system is very unique in the fact of its preservation of the bones. So again, it depends on the environment that it's in. Now there are
I love that our chat is smarter than the people that are talking right now. It's wonderful.
Well, it sounds good, but the reality is you can just go look it up. I gave you the name of the person who's doing this a major study right now that we're waiting for some new findings from. I also put in the back the genome sequence that Penn University just released of the 180 individuals from 12 indigenous tribes in Africa. What I need you, Dulcinea, to do is stop misrepresenting the sources. Okay, read full definitions and do your due diligence in understanding the sources. Okay. Now I think that
I
any
already do
unscrambled
that,
mind,
sir. I already do
you
that
do
for you,
not, because
Marcus, and
if
I
you
can tell
did
you
do
don't
that,
because you called a calcified a bone. So there's definitions for these things, and I think you should actually read up on that and see that they're not considered bones and really understand what you're reading so you can understand it. I don't say that fossils aren't true. I don't say that it doesn't carry DNA, that it can't be studied. I said that they're not bones, and they're not. So I think what you tend to do is that you do have some information, which is good, and I'm glad you're reading as well. But you need to actually understand, the definitions of things. I don't know. Have you taken an anthropology class? I know you're going by that psychiatrist, but have you actually taken an anthropology class?
yes, I have.
Okay.
We
So
did.
I would go more so what anthropology says in that anthropology class rather than trying to seek out a psychiatrist to give you the confirmation bias that you're looking for. We can learn a lot more when we're actually sitting and analyzing the data based on the anthropological method that they go by and not necessarily just looking to confirm something's African or not.
Okay, so if you would just read the definition of what classifies and qualifies as a fossil, we will find the answer. It's not even that difficult. I know the chat thinks I'm wilding out or whatever, but anybody can just look it up and see. Go to an anthropology book, go to PenMed. You can go to any of these anthropology colleges, look at their definitions and how they define it, and then they will give you a list of the fossils that they have. It's not even that difficult. That's the beauty of the internet.
We pulled this up once on Q Butter channel, and they pulled up in a museum of a fossil with the bones, and the ones that they had to pull up with the pieces that they had, and the pieces that they had to remold and put in, because somebody asked, and I said they described the ones that they had to remake to put in, and because somebody asked about the ones that what about the pieces they didn't find and all this other stuff? And somebody pulled it up for me. And it because they identify the ones that they had to remake and fill in places for the ones like even the dinosaurs and so on. But these were actually skulls or other pieces of artifacts that they find. So they do have them, and they're in actual museums. So they do have them and they list them. So you'll see the darker clay ones of the ones that they actually have the pieces, and then the lighter clay ones of the ones that they had to remake and rebuild or whatever to fit in the piece. And so they do have those exhibits. And we did do that on a Q Butter show. I've only been on 3, so I'm not sure if you were there or not, Marcus, but I do remember this conversation before.
No, but back when Ranoko Rashidi was still amongst us, uh, me and him used to do a tour at Penn Museum of Anthropology and Archaeology for Jamie Blackwell, a council member in Philadelphia during a Doomsday celebration. So it's not like I'm just wilding. Like I
Yeah.
ain't been in the museums and looked at it for myself. Like I didn't go in the Penn Museum basement and actually see their fossil record. It ain't like that type of game. I'm not making it up. I've seen the real bone, so that's not a question. I'm not even doubting that. I'm saying that if you go look at the definitions and the words that are said and how they describe it, you would know that there are physical remains, teeth, bone, even depending on the type of encasement it's in, you will even find some tissue. It's very rare you find tissue or DNA fragments, but it can be done. I'm not going to argue. I'm saying you can just look it up for yourself. Now, with Andy Thompson, Dr. Andy Thompson, who came on a pseudo killer show, his focus, he deals with psychiatric diseases of the mind. True. That's his profession. That's what he does. But his focus is on evolutionary psychology, specifically about why people believe in God, which is the reason why he was on that show. So I just want to make clarification on what's going on. I appreciate you, ladies. I mean, I really do enjoy the show that y'all put on. You know, if I didn't, I wouldn't be in the chat talking. But it's late at night, and I don't want to keep my household in rambles like that. So I'm gonna get off the panel. Dulcinea, knock it off.
No. Good
Peace
evening.
to you, ladies.
Hopefully you'll go and study what a fossil bone is versus a regular bone. So
Dulcinea.
real rap, you can go ahead and we can go back to the autosomal DNA now.
Peace, nephew.
All right.
Don't take it hard.
Hold on. Did y'all see that Penn Museum source I put in there about the genome they found in Africa? The one that Dulcinea said that she don't think happened. Did y'all see that back there?
Well, y'all try hard as hell to make us African.
I don't see it back here.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can put the Penn Museum thing back there again. How about now?
Yeah, it's back here.
Okay. So just to clarify that we ain't wilding when we said that what happened had happened. Okay, that just came out in March 2023, and the genome that Dulcinea keeps using from Public Med PNAS is specifically talking about the African Genome Project that they're trying to attempt to establish and get funding for. It's a long story, but what I will openly admit is that they have definitely neglected a lot of the DNA studies that needed to be done in Africa, considering the out of Africa theory, and that they have definitely dropped the ball on that. Now, most of the DNA studies have been done in Europe and in Western worlds, and that has caused a lot of complications and problems. In that regard, Dulcinea is correct. The rest of the stuff she's saying, she's making it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Good night.
No problem. Oh, shout out to the pseudo killers too. Y'all know what it is.
He's pseudo.
Marcus.
He's very pseudo.
Marcus. Damn.
He said a whole monologue before he left. But
I was doing something. I was trying to make sure he had my email address. That's all.
Oh, okay. He said he sent you an email in the chat, I think, earlier.
Okay, what Sachi then put back here?
No, this is oh yeah. Sachi put something in the back as well. Real rap. This is your ancestry that's on the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's my grandmother I found before I ever took a DNA test, which I keep telling this man Sa, my DNA ain't came in yet. I got like another 3-4 weeks for ancestry, and I got about 30 days because I just turned in my 23andMe in this morning. I got it last Friday. I turned it in today. So they should both come in around my birthday or right after next month. So before I ever found any African with DNA, which I haven't, I found my people through genealogy, right? And this is about as far as I got. I found her. This the lady I was saying I was born in the 1700s. I found her grandfather, but his records are hard to pull up because they're in Portuguese. So I got to translate all that. And I found the person that she was married to and the first child that she had. Hold on, let me go to the page. So once I do take the test, right, and that's why I took a couple to verify for myself.
How did you find out she was African?
She's got a slave narrative. I'm about
How did you find out she was? They don't mean she was African because she was a slave in slavery.
Hold on, bro. Can I answer that? I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull up her words.
You gave me an answer.
I'm answering the question, bro. You asking 10 questions, and I'm trying to get to your
I
one
just asked
question.
one. How did you know she
Before
was
you
from
pull,
Africa?
before you pulled up, she's got her own narrative, bro. All right. Back in the in the
How do
19.
you know she's from Africa?
Nigga,
Answer the
I'm
question.
answering your question, bro. Why you cut me off? I'm answering the damn question. In her words, she said that she came from Cape Verde, Africa, and that her people was from Casamance. I'll pull it up in a second. All right.
Now we're gonna see if I don't believe it was no Cape Verde, no Casamance in no 1700s real rap.
I don't care what you believe, bro. All right, so look.
I know it wasn't because Africa wasn't named Africa to the late 17th century.
That's cap.
That's not cap. That's a simple quick
a
Google search. Quick Google search to show
bro,
you.
I don't need a Google search that, nigga. I got my ancestors' own words. Don't y'all go off with grandma. So now grandma don't matter now. That's what I'm saying.
How do you know
so
that
now grandma don't
African,
matter
man?
now. That's what you're saying. Grandma don't matter.
I'm saying
so now
I
grandma don't matter now.
That woman is African.
So now grandma don't matter. That's what you're telling me. Grandma don't matter.
Are y'all gonna do this again? Are y'all gonna argue again? It's not necessary. One at a time.
This nigga want to argue, sis. I answer whatever question you got. Even though he's super disrespectful, I answer whatever question he got.
But stop arguing, y'all. Please just be gentlemen and talk with each other like brothers, because that's what y'all are. Stop.
No, we're not.
Okay, come on. Yes, y'all are, Sashi.
No, we're not.
Nah.
No, we're not. He don't like us. He want to see us fall. He don't treat us like brothers. He don't look at us like no brother.
Okay. Can y'all
Nah, you don't look at me like a brother, fam. Stop it.
No. We ain't running around talking about we got.
I don't want to be part of the internet cult. I'm good. I don't want to be a part of the internet cult. I'm good, fam. I'm good. I don't want to be a part of the internet cult. We good.
Okay,
we good, brother.
Y'all be quiet for a second. I'm gonna take that down in the meantime. And since Marcus act like I was so afraid to share his source, I'm gonna go ahead and share his source. And
I'm trying to find it.
His source says nothing different than what I'm saying, you guys. So I just want to show you, like, and make that clear. He said that, I said that, I'm lying about the psychiatrist. And what I said is the psychiatrist should not be the one that is teaching evolution. They should not. So here's his genomic study of indigenous African peoples. It paints a complex picture of human origins and local adaptation. An international team of researchers led by Penn Genesis sequenced genomes of 180 indigenous Africans. The results shed light on origin of modern humans, African population history, and local adaptation. So look what I'm saying here, and we'll go as far as to say this published. The finding published in the journal Cell and led by the University of Pennsylvania researchers also have implications of understanding health conditions common in people of African ancestry. And because African populations have been underrepresented in the genomic studies, the investigation significantly expands what is known about human genetic diversity. The investigation turns up millions of new genomic variants known as the single nucleotide polymorphisms, SNPs, differences in one letter of the DNA sequence, including many that appear to play roles in health, laying the groundwork for a broader swath of people to benefit from a precision medicine based on individual differences. There is lack of knowledge about genomic variation in African populations, particularly in ethnically diverse populations, says Sarah Tiskoff, a Penn Integrated Knowledge University professor at Penn and senior author on the work. We focus on populations who practice more traditional lifestyles, live in remote areas that can be difficult to access, and some who have never been studied from this perspective before. So now it goes down, and we'll get to what they're saying here. Inferring African demographic history is very challenging because the history is so complex, Tiskoff says. But with our models based on shared patterns of genomic variation, you can infer when populations shared a common ancestor, even when accounting for a gene flow, or populations migrating in or out and interbreeding. When the team allowed the gene flow in their models, they found that Southern African Kozan-speaking people, the San, as well as Central African rainforest-dwelling hunter-gatherers, appeared at the root of the tree. That's a very novel result, Tiskoff says. Previous analyses had pointed to only San as descending from most ancient populations. Goes into the ghosts. I want to get here. Newly understood human genetic diversity. The newly sequenced genomes identified 32 million SNPs, including more than 5 million that had never been categorized. The 32 million SNPs that were analyzed have just shed a new light on the importance of extending genetic studies in regions that we have previously marginalized around the globe, says study co-author Thomas Nyambo of Kampala International University in Tanzania. This is the way forward in the elucidation of evolutionary trends and their implication in tailored diagnostics and therapeutics. So here is all the point I've ever said, that people are trying to make it that you're against African genealogy or against African DNA, when they're saying, these are studies that they have not fully done, that they're going into it, and they're going to have to go into regions that they've previously said, oh, we don't have to go into because we think we have the big picture.
Don't see, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm going to go. I got to get ready to go. I didn't realize it was this late girl.
Oh, yeah, it got real late, but I'm proud of you for staying up so long.
Well, I was wondering why I could still hear what you're saying and all that stuff, but I was wondering why the same man kept calling me.
Because you usually sleep way before this, but peace and love.
Well, I will say y'all had me so hyped up tonight. Y'all been picking on me.
We still love you. We still
love
you.
We got to get, I know that was that the key?
Yeah, that's the key now.
Ain't nobody picking on you. You be.
Well, this is what we're gonna get into this conversation again, because I got some stuff I done pulled up, and I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you, real bad.
You guys look into this link.
Y'all funny. Y'all funny, sister.
Y'all know I'm just right by my computer. I'm staying down here just in case Sachi and Real Rap get into it again.
Who said we funny? Or is that
Sachi? Let me say
I said it. Real Rap said it.
Okay.
Let me say something to her folks who go to sleep, y'all.
Wants to say
something. Wait a minute. What you say, Sachi, babe?
What you saying about Indian is kind of, it's not real. Like Christopher Columbus didn't come nowhere. That was the place he came. Like India was called Hindustan back then, so he couldn't have came here and called them Indians because he thought he was in India.
That's not what I said. Don't misunderstand.
No, I'm telling you what. I'm not talking about what you said. I'm just saying the story they give us couldn't be right because the place that they saying was called India back then was called Hindustan back then.
That's what it says.
America was once called India Superior, and the southeast of America was once the West Indies. You can look that up with your map. You can Google it and with the maps, and it'll show you.
Right.
That's why they called us Indians, because we was in the West Indies in the southeast.
Right.
Right, but remember it says that he went to the Caribbeans. Yeah. And what I was trying to say that those people
don't play no part in the story. What I'm trying to tell you, he ain't got nothing to do with the story. The land we were standing on was called the West Indies before he even came here.
Okay, I can believe you. But what the point I was trying to make is
what did y'all call it though, fam? What did y'all call the land? That's the question. What did y'all call it in y'all language?
What did you call Africa in your language?
Right. That part.
My area was Senegal in our language. That's what we call. I'm about to let you see what my grandma said.
Ain't none of them words African words.
No,
Ain't none of them words you speak is African words. K-Town, Senegal, Nigeria, none of them words is African words.
Hang it up and go lay down.
American, not Indian. What you talking about?
Okay, yeah, we get it. We get
American,
it.
not no Indian
We're
word.
not gonna keep going into it. But Sakina, one day we gonna really get down to the get down because
we got to do it. We got to. We got to.
KMT is a science. It has nothing to do with the landmass. KMT is the introduction to a lot of our sciences like chemistry.
Whoever is beliefs.
That's what a lot of even the metanetter is. And
well, that's according to the MOORs, and that's how y'all want to do Medu and so y'all define Medu and y'all kind of language, but that's not. And I can rock.
We're not even from Egypt. We from West Africa.
Okay, so I can rock with the way y'all want to define Medu and that's like Dr. William. I don't want to say his name, but when he said whoever can read the Medu and that was a trick question because nobody actually can really literally walk up and read the Medu because it has to be translated. So I got that question. It was a trick question. So it was a great question because nobody can actually walk up and read the Medu because you have to translate it. And then after you translate it, then you have to describe it. Yeah, so that's why.
But also, if I can say one thing,
I can't get a long private time to do my question and answer because I always get interrupted.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
And everybody else, so that you did. And
it's so, Walter Williams.
She said you did.
Walter Williams, but I get it, and I appreciate that one. So it was him. So that's who said it, and now I can land my plane. Thank you.
I know y'all.
Yeah, and all I would say is we should talk about the origins of language too, though, and talk about the influence of sound and symbols on language, because I know they want to just make language phonetics, but phonetics came later, and sound and symbol were first.
Exactly. That's why Baba Haru said the Medu and people are always trying to misinterpret it, and it was more about the sound and everybody trying to pronounce when it was never a pronunciation. It was more of the way that it was sung or pronouncing a sound, like my hymn bracing. Hymn bracing is the name of my jury thing is right. Hymn bracing meditations, and so when I asked the question in my initiation, when we were talking about Ra and Re, like in Do, Re, Mi, Fa, Sol, La, Ti, and then you have Ra. And so that was in going into it. And this is esoteric as well as the Bible. So a lot of people understand me, and at the same time you don't understand me, but that's because my journey was precept by precept. So I get you. Because remember, I was in the Rise and I had to come out of Rise and go back to, like I said, in Dalet, meaning you have to know where you come from in order to know where you're going. Rise and Quantum. And so in order to know where I'm going, I have to go back to Patah in order to know where I come from, to know where I'm going.
Well, can you explain why you see it more as defined as only the landmass and not the science that was taught amongst the people?
It was more because science came through spirituality, or spirituality came through science, and they understood it that way. Like I'm thinking Real Rap said it because it's it that way. You cannot get one without the other. We know this through seasons, not just the spice of life, but this in seasons. You know that you cannot get sun without rain. You know that you don't get spring without fall. You know that you cannot get every day of sun of just a joy without getting pain. You know this. So, but we forget these things. Right? Ugly is not just the way you are, but you're not pretty all the damn time. But nobody wants that. We know that the sun, and you also have the moon. When they talked about, even though you say it's allegorical, at the same time, we also know that if a man was made in a day, when we say Eve, at the end of Eve, they was thinking the night, true, but that was also woman. Evening, the same thing was made in that same day. That's allegorical speaking, but we thinking something more outside of that. And I can go on esoterically, but then you're gonna think I'm talking crazy, so I won't. Because
no, I don't think you're talking crazy.
No, but I'm just saying this is how other people do. So it's deeper than that. You have to think deeper than that, because at the end of the day, science is about the numbers. That's what's going to make it the facts to be true or not. It's not a positive or an absolute, but it's a based. Enough numbers, just like the tribe. The enough of the numbers is powers in numbers.
And you just said a word, and I guess bringing it back to real rap, and that's my problem exactly, because I'm not denying DNA. I don't deny DNA. I don't deny the science, but I understand when a science is not fully developed, and they're saying, "Oh, we know." It's the same thing they did as far as when they named so-called junk DNA. It was a science that wasn't fully developed. They understood 2% of it. And then they said, okay, well, then this is not important, until someone said, oh, maybe this is important. We should go deeper into this. And that's all I ask for, is when it comes to DNA testing, when it comes to autosomal DNA, that we say, hey, this stuff has a good base for us. It has a good foundation, but we haven't dug enough into everything to say that we have the full picture yet. And Real Rap, where did you want to go from here?
All right, because his brother, I'm not gonna disrespect him, was asking me about my grandma. I'll say I don't want to center myself, but if you want me to answer the questions, I'll answer whatever you got. So he wanted to know if my grandma used the term African. It's actually in her
I
narrative.
asked you, how did you know she was African, brother? I didn't ask you none of all this other stuff. I just asked you how you knew she was African.
Because she said so. She said so, and it's right here. I'm about to read it for you. She says so. So this right here is what they call a slave narrative. All right, back in the 1900s, people that were in the late 1800s, people that were alive were recalling their experiences. This woman lived for she was 125 when she died, and her son was 106, Charles. All right, so Charles is retelling the story of what his mother told him, paraphrasing, and she gonna say it right here, bottom paragraph. See this? Let me zoom in.
Now, you see that right there, rear rep. You see that? Now, when I tell you my grandmama said I was an Indian, don't you say nothing.
All I'm telling you is don't pick and choose when you want to.
You got
all I'm saying.
You got a document.
Hold on,
you know what I'm saying, brother.
I'm gonna let you
know
talk.
what I'm saying. You got a document from your folks or passed down history, or your grandmama saying to your leaving the thing saying what she is to your her son, and then y'all passing it down in history. Ain't that the same thing as her folks telling her what they is and them passing it down to me? Same thing.
It's a primary.
You just got a piece of paper. You just got a piece of paper to prove what she said, and I don't, bro. That's the only difference.
It's not that you don't. You ain't found it yet, bro. It's thousands of these.
Hold up, stop. Because that was disrespectful. I'm not disrespecting you. How you gonna tell me what I ain't found?
I didn't say you don't. Hold on, listen to what I said, bro. Bro, get out your feelings. Listen to what I said.
You telling me I ain't done my homework? That's disrespectful, bro.
I didn't say you didn't do your homework.
Yes,
I didn't say that.
What I ain't done. I'm telling
you. What
you.
I'm telling you is don't give up. Hey, look, bro, stop taking the emotional approach, bro. I'm not telling you.
It ain't got nothing to do with emotion. It got something to do with being real.
Hold on,
when I talk slick, when I talk crazy to somebody, I talk crazy to them. I don't talk slick.
All I'm saying, look, bro.
I'm gonna talk crazy. I don't talk slick,
bro. And I'm not trying to talk crazy, bro. What I'm telling you is this: don't give up.
So don't be talking about what I ain't found because you don't know what I done, bro.
Bro, how is that disrespectful if I'm telling you don't give up and to keep searching?
But I'm saying
you might be able to find.
I'll say this. Hold on, Sachi. I'll say this. Why it's disrespectful is because you're assuming that people that acknowledge themselves as Abos or Indians, that they have not done their own research to go back further to go back further than the 1780s as far as it's where they're finding indigenous people in their family lineage. So I get it. Yeah, we want
That's what
everyone
you're
to
implying,
research
Dulcinea.
and be unbiased as far as it, but there is a lot of biases where people actually are going and trying to find their African actual lineage, or where there's an African in their DNA, and are going down their line genealogy, and they're not finding it. They're only finding Indians. So that's where he's saying it's not something to assume that he hasn't done the research, that he hasn't gone further back than you have. You just found an African in your lineage, in your path. And I don't think anyone has a problem with that. Just other people are not finding that. I just
All right,
wanted
so
to
watch
mention
this, Dulcinea.
Monk. Hold on. I didn't forget about you, ladies. Love you. Thank you, Brazilian Monk. We really appreciate that. Go ahead, Real Rap.
So watch this, Dulcinea. So that's why I'm telling you, for me, my genealogy is not complete. If I'm at the 6 times grandmother, right? Watch, let me grab my calculator. Let's see. Let's multiply that double times 2 times 2 times
Wait,
2 times 2.
you're at a 6 times grandmother,
4,
but
5,
how
6.
many 6 times
Hold on.
grandmothers do you wait? Hold on. How many of the 6 time grandmothers do you have on your tree?
That's what I'm about to get to my point. That's my point.
Okay.
So if I'm at the 6th line on my maternal side, right, there's another 63 people in that line. That's some of what that's like, in a way, that's some of what Ali was trying to show last night. That's why I say genealogy is a lifetime thing. I'm not done. I haven't done my genealogy. I'm currently doing it. So I found one of my maternal grandmothers in that line. All right. And she got over like 20,000 like descendants with just her. It's ridiculous. It's crazy how crazy that shit go. But that's my point. Nobody's disrespecting. Y'all implying that. All right. I'm telling the brother, right, whether he wants to or
I'm
not.
past the 1700s though, so you
That's
disrespecting
cool.
me when you telling me what
And
I ain't done. I'm way past you in genealogy, man.
I'll let y'all speak, dog. I'll let y'all speak. I'm not trying to disrespect. Y'all always take it as that. All right. What I said is, bro, it may possibly still be out there as far as a family narrative. I'm not saying African or Indian, but a lot of us got family narratives that's out there. All I'm saying is just don't stop in your search. How is that disrespectful?
My search done. What I'm trying to tell you, ain't nothing but Indians in my family. Nothing. It might be a few white people springing in there here and there, but it's mostly Indians.
So this is where we had to divide with the DNA. All right, respectfully, no disrespect. I'm not afraid to take the DNA. I'm not afraid to match it up and see if this shit legit or not. Because I'm still not 100%.
You can't take no DNA that's gonna match you to nobody in Africa. So your DNA test don't make no sense. It's just gonna match you to people that you have done your paperwork on already.
Yeah,
it ain't gonna match you to nobody in Africa.
Doesn't make sense.
No, that's not true, bro. That's not true.
No, hold on, because we
can take this down.
Regional, but do us a favor and pull up the percentage of Senegal DNA they found in your DNA in it.
Yeah, as soon as it come up, as soon as my results come in.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you.
When you come back, we definitely want to see how much Senegal, how much percentage of that is Senegal, how much of it's going to give you Nigeria, how much is going to give you Ghana, how much is going to give you Congo, and we're not going to just take as far as them being like, since it gave such specifically to Cape Verde. Well, there could be that Senegal was Nigeria or anything. No. We're going to see what it says as far as the DNA and how much of the percentages of the different regions that you have.
I don't have no problem showing my genealogy, which I've done plenty of times. I don't have no problem showing my family narrative, which I've done plenty of times. And when the DNA come, I'm going to do that too. So I've been saying, not always, pardon me, because I ain't going to lie. But as of recent, I've been saying, man, that DNA and genealogy should complement one another, and that's coming from the professionals. So for me, like I said, when I'm seeing the Indian come up, a lot of people, like, only person I've seen in the teens is like Snoop Dogg and Deontay Wilder. All right. for whatever reason, people are having in the
There is
teens
no,
and 20% of
but you act like
European.
you act like they ain't testing this against mongoloids. They don't have, why is there not African American, Black American, Aboriginal American, whatever you want to call yourself, group that you
I
get
told you there
classified to
was
when you
though.
take a DNA test? Why we don't have a group
Hold
and
on,
everybody else
brother.
got a group?
Brother, I told you in the chat 3-4 hours
Nah,
ago
y'all
that you
ain't.
can look it up right.
Do that make sense? Hold on. I heard what you said in the chat, but do that make sense to anybody? What I'm saying? You got white people. It's a million different kind of white people, but they got all of them separated in each group. But they refuse to separate the colored people with color on their skin into each group. Only group they want to separate is in Africa.
1 second, Sachi. So that where you got that source for your I think you said your 6-time great grandmother.
I'll show it. I'll show it.
Yeah, you do have the
I'll
book.
show how I'm connected to the lady.
No.
I got
Show
you.
where you got the quote from for the people.
It's from a book. It's from
What's
a book from a lady, and she's from my city. Give me a second. It's called something through the fire. Hold on.
The one that's on the screen from
Give me 1 second.
2011.
It's called Up. No,
Up from slavery.
I don't know what year. It's hold on.
Leona.
Give me hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, that's her. That's her.
Okay,
That's her.
so she got okay, this isn't a primary source, just to let you know. But where did she get the quote from? Who did your great grandfather or the great grandmother's son interview with at the time?
I done dealt this. I got you. I played this game with the Pan Africans for like 4-5 months. So my grandmother's son is Charles. All right. Charles had children. Hold on, I'm about to pull up my I'm about to pull it up. Pull my genealogy.
Do you know the game of telephone?
Hold on, sis. Hold on, because like you asked multiple questions. Let me finish the first. So Francois had Charles in Cape Verde, brought Charles over. I'm looking at my genealogy right now. Charles had Francis, and then Francis had 3 sons, and one of his sons, who's Ramon, that's on my maternal. That's so my 4 times great grandma Helena married his son Ramon, who are real people who I'm actually connected to. Like I said, the woman's got over 20,000 descendants. So one of my cousins she had bought the book first. All right. I messaged my cousin. She sent me the title, and I bought the book. It's on my Kindle. I was about to grab my Kindle, but you already got the title. So once I read the book, which like my family is only like 6 pages in there, it's a bunch of different narratives from people that have come from West Africa that the lady Leona was doing research on, and she put a lot of the information of people that were coming directly from West Africa to the port of New Orleans. It's a lot of people's families in that book.
But the question is, when are those narratives collected? Are they getting by someone in your line like right now? It looks like 2011, or did someone in the past collect those narratives?
Say it again.
This book.
Say that one more time.
This book.
Yeah,
when were these slave narratives collected from the people?
You got to check the source page. Let's see, because these are coming from the Portuguese records. Number one. Let me see. Niggas always hating. I dealt with the same thing with the Pan Africans, no problem. They said the same thing. That's not your family. Give me a second. Let me pull the book up so I can show you all the sources. Let me grab my Kindle.
I'm not saying it's not your family.
I'm not saying you, Dulcinea. I'm saying the nigga in the chat respectfully. I'm not saying you.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Like you just following up with the question.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I don't
say,
know who that is.
Not your family or not, or your whatever that the case. But I do understand.
I'm just waiting for my Kindle to pull up.
Recalling. Oh yeah. Okay, I see now. When someone's recalling something. Oh no, I don't see it up yet. Present it again. But
now give me a second. My Kindle's pulling up right now.
Oh yeah, cool. Well, when someone's recalling something of the past and everything, we do have to think about when the narrative was actually given. That's what actually makes it a primary source, is when someone at that time talked to your great grandma's son and got the quote from that. But since it's oral history, depending on how far, and I'm not denying oral history I believe in oral history, but as far as oral history being a direct quote, that's where I'm a little iffy on how
All right,
someone
listen,
would
this is what I'm gonna do, Dulcinea. Look,
hundreds of years later.
Dulcinea. Hey, Dulcinea, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna show you the book. We can go through the sources, and I'm gonna show you my genealogy of where we stopped calling ourselves Senegal. It was at my great grandmother is the one who changed her name from Senegal, and they were spelling our name all kind of ways. All right, so I'm gonna show you where our Senegal, and we still have Senegals in my family today. All my second cousins still have that Senegal line. All right, but my direct maternal line stopped at my great grandmother. But it's the book right here. I'm showing the book right here. So it's the book. Let me see. How can I pull it up? There we go. Let me go to the top. And I'm not hating at the dude like pulled it out. Like I said, I spent 4 months with the Pan Africans arguing with them niggas because they were saying the same thing. That's not your family, blah, 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 blah. And so I had to prove to them that is my family. That's why I'm taking the DNA test too. So that's what I do. I'm transparent, fam. Let me get back to the first page. I want to get back to the title page. My bad, I was all the way in the back. All right, can y'all see that?
Yeah, we see.
All right, so it's the title page. St. Landry, Up from Slavery, Then Came the Fire by Leona W. Smith. All right. Let's go through. Niggas always hating references. History of St. Landry. Black Codes. Library of Congress. She got the Way of Tribe. Ancestry.com. All right, my bad. I'm gonna try to go through it slow, Dosing. Tell when to stop. So I'll say we can go through the references. My bad. Prominent Indian tribes, Louisiana Territory, legacy remains. Chronological references, Cabo Verde. So this would be one of them right here. Come back to this. Cabo Verde. Out of Africa. Tuckahoe Plantation. Hold on. All right. Town Talk. Archives.gov. Freedmansboro.
Okay, so while you're looking for that, a question would be, is it possible that that quote, they tied Cape Verde to it saying, oh, that would be the region or where they were talking about, but they initially used another name?
I'm not understanding your question.
Could it be possible the quote from your great grandmother didn't use the name Cape Verde? Mm-hmm. She said that quote of where she was from, or Senegal.
Could it be possible that, all right, so like you asking, could it be possible that she said another term for the area that she's from and the author changed the wording?
Yes, exactly. Changed it to mean whatever region that is current.
Yeah, possibility. Yeah, of course. But like I'm saying, like from the slave narrative website that I found with the 23 with the I think 2,300 different, and it's like over 10,000 of them. But like the one archive that I found had 2,300. It's supposed to be recorded word for word, like not necessarily. I mean, I'll say paraphrase more than verbatim, because they were recording what they were saying, and they were going back and annotating from the recordings of what they were saying. So yeah, it's a possibility, sure. Anything
I just
possible.
brought that up because I think that's what Sachi was making reference to earlier when he was saying, those names didn't exist for it to be those particular names in the quote that was used.
But why do you have like this is my question to you though.
I don't know how to be like why y'all beefing with each other. We know why y'all are beefing with each other. This is
I don't care about all that. Like that's basic.
Men in the community
but my question back,
like, as you can see, when people don't agree with you, they tend to get pretty hostile.
That's fine. I'm used to it. This is my question though. What are you gonna tell people that haven't left the continent, who have they family history unbroken, that'll say that Africa was always called Africa as far as they family know? It becomes he said, she said.
I'm gonna ask them. I'm gonna ask them. Can they tell me about the Africans that got took from over there in the transatlantic slave trade? That's what I'm gonna ask them.
Your tribal knowledge? No, Africa wasn't always Africa. Was Zimbabwe always Zimbabwe? No. Okay. So, I mean, when you talk to the people, it's that easy to see that that's not true. But you would have to talk to more Africans. And I think that's a lot of problem with Pan-Africans as well, is that there's like this lack of knowledge amongst Africans. That's why even a lot of Pan-Africans tend to be very prejudiced towards Africans. And you hear a lot of the other stuff that other people say about Africans, because a lot of people aren't just talking to Africans like that.
Because the real Africans.
So let me say this to that point real quick. So let me say this to that point. People do realize colonization is real, and in colonization, like you get different names for different regions. Like in my state, Louisiana, damn near all the towns are named after white men today. But was that always the name?
No. All that. But the point of the thing is, when your people saying they from somewhere, they gonna say the name that they know, not the name nobody was giving them. They gonna say the name that they people called.
Like, do you want to read what she said? Because that area was synagogue.
But we're saying that's possibly not what she said, because it's not a primary source. So I'm not going to say that it's not. Hold on, real rap.
How's it not a primary source, though?
It's not a primary source because it's a secondary talking about the
man.
Primary
what you got ain't no different than my grand told me I was in.
Have to be of the time, not
no.
That's what taken. That quote would have to be taken from them. But if it's a quote that was passed down through the family, then given to that particular book, then that quote is not primary at that time. Now, again, like I said, I'm not saying that whatever region that was the name used isn't Cape Verde, but there is a possibility that Cape Verde, the name, was not used by your sixth great grandmother.
I see what you're saying, but one thing on the primary though to correct, if you got one person that lived to 125 and the other person that lived to 106, and they're taking down a story from what was written, because like these people know how to read, like the lady freed herself, all that.
Real rap, nobody can deny your family history, bro. But at the same time, all you get right there is my grandmama told me I was an Indian.
African. Well, I got you.
Well,
she was African.
Yeah, and 1 out of 32 grandmothers.
It's 64. It's 64.
No. It's 64 grandparents. So you would have 32 grandmothers and then.
Okay, I got you.
So it's 1 out of 32 as far as though for the
on the grandma side. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, for those.
But look, but that's my point too, though. And there's no disrespect, man. Like, I'm gonna just say this. When we nitpick, all I'll be wanting to ask at this point, you know what I'm saying? Because like y'all pretty much know, like, you know what I'm saying, my little scheme now. which grandma are we referring to? Are we referring to a grandma that we know? Are we referring to a grandma back from the 1600s, like what the brother picked up and found? Which grandma are we considering? Are we considering all of them? Like which line? That's what I'm saying. If that's one out of 32 on a 6 line, right? Whose story are we going with?
What happened if both your parents told you you were Indian? What happened then? What if both of your parents said, boy, you from Cherokee Indian and my family from Sioux and you Indian, you not African American? What if both of your parents told you that?
Then that's your story. That's your story.
Because I can go wake my dad up. Listen, I can go wake my dad up right now. He gonna tell you, we Cherokee.
And I'm not knocking anyone that finds solace in be getting a whole bunch of regions to be from. But for me, like I've been on this journey for a long time, and that was never my goal. And my whole goal has been, if I do have an African lineage, that I want to know who they are. I want to know what my last name would be. I want to know whose tribe I would have been from. And I'm not going to get solace by just getting a whole bunch of countries and be satisfied with that, especially when, if the narrative is correct and majority of the Africans that came into America would be the 1600s through the 1800s period, there's no reason why you would not be able to connect me to direct cousins that are from the different regions that my family lineage would come from. They would be unaltered.
Hold on, man. I got you. Hey, look, because it's two brothers in the chat that I'm gonna try to square y'all way on. And look, this for you too, Sanchi. The reason why I wasn't banging Abo for the last 3-4 years, I've been banging American Indian.
Bro.
I got you, bro. Hey,
bro, do what you do. I don't care what you do.
Now look, fam, bro. Let me just get it out, bro. The reason why I wasn't with and it's been for a long time, because for me, when I read the Commerce Clause, the first, what is it? It's give me a second. It's been so long since I pulled it up. Give me a second. Commerce Clause. It's Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3. All right.
Yeah, that's it.
And I'm gonna get back to this link on my family in a second. I just didn't want to send it myself, but I'll walk it down. It say the Commerce Clause refers to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 is one sentence, which gives Congress the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations, among several states, and with Indian tribes. So when the cats that you rock with, no disrespect, because I ain't trying to disrespect at this point, I'm just having a conversation. When the cats that you rock with was pushing that we not Indian, we Aboriginal, I've never seen no paperwork, no official document, nothing. I've never found it showing Aboriginal trumps Indian. Never.
Nobody.
Okay,
And that's why.
Wait. I want to ask Sachi that then. Sachi, when you're going
never seen it. The Aboriginal, you're gonna be Indian on your paperwork.
You'll be Indian on your paperwork now. But
hold up now. All Indians ain't Aboriginal though.
Right. Well, my question
is, break that down for me.
Wait, before he breaks that down, I just want to ask you directly, as far as for your records, when you're actually searching into your genealogy and you're seeing the records, have you seen something that has an identification that ties them to Indians?
Me? No.
I'm talking to Sachi.
Oh, Sachi, go ahead.
Yeah. When you get farther back there, you're gonna find it. When you get past the 1700s, you liable to find the Indian in your family. This documented as Indian. But I don't found 3 or 4 of them that's documented as Indian.
And do they use the word Indian or a specific tribe?
It depends on what paperwork you're looking at. Like if you looking at a marriage certificate or something like that, it might have a tribe on there. But if you see it on a census record, it's just gonna say Indian.
Okay, and Real Rap, what was your question?
I mean, like, it wasn't really a question. It was more of a comment. Brothers in the chat, I'm gonna get with y'all in a second. I'm gonna type to y'all. The comment was, when I listen to these cats talk, all right, they do say that Aboriginal trumps Indian. I've heard them say it. Now, if they've gone back and claimed
Aboriginal do trump Indian. It do.
And I want to say
that's Native Americans went to the UN and asked to be called Aboriginal. They told them no because they're not.
Of everybody, but that's for the Abos, yes. But that's not the views of all the indigenous groups that consider themselves Indian or anything like that. They don't all say Aboriginal trumps Indian. Okay.
They don't all say that because they're not all Aboriginal.
Right?
See, the thing it is, you can be an Indian by being accepted in the tribe, married in the tribe, and you're not really from the land. Aboriginal means you from the land.
So
see, like I can marry an African lady and bring her in the tribe, and she be Cherokee too. That don't mean she Aboriginal though.
True.
Say that one more time.
He was saying if he marries someone that's not in his specific tribe, or they could be African, for instance, she would be included now into the tribe in most cases, especially for the children. So they still have the same tribal lineage as the Cherokee, even though she's African.
Yeah, I can show you the law for that in a second once we get done.
But she wouldn't be
like,
Aboriginal, and she wouldn't have the standing.
She wouldn't be Aboriginal to the land.
And she wouldn't have the standing in Cherokee tribal law that Aboriginal sister would.
And people don't understand that the children would be, those children would be part Aboriginal, but if you're born in the land, that's what makes you Native. So when everybody's using the term Native American, that's why people don't use that term. Native is not Aboriginal.
Native and indigenous only mean you born somewhere.
I thought indigenous goes further back than just being born, though.
Wherever you born at, that's where you indigenous too.
I knew that for Native. But...
Native too.
So this is my thing, bro. In the Commerce Clause, right? And that's just one thing. That's just kind of like a nitpick, but it's a big nitpick though, right? And in that, when niggas was making all these deals, which we could pull up the h.con.res 331, like the shit that A1 took from me, which you can have it at this point, right? That states, bro, that we had over like 270.
Took nothing from you. Stop doing it, man. Stop trying to pick it.
Bro, you don't know.
Man, stop doing it, bro. Don't do that, bro. Just present your stuff, bro. Don't be throwing all them.
Bro.
Them folks ain't taking nothing from you, man.
It's the reason why I'm saying that, bro. Go ask him who his teacher is, and he'll tell you Coda Key Big, bro. He'll tell you that. But anyway, it's the reason why I'm saying that. So when you look at that documentation, it'll show you all the treaties that they made with the United States and how none of them, which I already know you know this, how none of them got honored. But it was supposed to be from a government to government position. And when they didn't honor that government to government position with the tribes, right? Which you got to read that. If you want it, I'll put it in the back chat for you. I don't mind sharing information. But when you read that, you'll see that that was supposed to keep you sovereign. You know what I'm saying? That's like, it's a lot of issues that I got, bro. I got an issue with this as far as being Aboriginal, being Indian, because none of the main or the major documents that I've ever came across has Aboriginal. I understand that what you're saying, that some people went to where you said to
Aboriginal is not your claim. Indian is your claim. You keep making a crazy argument. Aboriginal only means you are originally from this land.
So
it's
y'all
not the
just
claim
saying
you
that like
filed
y'all
in the
not.
court of law. That is not the claim you filed in the court of law.
All right, I just want to make sure that. All right, I can understand that.
So are you an Indian not taxed, Sachi?
Yep, I don't pay no taxes on nothing. When I go to the store, if it's $7, it's $7.
Do you know the difference of like the Moorish people and doing that paperwork versus what actual do you use certain qualifications as much with your social security card and stuff like that?
I don't even got no social security card. Like I got to go. I'm trying to learn how to make me one now. I don't got none. I gave mine back.
What about an ID?
I got an ID, you know what I'm saying, to keep from Bojangling and what's the name. But it's from my old before I corrected my status and shit.
You should come on and talk about status correction.
Nah, I don't really do all that. I'm not really a teacher.
I'm gonna put this in the back chat for you, Dulcinea. That's what I'm talking about right here.
Yeah, so the first treaty entered into with an Indian nation, the treaty with the Delaware Indians of September 17, 1778, the Congress has assumed a trust, responsibility, and obligation to Indian tribes and their members, whereas this trust responsibility calls the Congress to exercise the utmost good faith with dealings with Indians as provided for in the Northwest Ordinance of 1787. Whereas the judicial system of the United States has constantly recognized and reaffirmed recognized and reaffirmed this special relationship.
Yep. And this is where they get the like immemorial thing, but they say that, but then as Black people, they'll also let you know how many times we've been misnomered. So from your perspective, going from Indians, Moors, right? From your perspective, are Moors to Indians. I'm not sure how y'all teach it. To being colored or Negro, then colored, then Black, then African American. That's what they teach. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's not what they teach. That's actually what happened. I don't know about what's the name. Indian was the first misnomer.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm just saying that's exactly what happened to our people. Indian was the first misnomer. That's not nothing that nobody teaches. You can go back through your family census records and see some of them gonna be Indians. Well, I don't know about that, but some of them gonna be colored, some of them gonna be Negroes, some of them gonna be African American, and some of them gonna be Black. You can see that on your family records. If you go back far enough, you're gonna find some Indians too.
This is my question.
That's always so that's not a lie. We was reclassified. That's the truth.
Nobody said it was a lie, but my question is the misnomer. How is Indian a misnomer when you was breaking down to the sister earlier that this was Indian superior?
We didn't call ourselves that. It's common sense.
Who said that?
We didn't call ourselves that. They call us Negro, Black, colored, African American.
I'm talking about no. I'm not worried about none of the other terms.
Every last one of them is a misnomer.
So Indian is a misnomer.
You call yourself is a misnomer, man. That paper don't say Cherokee talk. It don't say Anawai, Choctaw, Muskogee, Creek or whatever the folks was calling themselves. It don't say Sioux. It say Indian.
I'm just having a hard time with that Indian like being a misnomer.
How are you having a hard time with Indian being a misnomer? Everything they done called you is a misnomer because you didn't call yourself that.
So hold on. If I go into my email and show you some, all right, let's just do that. Let's go into the email.
This is a crazy argument. We arguing about terms somebody else called us. That's why they misnomers, because somebody else called you that. You didn't call yourself that.
Peace, OTK.
Y'all still got my chalk to a dictionary. Hold on, I got you.
Okay, yeah. While he's pulling that
I
up,
don't know who that is. That's not me.
Oh no, hold on. OTK, what do you think about this conversation? Is Indian a misnomer? OTK.
Hey, sis. I want to make
Is
sure
Indian a misnomer?
The way that is being used, yes. Because we know that they was calling people over here Indians way before they was Indians over there where they was Hindustan and Bharat. They was not, that was not India then. So they was calling Indian people Indians over here first. And they was calling them American Indians, and they combined the word together to Americans. So that word was being used over here way before any India. So when you say it's a misnomer today, because when we say we American Indians, the first thing people think is India, Hindustan, and all that. But no, they didn't know that Hindustan didn't become Indian until the 1900s. So that'll kill all that misnomer.
That's a different point, though.
It's a misnomer because when you talk to an Indian, he gonna say, I'm Anayawi, I'm Sioux. He not gonna say I'm an Indian, I'm a Native American. He gonna say I'm Anayawi, I'm Sioux, I'm Creek, I'm Muskogee. He not gonna say nothing about no Indian.
Yes. Now, hold up. We talking about the names that was given to us. That's what we saying. It's a misnomer. That means that's a name that was given to us. Now, when you speaking personally, yes, we didn't never call ourselves no Indians. We was calling ourselves by our tribes.
That's all I'm saying. That's what make it a misnomer, because it was a name somebody else gave us.
That sound crazy.
Recognizing people by their tribe. So yes, we was not calling ourselves Indians. Now the America name, a bunch of concrete evidence saying that the America name was over here way long. It wasn't America exactly, but that's where the American name derived from. Now, like you said, the Indian name, yes, they wouldn't call it that. We didn't never call ourselves nothing really, anything but our tribe names. So I agree with you on that.
And Real Rap, why do you think that's crazy?
It sound crazy because like the whole they didn't go by Indian. That's just not true, fam. It's not true at all.
This is how crazy this man is. Why would you think they went by Indian when the name of their tribe is their nation?
Because number one, they was making Deals, I just showed you all the
Indian
ancient.
is like, this is what I'm saying. No, hold on, real rap. Because
all right, go ahead.
I want you to look at this from reality, real rap. You got 900 different tribes of people. You call all of them Indians. They all got different names. Them people don't call themselves that. Somebody on the outside is calling all of them Indians. Just like in Africa, they call all them people Bantu, and they all got different names.
Facts.
Bantu's a misnomer.
I'm not gonna say fact. Yeah, that's the whole people group of just a migration. That's all it is.
But pretty much misnomer that it's an exonym. No one called themselves Bantu
with the
people.
American Indians, real rap.
Well, this is my other thing that y'all said. All right, so hold on.
Hold on, real rap. Before you answer that, my bad. I cut my.
Damn, bro, how you gonna ask me 5 questions and then tell me to hold on? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, because I cut Dulcinea off. I was gonna ask you the question, but I cut my sister Dulcinea off. That's why.
No, it's no problem. I was just agreeing with you guys about the Bantu. It is something that's just an exonym. No one calls themselves Bantu. It was a character, like a categorization for the sub-Saharan African people based on Bantu speaking, but it could be seen as derogatory.
Right. Just like most of the names that got put on us, on everybody. The conquerors put names on everybody. So let's be for real.
And that would make them misnomers.
Man, are you done, bro?
That's what make them misnomers right there, because the conqueror put them on everybody.
On everybody. Oh, real rap. My bad, my dog. Hey, listen, I know I asked you a question, but I cut Dulcinea off. That's why I stopped you, because I didn't want to cut my sister off. But go ahead, answer the question, bro.
All right, so the other thing look, I'm gonna deal with the Indian thing first, and then I'm gonna go back to America. What's crazy is the people that y'all say y'all descend from made deals and trade deals under the term Indian. Number one. Number two.
They don't. Your whole logic ain't making sense again. If these people coming here and calling me this, I still got to do business with these people.
Certified. Let them finish real quick. Give them respect. Let them finish.
The second thing, American. The Aboriginals, Abos, Indians, whoever like to talk about the term America as a whole when every tribe had its own name for their area. The Cherokee had a name for the area that they cohabited in. The Choctaw, which I could show you the source, called they area Milwaukee. All right, and a slew of other names for different tribes. One thing that they like to speak on that's inaccurate is that it was one conglomerate name that all tribes agreed on. Not saying Sanchi said it, but these are things that I've heard over the years that's just inaccurate. There's not one consolidated name for this landmass. Never was until colonization. That's my other discrepancy to the brother.
That's the same thing we be telling you about when y'all be coming saying Africa. We know the same thing about Africa. Each tribe call Africa something different. So when y'all be coming saying we from such and such place, we know that tribe didn't call it that.
Well, let me elaborate on this. Do you know any tribe names before the 5 civilized tribe, my brother?
Tribe names?
Yes. Do you know any tribes? Because to me, you're talking
down
about
here, yeah, like where I'm from.
Listen, you're talking about the 1800s once they became the 5 civilized tribes. You're talking about the Cherokee. You're talking about the Chickasaw. You're talking about the Choctaw. Those are the 5 civilized tribes. Do you know any tribes and what their culture was before the civilized tribes? And now we got to remember, once they say civilized, we got to know that they're civilizing a people that was already civilized. So if you're civilizing the people that already was civilized, so that means whatever culture that you're bringing in, the conquerors, you're teaching them that. So you want them to adapt to that culture. That's what civilization means.
They have a
So
definition of
now when we deal with that,
civilized.
when you're talking about the 5 civilized tribes, do you know any tribes before the 5 civilized tribes, my brother?
Yeah, bro. Like I could probably name you like 10 right here, just from Louisiana, where I'm from, off the top.
Okay, was any of them part of the 5 civilized tribes?
No.
Okay, then. So now, since you answered that, why would you bring us a source that represents the 5 civilized tribes? Just like y'all be talking about this Indian slave trade, or the Indians had slaves, y'all part of the Cherokee. Don't you know how big and vast that Cherokee nation was? Not all Cherokees had slaves. And another thing too, let's get this correct. The slavery that the Indians was doing over here, dog, that was a prisoner of war, and they could accumulate in with the tribe and marry in with the tribe. They didn't become slaves like what we have as the transatlantic slave trade was like. So we need to get that clear. So before y'all start talking, y'all need to do y'all research before the 5 civilized tribes, because all y'all only talk about the 5 civilized goddamn tribes. When we know
the
people over
Cherokee
there, those
wasn't
tribes
one.
over there in the West Coast wouldn't even civilize. Y'all won't even hear nothing about the Navajo, the Ute, the Utah, the Lakota, the Dakota, the Sakota, or none of that. Y'all won't hear nothing about none of these tribes. None of that. Y'all only hear about the 5 civilized. And you know what? Y'all go off that. That's how I know y'all indoctrinated, just like how we've been indoctrinated in school. Y'all don't go outside the book.
And the Cherokee ain't even a tribe or name. The Cherokee was the name of the damn confederacy. It's N-O-Y-E. I can't say it. But the Cherokee is the name of the last confederacy. That's a bunch of different tribes.
All the look, bro. That's what a confederation is, bro. Is a grouping together of tribes.
That's what I'm saying. Cherokee was the last name of it, but it's a bunch of different tribes. And then the 5 civilized tribes took over and took the name Cherokee and ran with it.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. But look, real quick, real quick.
And a bunch of these so-called runaway African slaves came in and ran to these Indian tribes and act like they were slaves of the Indian tribes just so they can get counted, so they didn't go back to their master. Also, let's put that in documents. So since everybody want to talk about these slaves, let's talk about these runaway slaves that some ran to the Spanish, some ran to the British. The ones that ran to the Spanish, they blended in with the Yamasee and they became parts of the Seminole and all of that. The ones that went up north, they became part of the what we call it, Narragansett and all that. Them tribes over there, because they fought with them. You have family fighting against family, bro. All I'm telling y'all is do y'all American history. Don't just let people tell y'all what it is. Do y'all American history. All y'all be up here and talking. Y'all a scholar this, y'all a scholar that, but all y'all scholars is African American history. And then y'all won't even know all the research on that, because half of them African Americans, scholars and researchers and builders and all of that was mixed with something else. Big facts.
Hold on, give me a second. Let me go deal with this nigga real quick. I'm gonna pull this up and pull this up. I'm gonna go deal with this nigga. All right, so let me pull this up real quick.
Don't you pull up that?
Oh, yo, Dulcinea, you still up, sis?
Other day now. Don't you pull up that? When you been talking about them,
respectfully, bro, you don't know me. Hey, look, bro, this is your first time talking to me. You don't know me like that, bro. All right, respectfully. No, this is what you talking about. All right, I got all kind of, bro. I got the whole Choctaw dictionary. I got a dictionary from my partner that don't nobody got. I got the slang dictionary.
Did you see Whistling Beaver in that Choctaw dictionary?
Uh-oh. But listen though,
Yeah, man, I didn't came across Toby. I didn't came across. I didn't came across Toby multiple times.
Language, bro.
Hey, brother, you got that. Hold on, brother. Yes, I didn't came across the term Toby. Yes, Safa put that together years ago. Y'all seen that years ago from Safa.
I'm talking about Kunta Kinte. I ain't talking about Toby.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, excuse me. That's what I meant to say. I was thinking of Kunta Kinte and said Toby. Pardon me, Kunta Kinte. Yes, meaning
you
whistling.
said it right. You said it right because that white man done whooped you to Toby. You said it right.
Oh man, shut your ass up, man. Shut your ass up, dog. I know, man. I know what you meant. Pardon me. Pardon me. Ain't no white man with me and nothing. Because if that's the case,
you said it right. You said it right. He done whooped you into Toby. That's what talking about you African is, Toby.
Hey, I got African lineage. What you want me to do, fam? I'm not denying none of my African people. I ain't found.
I don't believe you, sir.
So
I don't believe
I just showed you.
I don't believe you, sir.
You ain't gotta believe me. But see, if I start saying that grandma ain't no source, then you're gonna get mad.
Well, I can answer you, OTK. He doesn't have enough genealogy to say if it's dominant in his line, but he's taking the DNA test and he's going to go by the regional DNA that says that African is going to be dominant for it.
Okay.
I can't wait till you get DNA test back because there ain't gonna be no Africans on there.
DNA does measure
But what's going to be
right?
interesting is we're going to see how much Senegal it says. Because, that's another thing that they've actually studied in the DNA test that they have been very confused by. They say most of the slaves, or a large majority of the slaves, should be from the Senegal ports and the ports in Central Africa. But when they're actually analyzing the people of those regions, when it comes to the DNA test, African Americans do not compare to those regions. They're mostly like Nigerians. So they've been really confused on that and trying to figure out why is it that more DNA. I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, please do. Hey, look, just real quick. Hey, look, just real quick for you take this down. So that's some of the language right here, Sachi. All right, for people that call themselves Shata. All right, it actually goes back to Hatak Apiuma. That's where they get that's part of where they get the word Atakaba from. All right, it's from the language. All right, so just in case
so you admitting that
cats in the audience ain't never seen it.
The English language came from indigenous language?
No, fam. Are you listening to what I'm saying, brother? Hold on, bro. Hey, look, bro. Just mute up for me real quick, cause it's a bad echo. Thank you. I'm gonna say it again. Had you met somebody in the area where I'm from, down here in South Louisiana, and you asked them where they from or what tribe you associated with, they would tell you Hatak Api Uma. All right, it's not only a description, but it tells you the red man of a red trunk of stalk, Indian. All right, and then it goes into, it says a native of America, Aborigines of America, the Aboriginals of America. All right, and if I go and pull the other definition of what they call the region, it would say Milwaukee. If matter of fact, you give me 2 seconds, I'll pull it up right now. All right, and I'm gonna give up the share screen. Out the dictionary. Milwaukee. Matter of fact, Milwaukee Yakni. All right, that's for the brother that's in the chat too. So, like I said, bro, I got a whole bunch of American information, but I'm gonna give up the share screen. I'm gonna just say I disagree with Dulcinea because when they all find the genetics, and I'm gonna wait till mine come in, but the majority is West African. If mine come up different, y'all be the first one to know because y'all gonna see it. I don't hide nothing. So like you were saying that my genealogy, like say it one more time, Dulcinea, to make sure that I got you.
When he was asking the question, I was saying you don't have enough of your actual descendants in your genealogy to say that Africans are the majority of your genealogy. But when you take the DNA test regionally, it's going to give you that you are majority African. Peace, Shadow Man.
So real quick, are you saying it's skewed to say African?
Here, let's see for ourselves.
Yeah, because that's
The
what you're
source,
saying. I
Through
definitely
Ancestry,
disagree.
right?
the source I put in the back chat say it.
You went through
Which one is that,
Ancestry
Sanchi?
DNA?
Sanchi, which
Just
one
to
is?
make sure.
Okay, I see it. I see it.
You went through Ancestry DNA, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the Ancestry white papers.
23andMe too.
You're going through 23andMe, or have you already
Both.
gotten that? Okay,
No,
so
no,
you're
no.
getting them
I
both
said,
on the same time.
yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it says to assess how our regions perform in different parts of the world and to help our customers interpret their results, we can look at ethnicity estimates of people with deep genealogical roots back to the same country or part of a country who are not included in our reference panel. To find these individuals, we use customer created family trees and look for customers who have consented to research and have all their ancestors from the same country. Ideally, we only look at people with all their grandparents or older from the same country, but due to low numbers for some countries, we sometimes include people where only their parents are from the same country. Customers who are not in the reference panel and have deep trees tracing to a single country are expected to have high assignments to the regions associated with that country. And this is what we generally find. For example, figure 4.3a shows the average ethnicity assignments for 200 customers. All 4 grandparents are older from Germany. As you can see, while most of their assignment is Germanic Europe region, other regions do appear in small but not significant numbers. So you can see here, as far as Germany as a country, that they have enough of the genome researchers to say that they went through all 4 grandparents being from the same place. But when they don't have enough, or they don't have the information as far as the low counts, then they just assume what they have. They just use what they have, which we know, as far as the region that they say is the most diverse, has been the least studied when it comes to genomes, and that's Africa. Let me go down further. Reporting uncertainty of estimated values. Ethnicity estimates are not an exact science. The percentage of ancestry DNA reports to a customer is the most likely percentage within a range. In this section, we discuss how we calculate this range. It is important to keep in mind that ancestry DNA, we continue to build upon our previous work to offer ever more accurate results to our customers. For example, we might report someone as 40% England and Northwestern Europe with a range of 30 to 60%. This means that they are most likely 40% England and Northwestern Europe, but they could be anywhere between 30 and 60% England and Northwestern Europe. As discussed in section 3, we run a genome-wide vertebrae estimate on our customer's DNA sample and report that back to a customer's most likely ethnicity estimate. In addition to the vertebrae estimate, we are able to sample our ethnicity estimates that, while themselves likely, are not guaranteed to be the most likely estimates. The ethnicity range estimates we report are based on 1,000 samples of these non-vertebrae ethnicity estimates and correspond to degree of uncertainty, and true ethnicity estimate. For example, in a window has 80% chance of being from Europe or from England and Northwestern Europe, then it has 20% chance of being from some other region. The report range captures the uncertainty in the ethnicity estimate across a customer DNA. We devised a way using mean and standard deviation of 1,000 sampled ethnicity estimates to estimate the range surrounding the vertebrae estimate reported to the customer. These ranges are specific to the ethnicity region in question and differ from person to person depending on the specific vertebrae estimates. Our objective when defining this approach was to maximize the probability that the reported range contains the true ancestry proportion recall, while also maximizing precision by maintaining a fairly narrow range. We can test our process by calculating the range of simulated admixed individuals, like those used in the cross-validation studies, to determine how often it correctly gets known ethnicity percentage with the range. In other words, how often does the range overlap the known ethnicity? We find that the algorithm performs very well for some populations and less well for others. Since we know the true ethnicity in simulated admixed individuals, we can incorporate correction factors specific for each population to maximize the probability that true ethnicity falls within the range. Now, before you get into your biasness, yeah, I know Sachi. I know Sachi. But I want okay. I want OTK of what I just read. What do you get from what I just read?
Hey, listen. Let me break it down to you in layman terms. In layman terms, without genealogy, you're nothing for one. And this is also saying that it only measures your ethnicity. So what I'm saying is, Dulcinea, my mama can be 100% Indian. My daddy can be 100% African. When I'm born, I can show up all African with no Indian in me. And vice versa. I can possibly show up with all Indian with no African in me. That's why it always shows
that's going to be highly unlikely, because as you can see here, it says if it's less, if it comes up less than what they expect, what they're going to do is correct it and say, oh, well, you know, even though this says that it's given a lot of Indian, we're going to correct this because this person should be this ethnicity, and we're going to factor that in correcting the fact of what it actually gave us.
So basically what I'm getting is, no matter what you send in, they're gonna determine what ethnicity you is. Not what your results say, what they gonna determine. That's what you just read. If we think you African, it don't matter if your DNA test say you 100% in it. If we think you African, we putting African in there. That's what you just read, doesn't they?
That's what I read.
Hey,
I am going to present this with Cedric, but you know, it's fine. He can get up on these two things really quick. You know, I would have saved it, but hey, it is what it is. Give me a second so I can give you this other article.
Yeah, hey, Dulcinea, on that ancestry.com, just look up underneath that why Native, or because they got it underneath Native. Why Native American doesn't show up on your DNA. And that should give you a breakdown about it, like how you can have half of both, because that's our chromosomes. You got half of both parents, but that doesn't mean that you share half or all of the ethnicity of your parents. And that's what DNA
That's what I was talking about earlier. It's some sources in the back. That's what my source was on.
Right. That's what DNA measures.
Can you drop that last one for me?
Yeah,
Pardon
for
me,
sure.
brother.
Yeah, no problem.
I appreciate it. Hey, Real Rap, you heard that, didn't you? She read a source that basically said it don't matter what your DNA test say. What they think is what they gonna put on there.
I heard it. That's why I want to read it for myself and compare it. I got the whole weekend.
I got you. And what I want you to look up is the mtDNA regional, and then really get into what's the difference between the and mitochondrial regional DNA test in comparison to the autosomal DNA test, which I'm gonna get to as far as why.
I was just about to ask for the autosome.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So this is what Ancestry says about having Native American ancestors or indigenous American DNA that does not make someone Native American tribal citizen. There are differences between a person's genetic, political, and cultural identities. Native American tribal members are citizens of their nation. This is a political and cultural identification rather than a genetic identification, similar to being a citizen of any other country. In the United States, there are more than 570 federal recognized tribal nations and over 60 state recognized tribes. There are also some recognized tribal communities. But hold on, let me see of DNA. We can get to why it says the DNA might not show up. Let's see. So it says, while our reference panel includes a large number of Native Americans, many people carry DNA from multiple Native American tribes as well as non-Indigenous DNA. This can make it difficult to accurately distinguish between different Native American tribes. Also, many Native Americans have some European ancestors. Ancestry selects only the parts of the person's genome that we can identify as being Native American. So we essentially stitch together some sections of indigenous DNA to reconstruct the bigger genomes. Additionally, some Native American communities have limited participation in genetic research. This is due in large part to centuries of extractive and exploitative research practices that have rightfully led to the distrust amongst tribal communities. To provide a tribal level of identification, Ancestry would need much more genetic information from these communities. But for reasons related to tribal sovereignty, it also might not be ideal to break ethnicity down by tribe. Why Indigenous American regions may not appear in your ethnicity estimate. It's possible to have Native American ancestors, but not have the Indigenous American regions in your ethnicity estimate. This is because there is a difference between lineage and DNA. A child receives 50% of each parent's DNA, but they typically do not receive 50% of each parent's ethnicity. This is due to the randomness of genetic inheritance. For example, a parent with half Nigerian and half Indigenous American DNA may pass down more Nigerian DNA to their child, or vice versa. Over generations, the randomness of the genetic inheritance results in more DNA being passed down from some ethnicities and others being lost entirely. To further illustrate, let's say you have a Native American great-grandmother who has 25% Indigenous American DNA. Although about 12.5 of your DNA comes from your great-grandmother, you might not have inherited her indigenous DNA. Alternately, you may have inherited such a small amount that it does not appear on the DNA test. The Ancestry DNA test surveys over 700,000 locations in your DNA, but there is still a chance that we missed evidence of Indigenous American DNA. This is because you may have inherited genetic markers that Ancestry DNA does not use to identify Indigenous American ethnicity. Additionally, some Native American communities are underrepresented.
Hold on. You gotta stop right there.
Okay.
What are those markers? What are those markers that they don't use to identify?
They're not going to tell us, and
I'm just saying, why would they have a certain set of markers that they say, "Nah, them ain't Indians. We don't use them."
Peace, Green Pill. Thank you for coming up. You know why, though? I mean, like at the end of the day, they're telling you that this regional test is nothing more than confirmation bias. It's nothing more than, okay, we see the ethnicity, we see what the ethnicity should be showing, so we're going to repair the genomes to match the DNA that we should see. But I'll just finish here, and then I'm going to get into the other to say, you know, that they know that the DNA should be able to bring back African ancestors. So this is because you may not have inherited genetic markers that Ancestry DNA does not use to identify Indigenous American ethnicity. Additionally, some Native American communities are underrepresented in genetics research, largely due to the distrust of tribal communities because, so I read all that. The presence of indigenous DNA does not make someone more or less Native American. Tribal citizen is determined by tribal nations, not by DNA. So let me go ahead and pull up this lastly. And I will put both of those in the chat. Wait, I don't think this is the one. So this is addressing the feasibility of people of African descent finding living African relatives using direct-to-customer genetic testing. People of African descent use direct-to-customer genomic services such as 23andMe and Ancestry DNA for various family histories and health reasons, including identifying and interacting with the previously unknown living African genetic relatives. In this commentary, I argue that it is reasonable to consider that cousin pairs consisting of an African person and a descendant of an African person enslaved in the Americas during the transatlantic slave trade, i.e. a person of African descent, have genealogical ancestors recent enough to be detected using autosomal DNA testing where the pair has shared ancestors in a range of 20 to 6 generations ago from the present. I want to go down a second. So given that a people of African descent are already finding African relatives using autosomal DNA testing with commercial genetic genealogy services, it is reasonable to consider that the cousin pairs consisting of an African person and a person of African descent have genealogical ancestors recent enough to be detected using autosomal DNA testing in academic research, where the pair has shared ancestors in a range of 20 to 6 generations ago from the present. Undeniably, the duration of the TST, the 20 to 6 generations ago, is recent enough to be captured in identical by descendant IBD segment sharing among Africans and descendants of enslaved Africans in the Americas. In this commentary, I address several criticisms and misconceptions while discussing the reasonableness of people of African descent being able to use autosomal genetic genealogy to find living African relatives whose ancestors were taken from during or within a few generations before the TST, and to infer a genetic genealogy tree with some African founders within 10 generations from the present. A study conducted by Michelti et al. 2020 explored IBD genetic relatedness between Africans and people in the America with some African ancestry and found that 88% to 91% of their study sample of the U.S. diasporic individuals shared at least one IBD segment of at least 5 centimeters with African individuals from each of the 5 African regions in the study. A 5 centimeter segment has an expected TMRCA of 30 generations ago on average. meaning that for most of the people of African descent in the study sample, there was at least one African relative in the study sample that connected them to a genealogical ancestor from Africa a few generations before the start of the TST on average. Though the authors that study did not provide the IBD genetic length data, they estimated that most likely the TMRCA between the diasporic individuals in the United States and the Africans from the Gold Coast region sample was 16 to 17 years ago, the Pite of Benin 13 to 14 years ago, and Central Africa regions 13 generations ago. The study that shows there are detectable IBD segment sharing between Africans and people of African descent within a relative time frame coinciding with the TST given a large enough database of testers or relatively sample database as illustrated by social media posts from African descent claiming to have African relatives in their results. There's a low probability of IBD sharing among randomly selected individuals. However, given the large enough and relative sample database, individuals will likely find IBD segment sharing relatives from multiple regions across sub-Saharan Africa. Unfortunately, the publication of the study did not provide the IBD segment genetic links, which would have been informative because of the predictive accuracy for the TMRCA differs by genetic link or other characterizations. Still, the main takeaway is that if there is IBD relatedness between consumers and individuals in reference panels not designed for such purposes or specifically selected African individuals for their study, it is reasonable for a person of African descent to find at least one African genetic relative in a large customer coverage area serving African nationals or from strategic in academic research. And I will just leave that there, and then I'll put that in the back chat. But peace, thank you for coming up.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
That was kind of, I want to say, because the way he said it, if you have an African descent, you are most likely to find one African in your. You get what I'm saying? It's like they already
he's saying
African.
if it's saying that so much shared DNA is happening as far as with the IBD samples regionally, it's showing that it's recent enough that it should be pulling actual living ancestors that they should be able to point us to.
But what I'm saying is, I understand that part, but I'm talking on how he was saying that if you of African descent, what is African descent? You get what I'm saying? Like it's coming from a precursor that you look like you from African. You get what I'm saying?
Right. That's why they should be able to go ahead and kill the argument by just being like, hey, based on this, we can start using the autosomal DNA and we can start connecting you to people. But there's a real question of why they're not trying to do that. Why are they just trying to give us the regions that we're from most likely or estimates of where they think our DNA came from rather than comparing to actual people and saying, this is your fourth cousin from Senegal?
The real question is why they haven't added the African-American population over here in America, put us in the same database with all the rest of the African DNA and all that stuff, and put us in there and gave us our own designation group. That's the real question, because if they put our DNA in there, you won't connect to nobody Africa. You're going to connect to the brothers and sisters over here.
That's
You'll
my
be close
point. Yeah,
to
they have enough segments that they should be able to do that. They should be able to tie those links. But most likely what's happening is that it's not matching up. It's not. So what they keep doing is selling us the regional thing to say, oh, we can tell you at least what region you. They say that they can't even get down to the tribal affiliations, which makes no sense of why they can't get more accuracy as far as when it comes to the tribe.
They don't use the DNA. They told you why. We heard them tell you why. They don't test certain DNA. It's not considered Native American. You heard what they said. They don't even use it for Native American with certain DNA.
But I mean the African tribes, though, too.
I'm just saying, didn't we just read when he was in the Native American thing that he said that certain DNA we don't even we don't even look at that as like he said it was. I forgot how he said it. He said it like certain DNA. We only tested certain DNA for Native American. And he said it like, although we know this, he didn't say, although we know this other DNA is Native American, but he was like, we exclude this other DNA from even being Native American. But he didn't say why. Remember, because I heard in on it when he said it.
Yeah, and I get that. That's because people in Africa aren't taking DNA tests like that. But my point is why don't they put the money in and invest into that? Why are they having us investing into money to tell us what regions that we approximately came from when they could put in the money to say, hey, since we know this transatlantic slave trade thing happened, let's put together a database and compare your genomes to see who your cousin is.
No, I remember what he said. They said you may test for Native American DNA that we don't use, identify as Native American. It was 23andMe that said that.
Right. And they say they have so little to even test with, but yeah, there might be some that they don't even use in their database at all as indigenous.
They don't got no
Hey, just real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just want to show this brother something before he did. Because the brother can use this too, man. Bro, to somebody that's got a wrench, can y'all drop this in the chat? Can y'all drop this in the chat for the brother?
Yeah.
TK.
I got you. Hold on, I'm putting it in the back right now. I'm putting it in the back chat.
Okay.
Drop that down for overly dedicated, because my bad, overly articulated, my bad, because he's from my area. So look, bro, that's the Spanish colonial records from 1777. All right, it's a good source right here. All right, you might be able to find some people too, man. It's a lot of good information. Matter of fact, it's a dope website from one of the colleges, man. I'm just going through my bookmarks. It's been a minute since I went through this, but this right here, that was the land in 1805. I just want to show the brother real quick before you dip. So look, to overly articulated, you see this? Point Coupe. You got St. Martinville. You got Vermilion. All right, that's the old Lafayette. And then you got Opelousas County, all right, which they took from the Opelousas tribe, which I'm sure you already know all that, especially if you say you're from New Iberia. So you're already familiar with Bayou Teche and all that.
What state this is, brother?
It's Louisiana.
What state? Louisiana. So some of these names are French.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is right after because the Louisiana Purchase was 1803, so this is like 2 years after. It's 2 years after the Louisiana Purchase. I'm just showing the brothers something real quick. It's been a minute since I went through this.
What happened with the Louisiana Purchase, OTK?
Oh, that's when they ran out of money. They couldn't fund themselves with the war no more, so they had to sell it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, we had this discussion, didn't we?
And I'm gonna just break it down. They ran out of money with the war, and they had to sell it, and that took up half of New Orleans, parts of Texas. Man, that trade was serious, man. That trade almost went almost up to the Midwest. Yes, Louisiana territory. Yes,
and we was talking about that with the Spanish, correct?
So,
but that wasn't the Spanish, baby. That was the French.
Hey, and to that brother, real quick before you dip, because you say you about to leave, I messed that up. I said it wrong. I said Portuguese. My bad. I meant to say Spanish. I don't have the Portuguese yet, because that's all in Portuguese. It's my fault. But this is what I meant to say. Some of it is in French.
Italian. All the motherfuckers Italian.
Hold on, bro. I'm talking to the brother in the chat real quick. To overly articulated. This is what I was trying to show you. Some of this is going to be in French, and some of it is going to be in English. That's what I meant to say. That's my fault. It's been a few months since I looked at this, so I mixed it up. That's my fault. I had that messed up. I just wanted to show the brother real quick.
Real rap. Hey, do me a favor. Next time you go to HOK, I want you to ask your barber a question. In his book, Seven Little White Lies, he say that they came before Columbus, the same as Ivory Van Sertima, right? I would like you to ask him, how can the Africans come over here before Columbus? I mean, how could the Native Americans come here from Asia across the land bridge and turn into Native Americans, but the Africans can't come here and turn into Native Americans?
They didn't turn into anything when they we talking about Pangea, and we talking about Mesoamerica, and we talking about Mesopotamia, and we talking about Pangea. So
when it was Pangea, nobody was reported on the earth as Pangea. No humans were supposedly on the earth when it was Pangea, baby
okay,
girl.
well then, okay, well we talk about Mesopotamia and Mesoamerica, and then we talking about when they walked. There was a just like now when they can still walk through certain border crossing.
Mesoamerica
My question is, that's not answer my question.
Well, anyway, so when I pull up through the Juchagese tribe, there was an area. Also, Columbus traveled through this same area, and they had some Indians, and then they had some non-Indians, and this route that they traveled through, when Columbus traveled through this same route, this is how they came through. And so they had Indians, they had non-Indians, and they had others. And so they had Dutch here, they had French here, and so on. And this is in the Plains area. And so this was a route that they traveled through. And so eventually the Spaniards did their thing. And this is how some Indians were also recruited into slavery as well. So this was prior to a war that happened in Minnesota.
You talk about America, you got to talk to somebody who study America.
Okay, I study America, so I know. I also study America, and I was also raised in Indian, Upper Indian. I was raised in Chicago, I was raised in Michigan, and I was raised in Wisconsin. So I know all about the Cascades. I know all about I know all about the pockets. I know all about the areas. I know all about the. Excuse me. I've only been in North Dakota for a minute. I've been in Milwaukee. I've been in Chicago, and I've been in Milwaukee all my life. I've been here 57 years. So I don't know nothing about the South. That's my mama. But I can tell you all about the Indian territories of Wisconsin. I can tell you all about the Indian territories in Michigan. And I can tell you all about the Indian territories in Wisconsin. So what I can tell you a little bit about the Sioux Falls.
And that's what I want to learn about.
I know America history.
In the South.
Okay, the South is here for me, but I can tell you about what I know about here.
Christopher never made it to
so Christopher Columbus, what I found out about them in here, as well as that lady that y'all, while y'all go to, because you taught me that y'all go to Malaysia. Okay, well, instead of going to North, instead of going to South Dakota, representing that lady, the lady that should represent over here in South Dakota, you told me y'all go to Malaysia, and that instead of going here in South Dakota. So don't go there with me, OTK, and talk about American history. I know American history. We're not going to go there on American history. Respect me like I respect you, brother, because we're going to talk about American history. Let's talk about American history.
I told you I was from Malaysia?
No, you want to go to Malaysia and Malaysia. And go to all that you're talking about.
I said my people was from Malaysia?
Dulcinea, where was that trip going in November?
Oh, you talking about Mexico?
Okay, thank you. Instead of going to where? South Dakota, because that's where all the Indians go. I'm up here in Sioux Falls. All the Indians go to South Dakota. That's where they represent. No, ain't no walls. There ain't no walls.
Hold up. The
The
Southeast
Native
Indians don't
Americans go to South Dakota.
Dakota. Hold up. The
That's where the Mother Earth is. That's where y'all statue at. That's where y'all
The Native Americans, the plains.
No, that's the
The Native
American
Americans
Indians.
go to
I'm
South
sorry.
Dakota.
Not the Native Indians. That's the American Indians. I'm sorry.
I didn't never said you was wrong. You're doing a bunch of yelling at me, and I never said you was wrong, sis.
You tried to check me when I you didn't tell me about American history, and I know American history.
No. See, you ain't even let me finish what I was saying before you jump in. I didn't never said you was wrong, sister. I didn't never say that.
Okay,
never.
well,
You jumping on my back. You
No, you telling me I need to know my American history.
Yeah, calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Let me
I would never
apologize.
That was
Hold on,
the
y'all.
Anna brother.
Let Green Pill come
Cherokee
in.
brother.
And well, actually, we gotta let Shadow Band come in. Y'all, hold up a minute. We have to let Shadow Band come in and let Green Pill come in. So first, Shadow Band, peace. Are you still with us?
God damn, I can't correct that Christopher shit real quick.
No, let me apologize to you, OTK, because I thought you said I don't know my American history, and that's where I snapped. I'm sorry.
No, I said people need to study their American history some more. Everybody know about African history, but nobody study American history. That's what I said. People need to study
that doesn't
American.
apply.
Well, I apologize. You know I love you. I love you. I'm sorry.
She just snapped. She a Cherokee.
All that shit. I take that
She got
slapping that
Cherokee in her,
shit.
man.
All
She just
that
snap
shit.
like this.
Sachi, he always starting shit. Don't do that.
It ain't your fault. That's the Anna y'all we in you, man. We like that. We just be snapping. It ain't your fault.
We can't hear you. It doesn't look like you're muted, but we don't hear you at all.
Peace to everybody on the panel too. Peace
Yeah,
to
I can hear
everybody on
you,
the
Green Pill. Hold on, we'll just go to Green Pill while he's getting his mic together. How you doing?
Oh, well, bonjour. It's a beautiful morning here in Paris, France. Even though this is a shithole country, but me and my family are beautiful, so we good. We got that Indian blood in us, so you know what I'm saying. We good over here. But I just came through because I've been waiting for you guys to have a live to give Dulcinea her goddamn flowers, man. I've been watching the last couple lives with you on Sonetta. The way you just been cooking that dude, what's his name? Cedric, whatever the fuck his big head name is. You just been cutting him up, slaying him, and he's supposed to be the scientist. He the scientist. And I'm just watching how you were just cooking him up. Then he gets out of his character, gets all emotional because you were just like pinning him in corners. And then he has to get saved by the host and shit. I was just like, yo, Dulcinea's a goddamn beast on the low. I didn't even know Dulcinea, in my opinion, is the best I want to say woman scholar in the whole conscious community, for lack of better words. You're at the top. I in my opinion, you're the best. I don't think any of the people that be debating over there can fuck with you. But that don't just point you in the women's category. I think most of the dudes can't fuck with you, especially no Pan-African. You killing Dulcie, and I gotta give you your flowers. I'm locked in. I'm tuned in. I can't wait to see your next debate because you cooking. I had to say that. I was like, God damn, Dulcinea is fucking nice.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I would say, I don't know, like, I don't understand sometimes why they get so angry, especially when just information or I'm asking questions, but I see that that is a major thing. I see the difference. I think what they're used to is like the religious people, the people that, usually when they come up and they say their credentials as scientists, to just say, oh, well, you're the scientist and I don't know much about this topic. Like all the men, usually they'll be like, well, I refer to Unc for this topic. I'll refer to Cedric for this topic, but I don't have to refer to any of them. I can read it for myself and understand it. And I don't think they have anyone that really challenges as far as saying, hey, I read it for myself and this part doesn't make sense. And when you challenge them with that, oh my goodness, they get so mad. They don't have any decorum.
Yeah,
They
because
don't
their
answer my
education
questions. They
comes
say
into
my
question.
questions are incoherent. I'm like, everybody else understands the question. So I don't understand why you don't. But it happens with all these scientists, but so-called scientists. But I really feel like it's that no one challenges them. They're just so used to being like, well, science says this. And even when you bring up other scientists that don't agree, their first thing is just to go pseudo.
But look, the one
Well,
thing I
like
say about
the
science. Oh, go ahead, fam. I'm
well, the
sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
last thing I would want to say, just like I said in the chat, it's based on a belief system, right? Like it's no different from Christianity, and they're trying to make it like it's separate. No, this is science. This is matter of fact. This is just data, and no, it's based on belief, like at its core, because unless we are the ones actually finding the bones, digging them up, doing the test, seeing the results, unless we are the ones, like I'm talking like just the average person, not someone who says, well, I work for this company, I've been working with this scientific group for a long time, I've studied, I've been educated at this university and all these things, unless and now you have the license and the okay to go out and do the research and dig up the bones and do the DNA testing. If you're not one of them, then you just have to rely on what they say. Well, this is what we found. No matter how detailed they put the data out to be, at the end of the day, you just have to look at it and say, okay, yeah, well, this makes sense to me. And that is just purely belief because you yourself actually didn't do it. I'm just speaking to like the layman's out there who would take what they say as just pure fact instead of like what Dulcinea did. Dulcinea said, well, here's other scientists that disagree with you. And they're doing the same thing that you did. They're doing research. They have the license to go and do those things, but they're not agreeing with you. So, and it's not that I believe them or I believe you. It's just that you're really pointing out the fallacy that, bro, this shit is all belief. It's just who do you believe? And a lot of people are letting that pass them by. I don't think we should. I think we should always be smart enough to know that this is all like it's kind of like a shell game. You know what I mean? Like they're playing a shell game with us. And if our hands are not directly on the shells, on the tops, then we're the Vic. We're the one, like they say, if everybody is in on the game around you, you're not in on the game, then you're the mark.
Agreed. What were you going to say about science, Real Rap? I don't know. I think you muted yourself. But I know he put in the chat why he like, okay, there you go, Real Rap. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That science tells you to challenge the science, and that's why I rock with it. I'm gonna keep it a buck. And some people ain't gonna like this, but I'm gonna say it to the cats with the science. That's why I kind of like dipped out their group because a lot of them was saying that they atheists and all that. That's cool, I respect it. But then I realized that some of them people, their religion is science, and everything is verbatim of what they believe from scientists. When there's other people that do have objections to the mainstream narrative. So I'm with you on that. I can't deny that of what you're saying.
Yeah, and I agree, and that's why I say, there's somewhat what observational with science. So I don't agree with consensus science at all, which is just saying, oh, if the consensus of these people come together and agree on this, we have to accept it as truth. I think we're smart enough that we can actually see data points for ourselves, compare for ourselves, come to conclusion for ourselves until we get to a point where we're actually doing the testing and actually have the research facilities, because a lot of this stuff is going to be biased if it comes from our oppressors. And we can say, oh, it's using the white people, or saying, oh, white science is different from black science. But it always amazes me that we'll use the foundations for a lot of our beliefs, like anthropology, are the most racist people that ever existed. They actually utilized this to push why it was okay to enslave what people would say African people. So the same people that are pan-African are making their gods Darwin and Lioness and all these people that hated Africans. It makes really no sense to me. But someone put African ancestry DNA test in the chat. I just wanted to say this really quick. It says, I cannot recommend African ancestry DNA test. African Ancestry Inc., a genetic testing company targeting consumers of African descent, claims to use the world's largest database of African DNA lineages to determine your country and ethnic group of origin, all with a simple swab of your cheek. But the truth is not so simple. Ethnicity is a complex concept, a concept not as rooted in genetics as it is in social, political, and cultural constructs. There is no DNA test that can assign anyone to an African ethnic group or what some refer to as an African tribe. Secondly, African ancestry tests too few DNA markers to determine much of anything, much less substantiate their marketing claims. African ancestry tests 8Y chromosomes DNA STRs and about 350 to 370 mitochondrial DNA markers. That number of markers is insignificant for delivering a level of specific sorry, so I'm so tired. Specificity, sorry, that the marketing promises. Moreover, the tests, which cost far more than their value, sell on the basis of deceptive and disturbing promotion practices. An effective marketing machine reliant on half truths, celebrity reveals, and the lack of genetic literacy and critical thinking amongst the general public has made this company profitable. Notice how African ancestry discusses none of the scientific details of their analysis on their website. In misleading advertisements declaring themselves better, bolder, and blacker than other direct to customer DNA test companies, African ancestry reminds the prospective customers that the 100% black owned firm destroys all genetic information and enables users to reverse the original identity theft, trading on feelings of racial distinction and mistrust among some members of the African American community. The results from African ancestry consist largely of a certificate claiming one shares ancestry with one or more African ethnic groups from the country from the company has received DNA samples. What African ancestry marketing literature has historically failed to explain is that in the vast majority of cases, no single African ethnic group has a monopoly on a genetic signature. African ancestry avoids explaining the results of low resolution tests should show that one shares ancestry with many different ethnic groups across the continent. African ancestry has evaded discussions of how some Africans enslaved and transported to the Americas during the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries came from ethnic groups that do not exist now as they did then. African ancestry, by virtue of omitting the caveats of their overhyped, overrated, and overpriced results, has earned the scam marketer among experienced genetic genealogists.
So bottom line, we're just Americans at this point. Can we say that?
Oh, facts. That's a fact.
Okay.
That's not
Without a doubt.
We are Americans.
Keep cooking.
What do they mean by identity?
Dulcinea.
Yes, we're right.
Can you drop that last link in the chat for me? For the brothers, thecajun.com, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah.
And real rap, I just wanted to say, my brother, I just hope you get the help that you need.
I'm good, bro. I'm good.
No, I think he's gonna. I think he's gonna be convinced. I mean,
nah,
I
like
know
they
it
talking about
sounds
something else.
like a mole or anything when you're going from the Abos to the Moors to the Indians and you're learning information. But
Yeah.
I tend to think that it's that you're really seeking. You really want to know the truth.
Well, if
you can't let the
matter, hold up. Let me say this real quick, and then I'm gonna be quiet. According to what you just read, if all of that is a bunch of BS, and we're just Americans at this point, because you cannot prove African, so really the rest of it don't even make no sense. So if we're just Americans at this point, it don't matter about the rest. Because if you can't prove if we can't prove by melanin who we are, then the rest of it don't matter. It don't matter if we're Indian, it don't matter if we're African, we're just American at this point, and we're in this melting pot because that's what America is according to history, and we all know that, and we're all admixtures, and so we don't even need to know the percentage of what, because we are American in an American melting pot. So just know that we are that. And the rest of it don't even matter.
Yes, it does. Who says we all
genealogy matters. I mean, you're right. I think she's right as far as us being in a melting pot, genetically and stuff. Okay, but your genealogical records and your
If they can't
family's
prove
history.
it, what does it matter if they can't prove? Listen to me, Green Pill. If we cannot prove what part, all we can prove is how much European, and we can't prove Indian, we can't prove African. All we can prove is European, and even with an Indian, it's not going to really matter because the changes that we got to go through. So you know what I'm saying. So at this point, you can't win for losing. So what?
No, I'm saying you can prove it with your paperwork.
With your genealogy too, and yes, it's the
Sounds like
paperwork, but you gotta understand genealogy is the autosomal DNA test.
But
so it is a DNA test.
No. I'm not talking about DNA.
I know
I'm talking
you're talking about
paperwork.
just genealogy through
Okay, but
records.
genealogy,
What I'm saying is the genealogy
at the end, you can't find your tribe, you can't find your people. It's not gonna take you to Africa. It's not gonna tell you this and that. It's not gonna tell. All it's gonna take you is to the 1700s. It's not gonna take you. Real Rap that pulled out his stuff, and it's not all that. And facts ain't facts. And this ain't that. You're debunking all of this. So at the end of the day, I mean, why? I'm not gonna give
and no, I'm not saying that he's
slow your roll, sis. Slow your roll.
I'm not saying he's wrong about his African ancestry or anything like that. What I'm saying is that, like I said, with the DNA test, the only true DNA test is the ones that are finding your ancestors too. So yeah, like you can say that regional shit, yeah, you should throw it out. You're American, and nothing can tell you your ethnicity. But DNA tests can tell you who you're related to. They just choose not to put the work into finding who you're related to in Africa. And that's just the facts. They choose to be like, instead of us collecting DNA to say, okay, these two are cousins pairing, they continue to make us pay hundreds of dollars to give us an estimate of a region we're from, instead of making us pay hundreds of dollars to find out who's our cousin. And they could.
They can't tell you related to nobody you ain't related to.
Okay, so
that's true, Sachi, but I'm saying if they were really related to African people, it would come up if they put the research into it.
You really related to them, I know it's cousins, and then the cousins, I don't know it's cousins. I'm just gonna take them and say, oh yeah, they said y'all my cousins, and I'm gonna run with that. But the cousins I know is cousins.
SMPs can tell us cousins before it can tell you what place you're from.
I'm gonna say, oh, they told me y'all my cousins. and I'm gonna run with them cousins, but they don't know if the African's my cousin, so I can't go with them.
Land masses don't have DNA markers.
In my face and
so
said,
the only thing that connect us to is people. The only thing DNA can connect us to, Sakina, is
she right on
people.
that.
Because land masses don't have DNA.
If
Hold
some
on,
of
y'all
it
talking
ain't
over
right,
each
then
other,
some of
sis.
it, all of it ain't right. That's how I'm gonna work with that.
No, but that's
And
not true.
and
That's
she
a
just took
logical
off.
fallacy.
Nah, that's
a
not.
logical fallacy to say that because we're questioning a part of your science that you have to
in
throw the whole
America. You can
science
prove
away.
your family's
That's
been in
just not
America.
true.
A blood test can tell you who your mom and your dad is. Yeah.
Exactly.
But
DNA
when you're
markers
talking
are,
about, and
they're
we can
even
also test
using
that you're
DNA
African.
markers to compare to people, not land masses. So when they say, hey, you're from this landmass, that sounds crazy. When DNA markers are going to people, they should be bringing us to certain people like, hey, you have a lot of DNA shared with this person over here, not with the landmass.
Nah,
Hey,
look,
Dosanail.
that's what I got in an argument with Chris. That's the best point. That's the best point that I heard you make so far. The land is not. Hold on, bro. Yes, they're not finding DNA traces to the land. Obviously, they're finding people that reside in that area. Yes.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Hold on.
We about
ain't
to
gonna
walk,
argue
right,
about
bro.
this.
I got you. Don't go nowhere.
Do you just read an article that says it's indeterminate which set of DNA you're gonna get from your parents?
Yes, they said that as far as what they're doing is if it does not match up, they're gonna throw it out. So you're not
So
don't
if
even
it's
know.
indeterminate, if it's indeterminate, what ancestry you gonna get from your parents? What are we taking these tests for?
To feel
You get what I'm
good, because
saying?
black people like to feel good.
If it's indeterminate, because if you got two parents,
Who said that? Who said to feel
Green
good? There you
pill.
go, green pill.
I
Thank you
said
so
black
much.
people love to feel good.
There you go. And I don't feel good.
they've been beat down their head with Africa so much they need confirmation. That's the only confirmation you can get for the African story is a DNA test.
Don't nobody feel good about getting lied to. Stop giving me cousins. Stop giving me cousins and stuff I don't know. If you don't know about the rest of it, don't give me the.
I am your cousin. Now send me your social security number.
Do you need health insurance?
You are the princess of Zamunda.
You do not know where you come from. Let me show you.
Please send over $500 right now. And it will come with a crown.
Y'all niggas ain't shit. I just want y'all to know that. Y'all ain't shit.
I will send you a rock, and this rock is special because it comes from our village.
All right, plant them in the backyard and say hocus pocus 3 times, and you're gonna get a tree.
Nah, it's a con game.
That's what they should give, though. They should, for all that money, they make you pay $300 for that. You should get a crown and a certificate, or whatever.
Real rap found he has paperwork in his genealogy that ties him to an African.
Yes.
Yeah.
He has a 6th great grandmother that they have information that she's from Senegal.
She left her life story and they wrote it in a book and he got the book.
No, that's cool. No, but I mean like any official documents, like, you know, the port that she came in, anything like that, or not?
Yeah, unfortunately not. But I think real rap.
No. She came directly through New Orleans. She didn't go through Virginia, South Carolina.
Yeah, but that's a secondary source, and what he's saying is, do you have the primary source of the ship that she came upon and the port that she?
Nah.
You don't have any primary documents.
I ain't went that deep with it, but that's why I was telling like.
No, that's okay.
But yeah, you should investigate. You have a lot of information. So knowing that it's New Orleans, I would look into those ports, look into the ships at the time, and try to connect.
Yeah, look at what year. You can narrow it down to the year, right? Based on her age and stuff.
Yeah, she said she came here in 1755. Like that's what I was showing the brother. Overly articulated
from Senegal at that time.
Yeah. Like that's why I was trying to show like the brother the Spanish colonial, and what's the other one that like the Cajun the Cajun.com now put in there, that shit is extensive. I just took a little break because I ain't gonna lie, that genealogy, that shit give me a headache. But I'm getting back on it. I'm getting back on it. That's why I'm taking, even though y'all fuck, excuse me, y'all rock with the DNA. I'm gonna still take the DNA with what come up, and I'm gonna try to compare. I'm gonna compare it to my genealogy, and that way I'm gonna know for sure. But
Just
all the
stop
song,
letting
Yeah, look into the Gulf. Definitely look into the
stop
Gulf.
letting those Pan Africans manipulate you over there, bro, because they just using you.
there was a couple people I had to get at, but
Yeah, that's
I
real.
think
That's
I think
real
I'm
what you
good.
just said then, bro. If you're trying to find your truth, but don't let them folks use you for the game.
No, I feel you.
I mean, I think this whole part of the segment could have killed a lot of arguments. For real. Like, goddamn, I don't got nothing else to say now.
You know what, Shadow?
Right.
Keep up a lot of stuff on septics. What show called? You keep it going over there.
The pseudo killers.
On the pseudo killers and on the skeptics. You keep it going over there.
Hey, check this out. I gotta go, but it's this documentary that my grandfather had a long time ago. And then I saw it on Dane Calloway on his show, and I thought it was interesting. I'm gonna put it in the back. I mean, I can't even speak right now. I'm tired as hell. But it's Black Indians. It's a documentary. Tina Turner's in there, and it pretty much talk about what we pretty much discussing now.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Black, who's not, who's African, who's Indian. So this whole argument has been going on for a long period of time. It's insane, though. I never knew Black people didn't know that Indians were also Black. I mean, that kind of messed me up, man. And I'm like, damn, man. Y'all need to do some more. People need to do some more research. Period. I mean, the books are there. Google is at the fingertips, man. Just put some dates to some shits, and that's it.
But you heard what Real Rap just said. He said it make his head hurt. That's what Real Rap
I mean,
just said.
it is definitely frustrating, and there's definitely
That shit
different
frustrating putting all
twists
that together, bro.
and turns that you can
That's why
find
niggas
in your
don't do it.
DNA. I mean, people be like, your grandma don't lie and stuff, but you know, some grandma's been out here in these streets. But I will say is one thing that kept me from my father's side, because I really do have a lot of ancestors on my father's side in comparison to my mother, because there's this did stop at the Rosewood massacre for me so far, but I'm hoping that I can get past it. But for my grandma, I always knew that my great grandfather, his name, but I would put his name in and it didn't come up. And for my grandma, it always said she was married to this guy, Jesse Wheeler. And I know my last name is Wheeler, but because I didn't know whether he was a cousin or what he was, I didn't really know what to put him on my tree as. So I just put him on the tree, like, here, put him on the tree as something. And then it came up, the information. So my grandma was with two brothers. So that's why his brother wasn't coming up at first. But now it comes where I know where my great grandfather came from. So it is something you have to dig into. What were you saying,
Be a lot of
Sachi?
work.
I was just finna say, if your granny told you a tribe, she's still right because they was two brothers.
Oh, that grandma didn't really tell me as far as a tribe or anything. So I don't really have a lot of information for her.
It can be a lot of work, and that's why I decided. I said, because it depends on how important is it to you. And for me, as a father now, is extremely important. It's the most important thing in my life, except besides providing for my family and protecting my family. because digging into my legacy and my genealogy, it encompasses all those things to me. And it encompasses protecting my family, providing for my family, because it encompasses my family's future. So it's extremely important for me. That's why I decided, you know what, it is stressful. It can be, tedious. So I said every Sunday, like how, most people, like my mom is a pastor, right? So how most people go to church on Sundays, this is my church on Sunday. I just do genealogical work on Sundays. Every Sunday, I try to do just a little bit, even if it's just 30 minutes to an hour. I'm doing something to, add to my tree and keep digging. And, I'm all the way in France now. I'm in Paris, but I've been blessed. A couple of my cousins have come visit. And the funny thing is, and this is how the Great Spirit works. On my mom's side, two of my cousins that came to visit me, their parents are the oldest relatives on both sides. Their parents are the ones I need to speak to. One of my cousins who came, her mom is my grandfather's youngest sister.
Wow.
And she's in her late 80s. She has a little bit of dementia, but my cousin is the one that takes care of her. And my cousin knows all the information that I need to know from my aunt. And then on the other side, my other cousin, who they're the exact same age, but just on, it's my grandmother's niece. Her mom is my grandmother's older sister, who's sharp as a whip and has already been doing the family tree and wants to pass it down to somebody. So I was like, and they both came here to Paris within the last 2 months. They both came here. I spent a lot of time with them, with my kids and family, and now we're connected. So I'm calling them every Sunday, like, listen, I need more info. I'm putting this together. I'm doing my shit online. I need y'all to verify some stuff. Go ask your mom, see what she says, get back to me. And it's all working out just because I started doing it. Like before I did any of this, I never cared. I never asked none of these questions. But now I'm asking the questions and it's all coming together just because I'm searching now. So, just dedicate a little bit of time and it'll start coming for you.
Right.
That's good.
Thank you for
I
sharing.
recommend doing the family history book.
All y'all
You
ladies
want, like,
on here.
you go through the family history, you're saying .com, or you just saying what about the family history?
No, I'm saying record your own family, make your own family history book.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing for my family.
Yeah, that's a fact.
He's trying to do. It's hard getting these elders to talk, man.
Hey, y'all know what my Uncle Bully told me, ladies? He said, a chief ain't nothing but the representative of the tribe. The women run the tribe. The chief just regurgitate what they told him to say.
Mm.
I feel sorry for that chief. All right, y'all, I gotta go, but check that link out. It's very interesting, and I think that could help with the argument. With that being said, peace.
Peace, good night, or good morning, Shadow Band. And y'all, we should be closing out here too. We do have that debate tomorrow. I hope all you guys got your tickets and you'll be in the building. So I guess in closing out, everyone can say, who they think is going to win the debate tomorrow, but make sure y'all are in the building. I'll start. I don't know, Ibizzle, are you even there?
I think he's asleep, but make sure Green Pill and Real Rap, y'all put y'all information in the private chat in the back so Dawsonair can hit y'all.
Yeah, I have Real Raps, and I'll email you too before I go to bed, Real Rap. But Green Pill, do you have an email, or is the best place still on Clubhouse for you?
Yeah, yo, I got off Clubhouse because I told you I had too much drama on there.
That's that nigga Green Pill. Oh, my bad. Okay, I remember that shit.
I got off there because it was too much beef. Like, trolling beef, because I troll too and shit. But I'm on Fanbase now. I'm fucking with Fanbase. That's all I was gonna ask you, Dulcinea. Because I'll take the name for bringing you to Clubhouse. I take the credit, but I gotta bring you to Fanbase because I post pictures. Like, I find there's like antique bookshops here in Paris, and one of them they had like a book called America, but in French, Amérique. and it's a black dude right on the front of it, and it's illustrations of like the 1500s and stuff, and it's black people on there on the books, and I found a couple of them, and I posted them on Fanbase where you can post pictures and stuff, and niggas do the rooms, and it's the Indian community is over there too. It's a lot of Hebrew Israelites over there too and stuff. But Fanbase is getting kind of lit, so that's where I'm at. But I'm gonna post my email in the chat, and yeah, man, hit me.
Okay, yeah, and I'll check it out. I feel like there's just too many of these new things. Like I can't be joining new things forever.
Yes, well, we do want you to come back and kind of hit us up. We would be more than
Yeah, man, nah, I mess with y'all. I was gonna say I wanted Dose, before Real Rap. This is where I met Real Rap at. We in the Omar's rooms, and Omar and them, they was exposing all the DNA companies. They were calling Harvard, Yale, the geneticists, and they were like, let's just go to the source, and they were all saying that the data is inconclusive. You can't just go off of the data to say that you're from a certain place. Like all of them was saying that. They even called African ancestry. And the dude Omar had it all on recordings. So I was thinking, I was like, yo, it would be dope if somebody was on Sinetta and had Sinetta right there. Call some of the companies. Call them right then and there. You don't got to argue over the information. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth, what they say, and expose it.
They'll tell you. I just called 23andMe on Wednesday night. No, it was Ancestry, but my bad, it was Ancestry to like kind of explain some stuff. Like they'll tell you, and Green Pill not lying. The one recording that tripped me out though, Green Pill, was when they asked about the animal DNA, and like the black chick was giving it up. I was like, man, I know that chick got fired on Monday. So that's why I was like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't.
Real Rap, who are you going for in this debate?
Man, y'all gonna be mad, but
we already know.
It's the questions that the man asks, bro. I want to see the man answer about that Crip stuff that Guerilla brought up, because that shit had me dying laughing. I ain't gonna lie.
What does the Crip stuff have to do with the debate?
Because he was saying, I guess when his people migrated from California. Nothing. Wait, what is you talking about, nigga? Gang culture is Indian culture. What is you talking about? You don't know the history? Exactly. You don't know the history.
No, I'm saying that don't have nothing to do with the debate. She's right.
Oh, with the Deuteronomy? I don't care about all that mess, man. I don't give a damn about that. Man, these debates, what I found out, it's not even so much about information. It's about who's the best entertainer. So I don't know, man.
That's kind of true. Because that's why Ali Muhammad lost, because it's just Jabari is more better at selling a story. It doesn't matter if all Ali's information was 100% correct. Even when Jabari tried to fake and say that the Jesuits didn't say that it was black, when he read the letter and it specifically said Negro de Terre in America, and then it said Negro de Terre, Negroes in Africa. They clearly made a distinction. And then he tried to say, look, they're saying that. And he started to say, they're saying that the people they met were similar to the people in Asia, but he didn't read the whole thing. They were talking about just in the way that they move and act, not the way that they look. And so it doesn't matter though. It's just about who sells the best story.
How they move? How do they move like Africans or move like black people?
They were talking about like in the way they hunt, the way the speed at which they run and stuff like that. They were talking about that.
We do everything different. Everybody move different. Exactly. Everybody has different vibration on earth.
Okay, well, listen, I'm not gonna go there with y'all.
This the truth. Each ethnic group has a vibration that they
Actually,
have, the way they do things.
you know me and you. You know when you get stuttering.
I'm gonna give y'all 2 gems before we
Well, what
go.
I'll say about Crips, of what I know about Crips, is that you'll find Crips are predominant in the South and the West, and especially like in Texas. Um, we had these Polynesians that come from the island of Tonga. There's a lot of them in California, but their biggest population came to Euless, Texas, where I went to school at, and they were predominantly, when they did join any gang, they joined Crip. Crips are like really big amongst Texans, and yeah, like there might be a blood here and there, but Crips is definitely big down here, especially Fort Worth, where I'm from.
So look, hey man, we ain't never gonna go to bed. Hold on, look, let me show you this Dulcinea. And look, I'm gonna give you 2 gems. All right. If you go on Sonetta page, I think the HOK page, and you look up the interview with Jabari and James Small, Jabari was in agreement with James Small when he was saying that black people inhabited America. All right. Y'all can use that since I be giving gems the other way. And then this
That's not
right
a
here,
good one.
yes. How is that not good?
He's just gonna say they were Africans that
I was
inhabited
already on
America.
top. He wrote that in his book, Seven Little White Lies, that Africans was here before Columbus. That's what I was saying. How can you say they African if they was here before Columbus? Wouldn't they be the Native Americans?
Okay. I'll ask him that
That's a
next
good
time we
point.
talk. I'll ask him that next time we talk.
Yeah,
I'm
and
gonna
I
write this
asked him
down.
too once when he had the debate with Dr. Ali, but yeah, that's what he says, that there's not enough research into it, but he does believe, as far as that Ivan Vincent Cinema is correct with saying that Africans came way before, and I think he may even believe the African connections with amongst the Olmecs, but he doesn't
Jabari wrote
deny
it
the
in his book.
mixture. He doesn't deny the mixture that black people are either.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
It's in
Yeah,
another
you know.
book as well. He's not the first that said it.
My
It's not
question would
about him
be,
being the
how
first to say
can
it.
Native
It's about
Americans
him
be
saying it.
indigenous to America and Asian? How can they
You
be
can't say it.
indigenous to 2 places?
Yeah, that part right there.
All right, then like you got to get at the people that say we indigenous to the world. You got to get at them niggas too.
Right, because he's not the first that said it. I got another book that said 100 facts about the black man, and it's also in there that said the black man was one of the
J.A. Rogers' book.
huh?
J.A. Rogers' book.
Yeah, I believe so.
Hey,
Let me see. Yeah, I think it's right here on my desk. Let me see.
What source is this? Who is this? What's the letter from? And who's it to?
Verizon Codex 1524. And I'm gonna show you the part that they never show you. All right, this for y'all. It's for you, Dulcinea.
Yeah, it is J.A.
1524.
Rogers. I'm sorry.
It's all good, sis. Go ahead.
No, I'm just verifying with Sachi. It is J.A. Rogers, 100 amazing facts about the Negro.
It's the written record of the journey of when Verrazano came here in 1524, the summer. And like this what everybody show right here. Like everybody used this little excerpt right here. And what the like when I was battling the Pan Africans, what they like to do is like they like to try to use this as as contention, the bottom line, right? But when you go down like 8 or 9 paragraphs, it speaks of different people. So like if you want to read this real quick, Dulcinea, and then I'm gonna scroll down and I'm gonna read the like the one with the 2 black kings.
Okay, it says they go completely naked except that around their loins they wear skins of small animals like martens with a narrow belt of grass around their body, to which they tie various tails of other animals which hang down to their knees. The rest of their body is bare, and so is their head. Some of them wear garlands of bird feathers. They are dark in color, not unlike the Ethiopians, with thick black hair, not very long, tied back behind their head like a small tail. As the physique of these men, they are well proportioned, of medium height, or a little taller than we are. They have broad chests, strong arms, and the legs and other parts of the body are well composed. There is nothing else except that they tend to be rather broad in the face, and not all, for we saw many with angular faces. They have big black eyes and an attentive and open look. They are not very strong, but they have a sharp cunning and are all agile and swift runners. For what we can tell from observation, in the last two respects, they resemble the Orientals, particularly those from the farthest Cenarian regions.
Stop. Hold
But
up.
hold
That
on,
is
hold stop right
exactly what I
there.
was talking about.
But
That's what
how
I
you
brought
go?
up.
How can they say they look not unlike the Ethiopians, and then say they Oriental?
You gotta
What
listen
do
to
an
the last
Ethiopian look
part.
like?
This is what I'm saying where Ali Muhammad cut Jabari. That last part, they were talking about the way that they move, not the way they look. When they said resemble the Orientals, because look what it says. It says, but they have sharp cunning and are agile and swift runners, from what we could tell from observation. And then it says, in the last two respects, that means when they're talking about runners, when they're agile and swift, that's the last two respects. They resemble the Orientals. The last two respects. They're not talking about the way they look. They're talking about the way they move.
I'm gonna give you one more.
But then when he said, particularly those from the farthest Cenarian regions, that took it a little further than resembling the Orientals. So that's where he killed Ali, because you had to go a little further than where the Orientals were, and then that made them change.
What are you talking
that doesn't kill Ali at all.
No, it does count, because that's where everything matters. And see, that's where y'all don't like to go. Y'all like to stop where you want to, and then don't take it a little further.
No. It doesn't matter if they would have said from Mars. They're still not talking about the way they look. They're talking about the way they move.
The furthest, that goes deeper than where you are. Furthest regions make it go deeper than where you are. That makes a change in appearance. See?
No, but they're not talking about appearance at all, though.
It does. See, it says it resembles, and then it says an observation. That's from what they could see at that point.
But they're not talking about how you look. They're talking about
They're
how
not
you
talking
move.
about how they look in no shape or form, though, in the last part. That's the thing.
From those from the furthest region. So therefore they resemble, but it has to be a little deeper because they're from the furthest regions. So that means the appearance changes. It resembles means almost doesn't count. No, I'm not.
And just so it's clear, the Cenarian regions and too, as far as it, they're not like Ethiopians themselves.
Exactly.
And the Cenarian, and when the Cenarian regions are the Hebrew Israelites actually going to use.
Come on.
But I think she's missing the part where they're saying resembles in the last
they're agile and swiftness.
Exactly. So the particularly when it says particularly the furthest Sumerian regions, they're just elaborating on the way that they move. That's all. They're not talking about the way that they look in any shape or form in that part. They're talking about the way that they move when it says, but they have a sharp cunning and agile and swift runners, from what we could tell from observation. And it says, in the last two respects, now still talking about their agileness and their swift running. And those are the last two respects. It says they resemble the Orientals. Now, if you say, okay, which Orientals? Particularly these from the furthest Sumerian regions, the way that they run and move. The guys from the Sumerian regions, those guys, these people, the way that they run and move, they're agile, just like those guys, the Sumerians over there. They're not talking about the way that they physically look at all.
Guerilla Hebrew is still going to use this, though.
And can we
What
get
other
to the more?
emotion?
Hold on. This now look, I told y'all this the basic. Everybody know this one. I've never seen outside of me and like a couple other people. I've never seen nobody get deeper into it. So I'm gonna drop a jewel to you, Dulcinea. Since you dropped that, all y'all, since y'all dropped them DNA jewels, because I appreciate that. Where is that? Right here. All right. Now check this jewel out. All right. Boom. Now read this. And look, go into this and then go into the next paragraph too. Hold on. Let me scroll down. Go from here. Stop when you want to, but make sure to get the next paragraph too. Go all the way down to like right here.
Okay. Among them were two kings who were as beautiful of stature and build as I could possibly describe. The first was about 40 years old, and the other young man of 24, and they were dressed thus. The older man had a naked body, a stag skin, skillfully worked like damask with various embroideries. The head was bare, and the hair tied back with various bands, and around the neck hung a wide chain decorated with many different colored stones. The young man was dressed in almost the same way. These people are the most beautiful and have the most civil customs that we have found on this voyage. They are taller than we are. They are of bronze color, and some tending more toward whiteness, others to a tawny color. The face is clear cut, the hair is long and black, and they take great pains to decorate it. Their eyes are black and alert, and their manner is sweet and gentle, very like the manner of the ancients. Shall not speak to your majesty of other parts of the body, since they have all proportions belonging to any well built man. Their
Pause.
women are, yeah, their women are just as shapely and beautiful, very gracious, of attractive manner and pleasant appearance. Their customs and behavior follow womanly custom as far as befits human nature. They go nude except for the stag skin embroidered like the men's, and they wear rich lynx skins on their arms. Their bare heads are decorated with various ornaments made of braids of their own hair, which hang down over their breasts on either side. Some have other hair arrangements, such as the women of Egypt or Syria wear, and these women are older and have been joined in wedlock. Both men and women have various trinkets hanging from their ears, as the Orientals do, and we saw that they had many sheets of worked copper, which they prize more than gold. They do not value gold because of its color. They think it is worthless of all, and rate blue and red above all other colors. The things we gave them that they prized were of little bells, blue crystals, and other trinkets to put in their ear or around their neck.
So didn't I tell you that gang culture is Indian culture is gang culture? They was rocking with blue and red all the way back then. And I got one more. We not done. But what y'all think about that?
If you watch any of them old westerns, all the Indians wear red and blue bandanas.
Someone asked, what part of Americas is he referring to?
The Carolina. So from New York all the way down to Carolina. And right and over here, I think when he got to here, he was in the Carolinas. He was talking about the Carolina Indians. But that's what I'm saying. When you read this whole document, there's multiple people that he's talking about, and everybody ain't living the same. Like if I scroll down a little further, it's going to talk about the women and like how they observing the moon. Like since you rock with the moon, right? Dulcinea?
Yep.
Give me 1 second. Hold on. It's been a minute since I read this. Hold on.
Right Control here. F moon. Oh.
Just so y'all know, red and blue is the color of bruises.
That's where those colors come from?
Look, just read this whole
paragraph. Some people bruise red and some people bruise blue.
And they turn purple.
Just read that whole paragraph real quick.
They moved these houses from place to one place to another according to the richness of the site and season. They need only carry the straw mats, and so they have new houses made in no time at all. In each house there lives a father with a very large family, for in some we see 25 to 40 to 30 people. They live on the same food as the other people post, which they produce with a more cinematic cultivation than the other tribes. And when sowing, they observe the influence of the moon, the rising of Pleiades, and the many other customs derived from the ancients, and otherwise on game and fish. They live a long time and rarely fall sick. If they are wounded, they cure themselves with fire without medicine.
It's a lot of jewels in there. It's a lot of jewels in that document. So that's something that I don't know. Like it's just I don't know. Like when you go back to the other paragraph, and like he specifically said people that look bronze. Like it's only one group of people that I know that have that bronze color. If I'm keeping it a buck, and there's only one group of people that's been gang banging from shit as the beginning of time.
And to catch on to what he said, that's blood, red and blue bloods and crips, but the Chicago gang called their leaders chief.
So are they African real rap?
Let's go back. Hold on. Let's go back right here. Because it's the part that people never bring up. So the part that you read, right? When he look, like you see this part right here, when he said some other some have other hair arrangements, such as the women of Egypt and Syria wear, and these women are older and have been joined in wedlock. To me, when he was breaking down the hair, if he not talking about just straight up braided hair, he talking about locks. And how like once you can retwist your hair, like like people that have locks, once they retwist their hair, they can put it in all kind of designs, right? Right here, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Right here.
Where did locks originate from?
French.
You tell me.
The Mayans, the Olmecs. We got pictures. Right? We got pictures to prove it. They all on the Mayan and down there in the Mayan on the Mayan the Mayan things. It's pictures of them brothers with dreadlocks.
I don't know for sure, but I know they were in India before they were in Egypt.
Let me tell you one more thing. Let me show you
link,
one more.
man.
Man, look, bro. I've been giving that link off for years, bro. Take it. Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not one of them cats, like, it's my information. Man, I found that for free on the internet, bro. Just doing my research.
I love primary sources. Like, for me to know exactly what's what, I think you always want to start with the primary.
Yeah, you got to go to the origin. I'm trying to find it. It's somewhere in here, man. Like, it was a tribe of people that wasn't rocking with them cats at all. And it said that like they like they bent over and showed their ass. Like it was like, nah, we ain't rocking with y'all. But they was living different though. That's why I'm saying, like, from what I could tell, is it all the same people that they coming up across? In my opinion, no. But it was certain people that he put respect on that was living at a way higher level, like with Dulcinea read the last paragraph, how them people had a greater systematic way to do agriculture. And not just that, they had these like movable houses. Notice he didn't say teepees, but they had these movable houses that was able to break down and they could rebuild them back up. And then the math is crazy. Like these cats was crazy. Like these cats was doing pie back in the 1500s. Like when I first read this, like I ain't gonna lie, my mouth dropped. I was like, these niggas was doing pod back in the 1500s. I think I passed it up. Yeah, I passed it up. Like there's a section in here where they stole an 8-year-old. They stole an 8-year-old little boy. Like it's all kind of details in here. I'm trying to find it.
Do y'all know who created the word indigenous? Like where the word came from? It was a guy named Sir Thomas Brown. Because one day I just looked it up. I Googled indigenous and I was like, well, who the fuck created the term? And when I looked at it on the wiki, when I first seen it, it said Sir Thomas Brown created the word indigenous in order to differentiate the Negroes of America and Negroes of Africa. That's literally what it said on his wiki. And I was on Clubhouse and we were like debating in the room about it. So I looked it up and I posted it in the chat. Maybe about a month later, I went back to his wiki just to look at it again. That part was removed.
Yeah, that's why you gotta download certain things. Download and screenshot, man. Yeah, it's a couple times that happened. One other thing, people can't hit you with that Lamentations, because they was doing Lamentations over here too. That's my biggest question when it comes to the spirituality on like contact. If people in Africa didn't make contact with people in America, how are we getting the same customs and spiritual practices? That's a question that I ask myself daily. That's a question that me and like the last time I talked to Rob Bourne, he kept it a buck. That's one of his things too. Like that's one of the things that he said is fascinating to him. If people that didn't make contact with each other, how are they doing the same cultural and spiritual practice? It's one thing to do like the same cosmology because we all looking at the same stars. You know what I'm saying? Like we all looking at the same moon. That's one thing. But if you're doing similar cultural practices and you never made contact, I gotta say how, Sway. But even in this document, yeah, go ahead.
They found cocaine in pharaohs. There's no way possible cocaine can be in Africa unless they made contact with America.
Be careful if you bring that up with the Pan-Africans. They got a counter for that.
What's their counter?
They're gonna say it was there's something
This
called, I
is
think it's
before
called
the
cot.
Boston Tea Party.
I think it's called cot or whatever, where it has the same property of cocaine and it grows in Egypt. I know that is bullshit, but that's what they'll use.
The poppy
They can't get around corn though. Poppy is not heroin and cocaine, two different things. Poppy seed is heroin. It don't got the same makeup as cocaine.
That's what they tried to say before.
She's stuck on this Boston Tea Party.
No, right, but they know the Boston Tea Party was when they dumped them niggas in the ocean. But they trying to say something different, which didn't have nothing to do with them. But at the same time, they said
the Boston Tea Party and the Titanic.
Yeah, but they were trying to say the Boston Tea Party had something to do with heroin, and we know that it wasn't about heroin. It was about cocaine, but they were trying to say it was heroin. We know better.
Yo, just to answer the question, I'm about to head out for the debate because yes, it's tomorrow. Today is tomorrow for me. Yes, still in yesterday.
Yeah, it's for today for us.
But I think Topcat's definitely gonna cook them on the information of the debate and be more entertaining. Because he know how to paint pictures. So yeah, he's gonna get that, no doubt. Because it's just certain things that with the Hebrew Israelite dudes and especially Guerilla Hebrew, he's gonna have to rely on his belief at the end of the day. Like it's only so many facts he's gonna be able to use. He's gonna run out of steam with the facts, and then he's gonna just have to rely on the Bible and
the Torah and all that stuff. His religion. And that's when he's going to be out of gas.
Their debate topic is we the Hebrew Israelites, ain't it? Ain't they the debate topic?
Yeah, that's one of the topics.
Exactly.
The
That's
other
the
is
topic.
the other topic.
He no.
No,
The other one was Deuteronomy 28, but he tried to
Yeah.
argue against it. I feel like he lost already on that one because he was
But
like, "Why should I even have to bring up Deuteronomy 28? We shouldn't even argue it." Like what?
Yeah, because I mean, you got to show that they came through the transatlantic slave trade, which I don't even know how Guerilla Hebrew is going to show that. He's a white man. But
I mean, all Topcatz got to pull out is the doctrine of discovery. Why would they be talking about accepting religion to die if you was already there?
But I gotta say, I think just because Guerilla Hebrew is a Hebrew and they have a larger community like online, that can be a little shaky. I think the voting and shit, it's gonna be they're gonna be kind of deep. But just being honest.
I'm just saying, when they came here, they had a document in their hand called a document of discovery saying you're gonna be a Christian or you're gonna die. So why would they have that if these people was already Hebrew Israelites?
And one thing I would say though, well, because I don't even know if what group he's in anymore with Guerilla Hebrew, but I would say it's like Hebrews have definitely different beliefs, and not all of them believe in the 12 tribe chart. So a lot of Hebrews are probably going to be going for him to prove, that Native Americans or Indians aren't Hebrew Israelites because they don't believe that chart anyways.
Good point.
I thought he said ISUPK. Like he said, like in the way, and like he said he got what's the word? When you get sent off.
Exiled. He got exiled.
Yeah, exiled.
But it was from
Sakari. Yeah, from Sakari he got whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, my question is being an Indian following no Jesus, how do he prove that he is in the 12 chart or so?
And I think that's going to be the hardest thing for him to prove, because I don't know how he's going to prove that Indians are Hebrew Israelites. And I think he might have took the wrong debate too, because I know a lot of people are like Africans or prove Africans came, but to me that has nothing to do with Indians other than you arguing that they mixed.
Right, because you cannot be, you're not a member of the 12. I mean, you're not a member of a follower of Jesus because you follow nature, and nature is in the four sons, the four seasons in nature. So you don't have anything to do with Jesus or a Bible. So how are you including the 12 charts and Indian being in the Bible or any such thing?
Yesterday, I ain't gonna lie.
Because all Topcatz got to do is show a American Indian spiritual system, and he kills that whole argument.
When Topcatz asked him about, I think it was another Hebrew. He was asking him about the tribe of, I think, Reuben being in the 12 tribes. And then they said Reuben is the American Indian. So he was like, well, how is Reuben the American Indian if Reuben is supposed to be the oldest in the 12 tribes, but I think it was but if it's the oldest, then how did you become a part of Reuben if you came through the transatlantic slave trade? If Reuben is supposed to be the oldest in the 12 tribes, that would mean that it was the 12 tribes before the transatlantic slave trade. Reuben was a part of the 12 tribes before the transatlantic slave trade. So
but
then
see,
how
I
can
see
you
why
be an Indian?
With that argument, Guerilla Hebrew had to say what he said about there being multiple times, like Deuteronomy 28 is not the only time. And so I don't know how he's going to tie that into America, because we know that the Hebrews been getting whooped up in history, but usually that's all over Mesopotamia and Africa. So I don't know where he can say they got beat up in America before the transatlantic slave trade. But I think that's why he was trying to do that divergent, to be like, it's
Weasel
not
his way out of that, right? Like, wait a minute, he realized he fucked up.
But yeah, real rap. Stop being biased. You know, Topcatz is gonna win. I think
No,
you would be
because
way
again,
more
wait a
open
minute,
to
let
his
me ask you this.
information
Hold on,
too.
Dawson, because
We're
again,
unbiased.
Topcatz can't say that because then that would agree to him being African if he's in the 12 tribe chart. And he can't be African being on the 12 tribe chart because that would make him be African to be on that chart.
Who?
Topcatz to be on that
No,
12
Topcatz
tribe
is not
chart.
saying. Topcatz is not saying he on the 12 tribe chart at all. He's saying that
Exactly.
shit is
So,
all fake.
exactly. So therefore, if the Indian is on that 12 tribe chart, and for him to be on it, for an Indian to be on that 12 tribe chart, that would mean he would have to say that he's African, and that therefore he can't claim that. So therefore, he wouldn't be on that 12 tribe chart. So he would have to show him being not on that chart and still being what?
But yeah, that's true. But there's plenty of sources of like people that were here being from here, and not really a lot of sources that show even that they're from Africa.
but
That's
then-
why
but to
there's
still-
theories as far even of the Olmecs and connections between Africans and
Olmecs
different
is a
indigenous
theory.
group here, huh? Yeah, I know Olmecs are here and they make theories about their connections with the West Africa, but they haven't been proven theories. They're just theories that
Exactly.
people
So
have as far as the connection. So that's the point. He's just going to use sources. He's just going to use American sources that say they originate from here.
And if they say that the Olmecs is from West Africa or from Africa, period, the Olmecs was here before the Native Americans. They'll tell you that the mounds and all that stuff was built when they got here.
When the Indians got here.
That's true. That
When the
no,
Indians-
the
the
Mayans, the
so they say-
Olmecs, and everything, they do not say that they built any of that stuff.
Exactly.
They say someone before them built it.
And the people they say before them got here, they paid homage to. And guess what? That's still going to go back to the ancients. And everybody keeps saying ancient Egypt, except for they forget that ancient Egypt had ancient kingdoms before them, and they call them dynasties. And those were ancient, they might call them ancient Egyptians, but that ancient Egyptian kingdoms don't include Romans. They include ancient Egyptians were Africans. And so we don't count them, at least y'all don't, because y'all don't know Africana history. So therefore, that ancient kingdom is not Egyptians as far as Romans and Greeks.
What is an Africana though?
Africana is a history study of African people. So the
It's
study
also a white African.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Africana.
But what I will say is that
it might have
they've been-
Ethiopians and a mixture. I won't say that much. I will say that much. However, it's before the Greeks and it's before the Romans. So it goes to Dynasty 0 all the way up into the Romans, which is the New Kingdom when the Romans came. So we talking about the Dynasty 0 all the way to the New Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, the New Kingdom, and the New Kingdom. And so then we get to where the Romans came, the Hakus came, and all of that. The Greeks came, and then until we at now. And even then, that's where even the Bible came in, Jesus came in, and all of that supposedly in during that time. And even then, if you add up the dates, you'll get slavery came in, and when the Bible came in, and when New America came in, and that's where you get your cross references, and you will come into all of this changing in the Bible to fit the narratives for this, that, and the other. That's where all of this confusion comes in at. That's where the work comes in at.
They really got y'all running around talking about Africana studies. Like if you take this K out and add a C, it still ain't white people.
No, it's actually black people. You have to do the work. That's why you have museums and stuff that has artifacts that shows you artifacts of these.
The Africana is a white person. It don't matter what you say.
Africana is not a white
person.
A
white person is a white
not,
person.
Africana is not a person. That's the whole.
An Afrikaner is a person.
Okay, well,
it's a group of people.
Nah, it
white,
says,
it's a white tribe in Africa.
Sis, he's putting an ER on it when he's saying that. He's saying Afrikaner.
Okay.
And yeah, Jabari said the same. Yeah, Jabari said the same thing.
Okay, I might be missing out on that. I might be missing.
Like you saying Afrikaner. He's saying Afrikaner with an ER.
Okay, I'm saying Afrikaner. I'm saying Afrikaner.
Yeah, he's saying it with the ER.
No, I'm saying Afrikaner as in study.
Right. You talking about the studies.
What I will say when it comes to ancient cultures is even as we know, Asians have started to take it amongst themselves to research their own lands and research what they had going on. And now they're finding old pyramids. They're finding artifacts that are older than Egypt's and different things like that. So there's been this biased way of study that has been like ancient culture, and ancient culture starts in the Nile Valley. But what you're going to see in the future is that there's ancient cultures all over the world.
Well, right now,
there you go, sir. Another thing on Egypt. When you look up Egypt, why does it say created and not founded? Everywhere else say founded. Egypt is the only place I've never looked up to say created.
Well, right now,
I think of the name Egypt because Israel's created too. But yeah.
No, what I'm saying what I'm saying is like when you look up the city, it'll say the city was founded in, or the state was founded in such and such. When you look up Egypt, it say the United something of Arab Egypt was created in 1950 something.
What are you talking about? Simbu? I can't think of it. It's Simbu something.
I think I know what he means.
Probably because they moved it because of the flood. It was close to.
No, it's colonization. All these places have been recolonized, so that's how you get in all these West African countries, like that are founded. That's what it'll come up. It'll say founded in the 60s, the 50s. You know, like recently, like even Israel. Like I think Israel's in the 40s.
Egypt is the only place in the world that say created. It don't say founded. It say created. Everywhere else say founded, except for Egypt.
I never looked into that. I'm about to check it out. I'm about to check right now. Hey, just real quick before y'all move on. The Norte Chico, and like Uncle admit this, but the Norte Chico is just as old as Egypt, and the civilization and the building structures. And in my opinion, you know, like I'm gonna say this with all due respect, it's not to be disrespectful. There are no such thing as Olmecs. Them people is older minds. I was looking this shit up the other day.
There are no such thing as Olmecs or Mayans. Them is the she people.
All right, there you go. Boom. Okay, boom. Sorry, so you already know that. The chi. So with that being said, so that way we ain't got to break down the mind part. I'm glad you already know that. When I look up the Norte Chico people, and then like when you look up, I know y'all don't believe in the DNA, but it was saying that the Norte Chico, as far as like when it comes to the O positive, I was reading the diagram. I gotta find it before we leave, saying that the O positive started here, and that the Norte Chico people, respectfully, they had to be older than the so-called Olmec, with like the building structures, because like when you look at the mounds are just like the preset before like before stone pyramids. And then when you get a little deeper and find out that it was destroying a lot of the mounds that had stone structures around it, like I don't know, I just scratched my head, man. And like, because like when y'all made that statement about the natives, you're right. The natives don't claim to build no mounds at all. They'll tell you that them people didn't build that. So that's something I'm still kind of looking into whenever I remember to do it.
But they created the Olmecs or the she people with building these structures. So if you say that these sheep people or what you call the Olmecs is African, you saying that African was here before the Native American.
I don't have a look, bro. I don't have an issue. Look, bro.
No, I'm not. That's not for you, real rap. That's for your Jabari question because that's something that he had said. You get what I'm saying?
I hear you, man. I hear you. And look, even with that cat, Walter Neves, that they always bring up, you know what I'm saying? I've used him in the past too. And keep it a buck, him and what's the other cat from Mexico? It's a couple of them. The cat, but the only thing is his book is in Spanish, man. And I got a neighbor right across the street. She from Guatemala, man, but I'm just lazy. I don't feel like rocking with her like that to try to get her to translate like certain parts for me. But that cat, Cuervo Marquez or Marquez Cuervo, whatever his name is, I'm not gonna lie. Like he did say that he said black, like the black people were here first before the so-called red people. I gotta find that book. It's in Spanish though. I got it downloaded, but it's in Spanish. He said it, and that other cat, he got a long ass name, man. It's a couple. Look, bro, it's a couple ethnologists, and like it's another science. I can't remember the name. It's a few people you could find that'll say we was here first, and you don't have to use Van Sertum. It's a few real scientists that I found that say that. It's just not mainstream. And the last thing I'll say, bro, there was a science article I was reading, but they won't put a people on it. But they were saying that they found some kind of like mastodon or something like that got killed, and they were looking at the bones or whatever, like the fossils on the bones, and the way that the bones were broken, they said it couldn't have been nothing other than people, and that was at 130,000 years. But that's the only article that I've ever found. So I still be looking, bro. That's why I say science is not absolute. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go ahead.
This how we can prove though the conspiracy theory that they say they call it the conspiracy theory. We know it's a fact. We do, us Indians, but they say it's a conspiracy theory when we say they're trying to hide our history and all that, right? All you got to do is look at the Kennewick Man situation. Look at the controversy around Kennewick Man, and you'll see that they're trying to hide our history.
Yeah, I've read on Kennewick, man. Like what you think about the Calaveras skull?
I don't even think I'm familiar with that one, real.
It's supposed to be 2 million years old, but they called it a hoax though. I'm still looking into it.
But it was found over here. You know that they wouldn't have things like forbidden archaeology, and they wouldn't have things like disgruntled scientists coming out talking about how when they find something and they diagnose it or age it or whatever, and it don't go along with what the mainstream people say, they get ostracized. It's several of them that came out and said that.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's why when I did my my first presentation like 4 or 5 months ago, like before I was like, because I still don't fully rock with evolution, bro. It's a lot of holes in evolution. And one thing I was trying to show them niggas is when you look at Piltdown Man is what killed it for me. When you look up Piltdown Man, if you want, I'll drop the link in the back for you. Piltdown Man, basically, it's a cat named Charles Dawson. It's similar to Darwin, but it's not Darwin. His name is Dawson. He was in the 1900s. He came out with Piltdown Man in 1912, and what he did was so suspect. He took orangutan teeth, he put it in a human skull, then he took the bones and he put a chemical on the bones to look older than what it actually was. And he was trying to say this is the missing link to human evolution. And it took 40 years to catch him in a lie. And once they caught him, he was out of there. And it was from Britain, because they were trying to prove origins of life in Europe, which it's a big push right now where they bringing that back because they just found some bones a couple months ago, and like they trying to push that again real tough in the science community. I've been reading, but check out that Piltdown, man. Matter of fact, I'm gonna drop it in the back for you.
Hey, didn't Unc get on here today and say that yesterday and say that if you don't believe in evolution, you shouldn't talk about DNA? Didn't he say something like that, or am I going crazy?
I'm sure he said something to that effect.
He told me that.
Yeah, he was saying something like DNA testing is built off the back of evolution. So if you don't believe in evolution, you can't believe in DNA. But
he told me that.
I don't want to say, oh, okay. But I agree with him on that one though, because like because I don't agree with evolution. The fact that evolution is a theory and DNA, you looking for your ancestor, something that's supposed to be a fact based off a theory. You can't get a fact out of theory.
Come on, Sachi.
Well, like that's when they're gonna hit you with the scientific theory. Like that's what they're gonna hit you with. That they're gonna hit you with the scientific.
Guess what I'm gonna hit them with? A scientific theory is the explanation of the facts. The grass grow and it's green outside is the facts, but it don't grow because I smoke cigarettes.
Y'all niggas funny, man.
Facts. Real rap, don't get mad.
I'm not mad, man. Look,
and that's how you handle it. Scientific theory is based on facts conversation. Because I can tell you all the facts in the world, but how I tell you it happened can be a damn lie.
I'll eat a cup of coffee. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna be up all day playing.
Yeah,
with
green
y'all.
pill. That's why I've always said it's always suspect to me that all these archaeologists had this epiphany and they all found the most important bones to the evolutionary theory that they have all between 1780 and 1890 or 1900.
That's it right here. The remains were estimated to be up to 1 million years old. For the next decade, scientists heralded the finding of Anthropolus Dawsoni, or Dawson's Dawn Man, in Latin as confirmation of Darwin's still controversial theory of human evolution. 1920s and 30s, however, Piltdown gravels were found to be much less ancient than believed. Other finds of human ancestors around the world seem to call the authenticity of Piltdown Man into question. In 1953, at an international congress of paleontologists, Piltdown Man was first openly called a fraud. An intensive study of remains showed that they were made up of a modern human cranium, no more than 600 years old, the jaw and teeth of an orangutan, and the tooth of a chimpanzee. Microscopic tests indicated that the teeth had been doctored with a fall-like tool to make them seem more human. Scientists also found that the bones had been treated with chemicals to make them appear older. Other fossils in the Piltdown quarry proved to be authentic, but of types not found in Britain. And now it started in 1912. They didn't call it a fraud until 1953. So how many years is that?
41.
41 years.
Yeah, I've been looking into Lewis, and Mary, I think, is his wife. I'll have to look into that. And so Mary didn't help find Lucy.
Hey, that whole Lucy, I'm still effed up about that Lucy. Like, there's a documentary, matter of fact, of the people on the dead. Matter of fact, I was looking up that one, and I was looking up Homo naledi. They just found that in like 2012. That's brand new. The Homo naledi came out in 2012, and it was a cave system called First Star Cave or something like that. It's somewhere on the east coast of Africa. I'm not 100% no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I was never 100%. Like I tried to accept it because that's how I learn. You know what I'm saying? I try not to like clog my mind with like too much like going back and forth refuting. But I ain't gonna lie, like the evidence, it's just hard to put together. Because that Lucy is not a human. They'll tell you that. Australopithecus is not a part of the
Yeah, I was going to say it's an
homogeneous line.
Australopithecus, and the first one's Artie, and then they say Lucy. But whether you say it's not human as far as it, what they're saying is it's a common ancestor, and that is one thing I agree with Unc on, or Bobby Banger, whatever, which I see a lot of people trying to do, like Sonetta, for instance. I think he doesn't feel like he really believes that shit. But it's like, oh, well, science says it or anything, and he feels like, okay, well, I'll have to really stay on this part. I can just believe these other parts wholeheartedly. But it's like, no, if you believe this regional, all this other stuff, it's tying you back. If you believe in out of Africa, any of that, it's tying you back to these non-hominin, monkey-looking people.
You a monkey. If you believe in that shit,
they like
your
to say
ass is a
you're a
monkey.
great ape. And all I would say
No,
is free your cousins out of the zoo. I have no
and
respect
it's
for y'all
scientific
not
racism.
going to save y'all's cousins.
But they don't see the scientific racism in it though. That's my thing. Cause like the whole purpose of them creating that chart and saying we was the first people and putting us close to the monkey on the chart and all that was to say we was primitive and savage. That's the whole purpose of them doing all that.
Right.
To say that they, so like
And the
to say
fact
that
that
they was
people
the
can't
most
see
evolved
that is
humans.
remedial.
Right. You was the cave, you was the sun sweller, and they was the cave dweller. And they got a movie for kids called The Crumps or The Crumps. And it's funny, but it's the most offensive thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I watched it with my kids.
And it's offensive, and they call them punch monkeys, and it was funny, but it wasn't, and they was speaking punch monkey, and the punch monkeys was, you talk to them so abusive, and that was the thing, like it was like I said, the little boy, the Indian boy.
And that's what people don't understand about the argument, because they'll be like, well, why don't you like this argument? Because if we're African people and that makes us first, that makes us the original people. That's what they're saying. But they're trying to say the original people, us, are the monkeys.
No,
and then they came by later
was
once
an
they are
Indian
all
boy.
civilized in this, but we're the original ape-like people, and we're more like the apes than they are, because they're the last of the evolutionary chain.
Well, see, it was an Indian boy that was the original people, and the Indian boy kept waking up every day looking for tomorrow, and he never found it. And that was, you see what I'm saying? So you have to watch it. It was so,
Think about what you
No, I
said.
know
Think about
exactly what
just
you're
said.
saying, and it's true
Think
that
about what you just
they
said,
made.
though.
I want you
Indian
to think
boy.
about what I just said.
It was
He
the
woke
type
up
of
every
Indian,
day
though, too.
looking
They
for
were talking
tomorrow.
about the
And that's how
Hindustan
Silver was
Indian.
making him sing. And
The
then
Indian was waking up every day trying to
looking
figure
for
out what.
tomorrow. Looking for tomorrow.
Looking for tomorrow. Looking for his identity. Looking for tomorrow.
Looking for tomorrow. And he never found tomorrow. Every day he woke up looking for tomorrow.
Until he met her or anything. But think of the
Every day.
juxtaposition
Replace
of what it was
tomorrow.
showing
Replace
Noah.
tomorrow with his
No, it's
identity.
every place, and he looking for the next day, and he was in the next day, and he's still looking for it. You don't get it. That's what
But
I'm
we
saying.
have to look at him.
No,
No,
you
he
don't
wasn't
get it.
portrayed.
Okay, well,
He
I'm
wasn't
done.
portrayed as us. So that's my point.
Exactly.
Yes, they'll say
See,
that
I ain't
we
seen
were
it.
the
The white
first
people,
people, and
and
I
then the
get
white
you
people
of the
ran
punch
into another
monkeys.
white people, which was called the Better Men. And see, you have to watch the movie to get it. So the Better Men was another white people that lived outside the cave, and this
And were
Indian,
civilized.
right? And so he's still looking for tomorrow, although tomorrow is tomorrow, and he's still looking for it. The new day, which is tomorrow, and he's in tomorrow the next day, and he's still looking for it. So he never gets it.
Yeah,
You see
that
what
was
I'm saying?
crazy.
he never gets it. And so whatever, I get where you going, Sachi, but you looking esoterically, but you don't get it because he's already in tomorrow and he's looking for tomorrow. And so this is how they making him seem like he's silly or he dumb. And so then the punch monkeys are violent. And so the whole thing is like a whole racist thing on our people, period.
Yeah,
I
it's,
understand what you're saying. I haven't seen the
subliminal
movie.
subliminal
But if
racism.
that Indian was representing us, him waking up tomorrow and thinking he's in the same day or whatever. What if you just how you say that he was looking for tomorrow?
Every day he wakes up looking for tomorrow. So today when he wake up, he looking for tomorrow.
Well, I think past the fiction of it, all I can say is the actual story of it. This science is not saying that we are the most evolved person. It's not. It's saying that evolution is a linear path where the best genes make it overall, and the last people to show up is them. So the last people to show up is the best people. They're the ones all the adaptations, all the survival of the fittest. They're the civilized people, the ones that were able to build civilizations. Australopithecus didn't build any civilizations, even to the Neanderthal, even though they give the Neanderthal who came up with fire and who came up with the basics of what would lead to us finding civilization. But of course, they do not mean us. They are talking about we're closer to the Australopithecus.
Nah, like they credit like they credit like the Homo erectus to making fire. But that's my thing though. Like when I talk, so look, I'm gonna just give you it again real quick. They say that the Homo erectus is like 1.9, 1.7 or like 2 million, some shit like that. And it didn't die off. It's a couple sources that I found, like at 135,000 years ago to the most recent, like 117,000. And that's right smack dab when they say the Homo sapiens were around thriving, developed and thriving already. So it's like you have an overlapping of one species living in the current time and then dying out and then giving off to the next so-called species, if that makes sense. That's how they tell it.
And it's an easy trick to see if you've been around these Europeans for a long time, like a lot of us have in the US, especially me in New York. You see what their thought pattern when you bring these up. Like I've been to college in New York and stuff, and we've had these conversations in college, like since I was 18. So I know what their thought process is. They play towards the ego of melanated people. These people, they actually study melanated people. They know melanated people have the biggest ego and pride of any other people on earth. So as far as they're concerned, as long as we play to melanated people's ego and pride, they won't see what the left hand is doing because they're too focused on the right hand giving them praise. Yeah, tell them, yeah, you were first. So a lot of Pan-Africans, yeah, see, they come from us. You come from us. Not realizing that they're like, yeah, you can have that. Because in the scheme of things, you're just a freaking flip phone and we're the iPhone 15, right? But none of that is real. It's all just a narrative. And that's why I came back real quick, because I wanted to point out with the Louis Leakey thing. When I looked up Leakey, you know, him and his wife, his first wife, they were studying in Kenya and being funded by I think it's the Royal Society in Britain to find, you know, bones and do archaeology in Kenya. But the thing is, Leakey's dad and parents were doing that way before he was born. He comes from a long line of them doing that in Kenya. He just kept the family tradition going. But the problem was he couldn't find what they wanted to find, whatever connections they were looking for. And when he came back to England with his wife, he was broke. He was bankrupt. He started drinking a lot. He became an alcoholic. He became belligerent to his wife and violent and shit like that. So they became estranged. And then he went then because he felt like a failure, and the Royal Society was like, we're not funding you no more. We're not giving you no more money unless you get us what we want from Kenya. Find the bones, find the archaeology. He went back now to Kenya with a little bit of funding, got a side chick who she came from some money, and miraculously she tripped and fell over the bones that I believe it was Lucy that his side chick found, who later she became his second wife. She found the bones, and I was like, wow, that's a big coincidence that this nigga was damn near going broke, found these bones, come back rich. It was, and got wealthy off of that. You know, like you could put two and two together and realize that that was some bullshit.
Facts. And the funny thing is you can see the reports that a lot of Africans, the out of Africa theory tying to evolution doesn't sit well with them. And they always have been like, oh, why aren't Africans, and this is Africans, not us claiming it, why do they not accept this evolutionary theory? And they've done studies of why, and they're like, oh, it's because their distrust of scientists, because of their past, and their distrust of this, and they've been saying, oh, they're racist, they're trying to compare us to monkeys. So Africans have been saying that this story doesn't sound right.
Especially the South Africans. The South Africans really be on it.
Oh yeah, they do not believe that they're the great apes.
And what I point out to people a lot is that this is a big red flag to me. I looked up like all of the historical archaeological digs, right, and findings that put together what the theory of evolution and all of that. I've looked it up, and when you look at all the digs, each and every one of them, not one of them is from an independent person, like a person just doing it. Like if Dulcinea just decided, I'm going to teach myself how to do archaeological research. She studied for 10 years, 20 years, and then just said, I'm just going to start digging. Not one of them is from a person like that. Now, what they'll say is, this is the trick. They'll say, oh, no, but we got Africans in Africa that have done the digs, and they found these things. Like a lot of these bones were found by Africans. But then when you look up the Africans, all those Africans were on Louis Leakey's team. They were a part of his team. They were digging with him. They were at his digs and his people's digs. Or if not him, some other university or some other company. They're always with a European organization. Or if it's an African university, that university is also funded by European scientific organizations. All of them. You're not going to find not one in the history of man that was an independent person just doing the research. And then when you do find independent archaeologists who do the digs and stuff, they all have to take their findings to a European society to be validated and to say that, yes, this is real. They can't do that on their own. It's literally illegal for you to produce your own findings on a global scale independently. They've made it illegal. So I'm like, I'm hip enough to know that this is just a racket, and it's a closed circle. You can't do it on your own. Even if we decided, we're gonna go and do it on ourselves. Like all of us in this room said, we're gonna do our own digs and do our own research and do it. Yeah, we can do that for us, just for our own validation. That would be great just for us. We don't give a fuck about them. But just know that if we try to produce it to the world, that's when you have a problem.
My question now is because it's I don't want to say sacred or whatever, but it's like when you go climb mountains and whatnot, you have to go through these I don't know what to call them, religious and sacred towns and whatnot, in order to get to the mountains, because those mountains, they refer to them as spiritual or sacred. So you have to get permission from these places in order to go to the mountains. Sometimes I think it take maybe a month to even get close to them by foot. Some of them you gotta take cars and walk and donkeys and all this stuff in order to get close to them. It takes like 3 months to climb a mountain, and in order to climb a mountain, and then to get back, and then so they consider that some kind of spiritual thing to go through these townships and whatnot. And so in order to go dig, it has to be considered the same way. You just can't just go and start digging and find an artifact, because they priceless, or they cost when you find them, they worth something. So is that fair just to say you can just go dig up something? And because some of the stuff that's in the Smithsonian or in the Britannica museums and all this other stuff, they're there for reasons. So if me and you can just own them or something to that effect, that wouldn't be fair, would it?
Well, the only thing I would say to that is, look at Egypt. Egypt is a prime example, right? It doesn't take a rocket science to realize that all of that stuff in Egypt is sacred. Like the people who built those pyramids, those mounds, those coffins, that mummified, that takes like religious work. Like the people who put that stuff together and bury their dead that way, it's very meticulous. Like, people, like in some of the coffin text, they say people died with the leaders and stuff. That shit is sacred.
Right. So
these motherfucking Europeans don't give a fuck. They pull up, they dig all that shit up, they'll rip a nigga out, she'll put them on display in Europe. They don't give a fuck.
It depends.
And who gonna tell them no?
Dig though, right?
Huh?
It depends on where they go to dig. Like contract.
Nobody tell them they can't dig where they want to dig. They dig wherever they want to dig.
Okay, well, I want to disagree with that. Just saying they have to have some kind of contract to say where they're going to dig and some to that nature, just to say they're going to dig. I agree with you, but to a certain extent, I want to say they have to have something.
Yeah, but they only have those contracts with each other, Sakina. They don't have the contracts with the people that they should be asking or be like, okay. And even, like even the people here now, the Egyptians that are there now don't care about those bones or anything. It's not
exactly, because they wasn't there.
If you check that,
those are figureheads.
Mm-hmm. They have no reverence for their dead because they don't consider them their dead. But if it was someone's grandma, would you just let someone just come up and dig your grandma and put them up on display in a museum?
So therefore, that's what I'm saying. When you get ready to go through customs and things like that, I'm pretty sure you're not gonna just be able to skip through and just have these kind of things and get to go away with it.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Have the paperwork and everything, but we're saying they do that with the Egyptians that are there present day. Those Egyptians don't care about those bones. They don't have any reverence to be like, oh, well, in the past they cared about this. They didn't want it moved. They didn't want it in a museum. Those Egyptians don't care at all. They actually came in and are the ones that knocked all the noses off and bleached all the walls.
Estimations and whatnot, but I'm saying that I thought he was talking about like right now in these times.
Yeah. No, I'm saying like me and you, we can't go do none of that stuff. You're right. We can't, but the British Royal Society can. They can like see how you said we would have to, get permission and do all of that. Nah, the British Royal Society, they bypass all that shit and go do what they want to do. They don't have to stop and do that's what I'm saying. So even if let's say the Egyptians that are there today, who they try to say, well, yeah, these are our people. It's sacred. Yeah, it's sacred. So me and you, we wouldn't be allowed to go dig, but the British Royal Society can with no problem. They literally took, I think it was Ramses. They took his coffin, his bones, and they said, oh, we got to take this to France. They brought that shit here to France and said because they had to do like some research on it or make sure it didn't get messed up. They was like, we got to take care of it so it doesn't get messed up. So they brought it here to France, to the Louvre, something mysteriously and weird happened with the transport, and then they brought it back and took it back to Egypt. I was like, wow. And next thing you know, he has blonde hair now. I was like, that's strange.
Right. Well, go ahead and close out Green Pill, then we'll go to you, real rap, to close out.
Oh, for me, it's just pure and simple. Uh, I agree with like what Topcatz and them say. I don't think every black person, what we call black in America, has American Indian heritage and lineage and stuff like that. But I think that a lot of us do, especially when we can't, like, everybody's grandmother ain't lying. If 80% of black Americans is like, yeah, my grandmother told me too, my grandmother told me too. I don't think everybody's grandmother is just outright lying. So I think that it's very important for us to just continue to dig, keep doing your research, keep doing your paperwork, your genealogy, talk to your family members. And this is a reason for the younger generation, like us millennials, to get back close with our elders and have something to talk to them about. But like somebody has said earlier, be careful with how you dig and ask them for the information. Try to be smooth with it. You know what I mean? Try to connect with your elders so they can feel comfortable giving you the information that you want to know. And that's it.
Thank you, real rap.
Thank you.
Put a link. Oh, go ahead, sis.
No, I was
saying go ahead and close out, real rap.
Okay. I thought Sakina wanted to say something. Nah, peace to all y'all. I put a couple more links in the back chat for you, sis. It's a comparison. I think you're gonna like it. It's a little wordy again, but it's actually good. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go and read it. And I ain't gonna lie, like, you gonna challenge me to really like get in them journals for real. Like, you not a by no means you're not a slouch. Like, I respect your knowledge base. But and I appreciate all the links that you drop. I put a YouTube link in there, and that's when they found Homo naledi. I just put a quotation mark up as I said. And I get what the sister Sakina was saying, because they had to go and get what do you call it? Not contracts, but sis, what do you call it, sis? Like when you have like permission for X amount of months.
I would call them contract.
Yeah, that would be contract, I would say. Well,
All
I
right,
can remember right
contracts.
now.
Permits.
Thank you. Permits. It's late. Thank you, Green Pill. Permits. So I get what Green Pill was saying too, as far as being funded. That's why the average person is not going to be able to get funded, because these are like people that's putting millions and millions of dollars behind these people. But yes, permits. So I get where you was going to Sister Sakina, because that video is going to show you how that research team in 2012, they had to get permits, and the permits only lasted for X amount of time, and they had to come back. Like, they can only dig at certain parts of the year. But like, you'll be able to see it's like an hour and a half, or it's almost 2 hours. But it shows how like they were recruiting people from Facebook, and how like they were using women to go down into the cave and to be able to do like the archaeology. Like it's actually pretty decent. But I put that in the bag. I just want to tell y'all I appreciate it. I'm gonna keep an open mind. Like I said, like, y'all definitely challenge me on some things that I'm gonna definitely go and read this weekend and look up. And sis, I'm gonna email you. Man, if I'm gonna try to see if I can cash app Sinetta and get the link, because I was being lazy. But yeah, I'm gonna try to watch that debate. That shit gonna be fun.
Why thought you leave without closing out?
I know. I was just about to go to him next, but okay, it's on you and me. It's always on us tonight. But I do want to say, definitely, I think it's going to be good. You're going to want to catch the debate. I think they're a lot more, I guess, I don't know how I would say it for each other, but they're more like have some sparring and different things going back and forth, where I think this is going to be interesting, up there with the Jabari and Chief Ali debate. But I think Chief Topcatz will be a clear winner. And even though we don't like him on Unscrambled Minds, everybody check out. Like, he has a book coming out called I'm Not Black, I'm Indian, The Miseducation of Black Americans. I think people are definitely going to be interested in that book and the information that's in there. But Sakina, go ahead and close us out all the way.
Well, I want to thank Green Pill for showing up tonight. I want to thank Sachi for showing up tonight. Ibiza for going to sleep tonight. And I want to thank Real Rap for showing up tonight, as well as OTK. Y'all have really taught me something tonight. Because y'all know I don't do DNA. And if anything, I'm not going to do DNA because y'all have taught me.
Right.
Y'all have taught me not to do it, but no, that's not the truth. But y'all have really y'all have opened my mind to, you know, it still sound like a bunch of foolery. I'm not gonna lie about that, but I want to get into. I asked Dawson there to look further into it because RNA was once RNA, and then they broke it down to DNA. So I'm waiting until y'all get into that part. So keep an open mind for that, both of y'all. And
you unscrambled your mind.
Let's get into that.
Right.
Where RNA transformed into DNA, and I believe.
Yeah, and I have been looking into it, Sakina, but I want to save that for like an actual debate. If anyone ever steps up to debate me,
all right.
But I don't really.
I was going to ask you that. When's your next
I don't want to be
debate?
given everything in these conversations that everybody wants to have with me, and I think it's like, okay, so you just want to continue to have a conversation and you never want to debate it.
Okay, well,
I'm dumb. Like, what's going on?
Because I don't like all of that. I'm a bottom line person. I like playing the devil's advocate. I think I better keep that out there because that's just me. But I appreciate y'all keeping me educated and informed. So with that, I appreciate it. And I appreciate everybody in the chat for joining us this morning and from last night. And with that, I want to just tell everybody Shemin Hotel.
Devil's advocate keeps us honest too, Sakina. So we need that. Question, Dosane, real quick. When is your next debate? And because I heard them talk about you and Cedric debating, and I think that is it any way y'all gonna set up a debate with you and Nepal? Because you was really cooking Nepal too, and I would love to see that debate. I'm paying for that debate.
I don't know. I mean, when I was told about the competition, it was to be making your way up to getting paid, but I don't even know who's in the competition anymore. So I don't know when the next one of that is happening. But the Cedric is supposed to be a discussion, not a formal debate. And then I don't know, it may be real rap unless we completely woken up. That might be the only person that's willing to debate me at this point. But I don't take it to heart. I think it just shows really why no one really wants to debate me. There has to be a reason.
They got a reason.
Nah, they scared.
I'll put cables on their back.
Right.
I'll tell you, look, I'm on record, sis. I'm just not as
you'll
tight.
take the debate, but you need to read up first or anything.
Nah, I got
see
you.
if you still believe that shit.
I'll be the first one, but look, just like you said, there's scientists that are against it, and there's scientists that are for it, right? So
yeah, that's a fact.
You know, so you know what I'm saying?
But
just
you
let
need
me
to
get tight
see
on
those scientists that are for it. You need to see who
Of
they're
course.
affiliated with, and like Green Pill said, you need to see if it has one simple origin. Now, if it's going all back to the Royal Society, wouldn't that be weird?
Don't get me started. Look, I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna get out of here. You had me laughing when you said real rap. You was better as a Moor. I ain't gonna lie. I bust.
You
out
were
laughing.
showing, you were showing some of those abo skills tonight. I had emailed you and I was like, just to let you know, I'm a brag and be like, we had real rap be an abo again for at least 30 minutes.
Oh man, look, I know you done closed out, but look, on God, I just had a beef with certain people because if you remember, I was rocking I was rocking the Indian. I was rocking American Indian. I wasn't rocking with the Abo. So
right.
Yeah.
I remember you had all those links just like today. That's why I said you were better off with the more platforms.
We need to start a
But I know you were
campaign.
coming as an American Indian, I remember. And you had a whole bunch of books you always would pull up.
We should start a campaign. Who going to debate Dulcinea on Sinetta? That's we gotta flood that chat all the time. Who going to debate Dulcinea?
That's the woman king. She always
right.
That's my first time like really chopping it up with you though, Snare, but you sharp. Like if niggas is ducking you, it's cause you sharp. You know what I'm saying? Like good counterpoints. And like the way that you like articulate yourself, like yeah, like you sharp. Sakina too, like all the women that was up here, you know, like they were all making like good points. But when it comes to that debating, like I said, a lot of it, unfortunately, our people love. Well, it's not a bad thing, but our people love to be entertained. It's not always about the information.
Right, that's true too. Yeah, that's why.
That's what makes Topcatz dangerous.
Yeah, for sure, because that's what people want to hear right now. People want someone to take down the American Indian or Abo paradigm, but I don't think it's happening. But y'all, all right. Peace and love. Good night, everybody. Thank you guys for coming up again. And we'll see y'all during the debate.
OCO family.
OCO.